After the goblin chief died inside the cave, chaos spread among the tribe. One goblin seized the fallen chief's weapon and declared himself the new leader. His claim was immediately challenged, and a violent fight broke out. The stronger goblin crushed his rival and stood victorious, asserting control through force. Elsewhere, two goblins noticed prey left behind and moved to reclaim it, but they sensed the one guarding it was returning. A hooded goblin, Lin Tian, approached quietly, appearing different from the others. Soon, many goblins surrounded him. They suspected he knew where the prey was hidden and decided to follow. As tension grew and movement stirred in the dark, he realized danger was closing in. Inside the cave, a human girl struggled as goblins dragged her deeper into the tunnel. She cried for help while they ignored her resistance. Lin Tian heard the noise and rushed toward the sound. He moved quickly through the narrow passage and reached the chamber where several goblins surrounded her. They held her down, treating her as prey claimed by the tribe. Lin Tian stepped forward and ordered them to release her. The other goblins recognized him and reacted with hostility. They reminded him that the chief had declared the human as shared prey. Refusing to back down, he prepared to fight. The enraged goblins lunged at him, determined to kill him. Lin Tian was struck and nearly overwhelmed. He realized that even low-level creatures could kill him if he hesitated. Refusing to accept death, he forced himself to endure the pain and fight back. Gripping a crude blade, he slashed forward and wounded one attacker. The others recoiled in fear as he advanced with determination. His resistance broke their momentum, and several fled the chamber. Breathing heavily, he remained standing while the last threats retreated. The rescued human girl, Kelia, approached him with gratitude and relief. As her words reached him, memories stirred within his mind. Though trapped in a goblin's body, he remembered that he had once lived as a human. Lin Tian survived the clash. As he steadied himself, memories of his past life surfaced. He recalled dying in another world and awakening here with a mysterious system that barely functioned. It allowed him to view his status, but offered no guidance. Through Kelia's explanations, he understood this land was shaped by gods, filled with powerful monsters, and dominated by strong humans. Goblins stood at the bottom, despised and weak. His own stats confirmed his fragility. He soon learned how goblins grew stronger through reproduction with captured females. The truth disgusted him. Once human, he could not accept such behavior. Determined to find another path, he resolved to grow stronger, without abandoning his remaining humanity. Kelia tried to reassure Lin Tian, believing the human knights would soon arrive and grant him protection. Before he could decide, distant noises echoed through the cave. Lin Tian sensed the goblins returning, and quickly urged Kelia to hide. Moments later, a goblin rushed in, driven by instinct and desire to claim the human. Lin Tian stepped forward to block its path. The creature lunged at him, seeking strength through its brutal nature. Drawing his blade, Lin Tian struck with precision and cut it down. As the body fell, he informed Kelia that human rescuers were approaching, giving them a brief moment of hope. Kelia believed the Holy Order had arrived, and hurried toward the tunnel entrance. A surge of blue light filled the cave as a knight cut down approaching goblins with overwhelming strength. The armored commander named Loder stood firm, his blade glowing as more soldiers entered. Lin Tian observed the human status, and realized the vast difference in power between them. The knights quickly secured the area and eliminated the remaining goblins. Kelia ran to Loder and called for help. As the knight raised his sword again to strike at nearby movement, Lin Tian sensed the danger. Before he could react properly, the powerful slash swept forward, throwing Kelia to the ground. Kelia and Lin Tian fell to the ground as Loder's attack struck near them. Lin Tian realized the humans were not distinguishing between enemies and allies in the dark cave. Loder stepped forward, displeased that a goblin had evaded his strike. Kelia quickly tried to explain her identity and situation, but the knight remained suspicious. He believed she might have been corrupted after being captured and considered her tainted. When she insisted that Lin Tian had protected her, Loder rejected the claim. To him, a goblin was nothing more than a filthy creature. As tension rose, Lin Tian understood that the rescue had turned into a threat, and the knight prepared to strike again. As Loder prepared to strike again, a beam of golden light descended from above and halted his blade. The cave brightened as Priestess Ifreya appeared. A radiant barrier formed around Lin Tian, isolating him from harm. Kelia immediately sought protection from the priestess, who observed the goblin with quiet interest. Ifreya addressed him directly, and Lin Tian understood her words. Realizing this was his only chance, he declared that he had once been human and asked to accompany them. Loder remained cautious, but Ifreya noted his intelligence was unusual. After confirming with Kelia that he had protected her, they decided to take Lin Tian back for further judgment. Bathed in golden light, Lin Tian accepted Ifreya's offer and agreed to follow her. The radiant barrier around him trembled as she lowered her hand. Loder remained watchful, while Kellia stood beside him, relieved. With a calm gesture, Ephraia signaled their departure, and the group began moving through the cave. Without warning, Loder turned and struck Kellia down. Blood spread across the ground as her body collapsed. Lintian froze in shock, unable to understand the sudden betrayal. The holy magic flared again, forming a transport circle beneath them. In an instant, the knights and priestess vanished, leaving Lintian alone in the dark cave with Kellia's lifeless body. 1 week later, the village gathered in the square as news spread of a goblin raid. Fear and anger rose among the people, blaming the monsters for recent deaths. Commander Knight Loder stepped forward, maintaining order while announcing that the church would intervene. Soon after, Priestess Ephraia declaring her authority over the crisis. That night, soldiers surrounded a captured goblin brought to the capital. Reports described strange intelligence and rapid evolution among the creatures. In a chamber above, Ephraia reviewed documents detailing sightings and strategies. Far below, Lin Tian hung restrained in chains, wounded yet conscious. His burning gaze revealed survival and defiance, proving he remained dangerously alive. Ephraia observed Lin Tian's restrained body and concluded that ordinary purification could not eradicate goblins from the continent. She ordered poison to be administered, intending to test its effects. Bound against a wooden cross, Lin Tian endured the spreading toxin as his body convulsed under its influence. Ephraia analyzed his resistance with cold interest, noting that even a weakened goblin displayed unusual vitality. She declared that goblins possessed more intelligence than humans assumed and justified further experimentation as holy duty. Golden flames erupted from her hand, forming a ritual circle beneath him. As fire engulfed his body, Lin Tian struggled against fading consciousness, realizing death approached unwillingly. Lin Tian's body collapsed, he believing the low-level goblin incapable of resistance. His capture, humiliation, and torture became proof of human cruelty and his own weakness. Poison and holy flames consumed him, and hatred filled his fading thoughts as he swore never to trust humans again. As consciousness broke apart, darkness swallowed him. Instead of death, a strange space opened before his eyes. A system activated, evaluating his life and granting a chance to restart from 1 week earlier with memories intact, understanding the opportunity. Lin Tian accepted without hesitation. Reborn at the lowest rank once more, he resolved to change his fate and seek revenge on Loder and Ephraia. Lin Tian accepted the system without hesitation, his desire for revenge overriding fear. Energy surged through his reborn body as Goblin Life 2.0 activated. He was transferred back to the Goblin Cave, slightly strengthened but warned that death would be final this time. Though still a low-level creature, he felt a small but crucial improvement in his condition. The system introduced a simulation designed to predict outcomes and guide survival. Lin Tian immediately chose to begin. The current scenario revealed that Holy Knight Loder had discovered the cave. To survive, he had to decide between uniting goblins to fight, abandoning them to escape, or hiding and risking discovery. Lin Tian reviewed the 3 choices and calculated the risks. Even if every goblin united, they could not defeat Loder. He simulated the first option and led them into battle. Though the outcome ended in death, he earned points for participation. Understanding the system's value, he opened the exchange shop and searched for affordable weapons. With limited points, he selected an elven lightweight swift blade, gaining slight improvements in strength and speed. Armed with the dagger, he prepared to alter events carefully. When he checked the timeline, he discovered Kellia had never been captured and remained safe in the village. Satisfied that his promise was fulfilled, he focused solely on survival and revenge. Lin Tian chose escape and moved through the narrow rear passage of the Goblin Cave. He knew the exit favored smaller bodies, giving him an advantage over armored knights outside. 2 soldiers waited and spoke carelessly, confident that the remaining goblins were weak. Hidden in the shadows, Lin Tian listened as they mentioned Loder and the recent raid on the village. Rage stirred, but he forced himself to stay focused. The cave entrance was too small for heavy weapons, limiting their movements. When one knight stepped forward to investigate, Lin Tian seized the moment. With swift precision, he lunged from the darkness, blade drawn, determined to strike first and survive. 2 knights, believing the remaining monsters were scattered and weak. As they advanced, Lin Tian emerged silently from the shadows, tracking their steps. He closed the distance in a sudden burst of speed and struck the first knight before the man understood what was happening. The second knight reacted too late. Lin Tian leapt forward and cut him down with precise movements, overpowering him despite their size difference. Shock spread across the man's face as he fell. Left wounded and terrified, the surviving knight begged for mercy and revealed he had a family, claiming he was forced to follow Loder's orders. Lin Tian listened without expression, the wounded knight offering information and appealing to survival. Lin Tian remained silent, assessing the risk. As the man feigned compliance, he suddenly lunged with a hidden blade, attempting a final strike. Lin Tian reacted instantly and cut him down without hesitation. The bodies lay still on the grass as Lin Tian retrieved a fallen weapon and confirmed no further threats remained. His objective was escape, not mercy. With the area secured, he withdrew toward the forest, intent on staying ahead of pursuit. Later, Loder and Freya arrived at the scene. Observing the dead soldiers, they concluded a mutant goblin was responsible and recognized the danger of its escape. Loder, angered that trained soldiers failed against a single goblin. Freya observed the bodies with interest, treating the unknown creature as a rare specimen worth capturing. They concluded the goblin had mutated and ordered pursuit before it could grow stronger. Far from the scene, Lin Tian rested beneath the moonlit forest, believing he had survived the immediate danger. He reviewed the abilities of goblins, understanding that devouring enemies could increase his strength and influence future evolution. Determined to exploit this advantage, he prepared to hunt rather than flee. As he moved through the trees, a sudden presence approached. Before he could react, a figure descended toward him from above. A figure fell from above and struck Lin Tian. He quickly regained balance and saw a small goblin girl lying on the ground, injured but conscious. She spoke clearly, which startled him more than the attack. Observing her features, he realized she possessed traits unlike ordinary goblins. He calmed her and learned she had only left to fetch water before being struck by a falling branch. The system interface appeared, identifying her as a rare goblin with special potential. It revealed that mating with a female goblin could elevate a male into a higher evolution path. Understanding the implication, Lin Tian reconsidered his strategy as the girl stared at him in confusion. The goblin girl explained that she had once spoken with members of another tribe. Unlike normal goblins who lacked language, grateful for Lin Tian's help, she offered to guide him to her tribe. He quickly realized this was an opportunity to gather subordinates and strengthen his position. He instructed her to lead the way. They traveled through the forest until they reached a campsite filled with goblins. The tribe reacted with hostility, surrounding them with weapons drawn. Lin Tian stood firm, assessing their numbers and strength. Instead of retreating, he declared his intention to meet their leader and establish his place among them. The tribe's leader emerged, a towering goblin priest adorned with skulls and carrying a staff. The system identified him as a high-level big goblin. Lin Tian observed silently, recognizing that this tribe possessed far greater strength than expected. An injured traveler was hauled toward a monster base beneath distrustful glares. This entry ignited fury within the tribe, which insisted upon his prompt slaughter. Although a creature protected him, labeling him defenseless, the leader flashed a wicked smirk. Giggling broke as the pack moved forward, prepared to dine upon the stranger's body. Encircled and coerced, the traveler displayed a concealed knife. Rather than pleading, he proposed useful talents in crafting blades. That lone remark paused the massacre. The leader seized him, checking his honesty. Feeling no trickery, the creature insisted evidence for his assertion. Pretty soon, the traveler clarified why simple metal gear might transform them into a lethal army. He guaranteed tougher armaments given duration and the correct supplies. Nearby monsters, fascinated via the prospect regarding victory and dominance, shouted loudly. Greed for power started to supplant starvation. The leader allowed 72 hours for delivering outcomes. Downfall signified demise, not merely for him, but likewise for the dame who had appeared alongside him. Tension grew. He realized flight was no possibility. Beneath starlight, the company hiked away to collect rocks. The dame fell behind, drained. Chuckles and teasing ensued. One trip prompted brutality, he observed, teeth gritted. Endurance would require plenty besides speech. Monster Yu fainted from fatigue, only to get greeted by mean giggles and a blade against her spine. The rest ridiculed her frailty, encircling her using aggressive focus. Exactly when a blow approached, the traveler moved ahead, delivering a harsh prompt. Her goal was not for combat but for locating ore. His voice held a caution. Longevity depended on completing her task. Hostility grew. He gripped his steel and intimidated them all. Terror momentarily muted the mass. Though they backpedaled, their hushed insults persisted. Inwardly, he understood iron by itself wouldn't preserve them. Ruin stayed unavoidable, except he discovered a method for becoming tougher. After that evening, he soothed Ye, who dissolved into soft cries. A recollection emerged. Myths asserted that a boy monster who mated with a girl could evolve into a mighty creature, potentially even a monster deity. Witnessing her misery, he offered safety, swearing nobody should hurt her anymore. Touched through his gesture, Yue paused. Once requested for her assistance to become mightier, she quietly consented, unsure, but ready. He described the soul route ahead. Via her, his vigor might grow. Their choice, created via hopelessness, represented a shifting phase. Within that quiet second, a fresh link was built, one based on endurance. Yue, with sobbing courage, gave herself to assist Lin Tian become mightier. Her readiness sparked a quick device reply, validating they should carry 7 offspring collectively. A rush of energy arrived, his levels rose, and with that, his frame experienced tangible change. No longer weak, he rose bigger, more sturdy, a look at what he could become. Level records showed his fresh peaks, talents, and future. His bravery expanded. This level increase was plenty besides figurative. His chances against tougher rivals had risen considerably. Keeping Yue near, he vowed to defend her forever. Her soul melted more. Stirred by his mercy, abruptly, mayhem broke nearby. Shouts marked a raid. Shadow beasts had arrived, dispersing the monsters. Midst the terror, Lin Tian noticed metal rocks within the retreating crowd. An errand finished, but with a cost. Without stalling, he told Yue to remain back. Steel in palm, he dashed toward the danger. Canines jumped, maws open, monsters died. The skirmish shifted into a bloodbath. Regardless of the slaughter, the rock was obtained. As he arrived, now combat scarred but firm, Lin Tian gathered the valuable ore. He praised the living, but insisted more. His voice gave no space for debate. Scared yet keen, the monster complied, sprinting to satisfy his order. Deep within the woods, Lin Tian displayed a rough metal pike before a skeptical monster group. As others joked about the strange invention, he boldly moved toward the prowling threat. A giant predator lunged, but the metal point bit deep, stabbing the creature's head with a fatal strike. Stunned stillness ensued as Lin Tian lifted the armament aloft, showing its source fashioned from scarce metal rock. Monster whispers shifted into shouts. Spectators of the previous skirmish shared news of Lin Tian's power and talent. No longer doubted, he proved the dominance of his armaments, outclassing the ancient rock gear they used. His proposal to build more sparked instant thrill. The clan, hungry for vigor, begged for their personal metal pikes. News found the monster leader, who validated Lin Tian's ability. Still, the boss dictated a trial, complete bulk requests in only 48 hours or depart. Resolved. Lin Tian agreed. When evening arrived, the shipment was finished. Creatures gathered with eagerness. Once the leader verified the vow was honored, he proclaimed Lin Tian part of them. A banquet started beneath firelight. Flesh cooked. Giggles resonated. Yet as Lin Tian took the shaman's prize, a spark of worry touched his gaze. Something further moved inside. Since the party settled, hostility grew. Lin Tian, slowed by the toxin concealed in his food, slumped near the lass who had offered him warmth. From the darkness, the monster shaman moved ahead, taunting him. Blaming Lin Tian for rebellion, the shaman grabbed the lass, risking her soul to push Lin into compliance. A knife stayed near her throat. The shaman insisted submission, believing the toxin had ruined him. Yet in a fast move, Lin Tian hit back. Embers flew as iron met tooth. Near the flame, monsters fled in terror, while Lin replied with steady anger. His pupils glowed with fury. Ridiculed as foolish, he showed his trickery. He'd realized about the toxin the whole time. The shaman dived once, more this instance with fatal aim. Their duel grew fiercer beneath the moonlight, but Lin Tian blocked every hit. His blade glistened as he cut the rival's veil and finished the despot's rule in a final blow. The monsters stared in wonder as Lin Tian stood over the dead shaman. Proclaiming himself the fresh chief, he unified the clan beneath his rule. With control taken through power, he issued commands without delay. The monsters roared in support. Their fresh king had appeared. Lin Tian delivered the killed creature's corpse, signaling a change in rule. While the monsters toasted triumph, he concentrated on building upcoming lineages. Far away, a veiled female reached, puzzled by the sight, oblivious of the growing power ahead of her. Beneath the starlit ceiling of the magic woods, the royal Kasana retreated swiftly toward the mystic treetop colony. Despite skipping for protocols, the princess hurried past the sentries, claiming she possessed crucial knowledge for the tribe parent. Within the great room, the tribe parent and her counselors were shocked via the abrupt disturbance. Kasana knelt, regretting, then disclosed alarming facts. An obscure monster captain had appeared within the Oriental woods, directing groups with remarkable coordination. She described how this fresh monster boss wasn't merely enduring, he was uniting dispersed tribes and defying feral predators. The tribe parent, identifying the danger, commanded Kasana to guide a tiny squad to examine and defeat the monsters, but to save some for interrogation. As Kasana exited, a broader scheme was already starting. Simultaneously, within the monster base, Lin Tian stood before his collected minions. Employing twigs as pointers, they charted the Fey colony's design. With keen tactics, he evaluated their counts, build-up, and hidden frailties. His captains stood poised, gifted, and controlled. As darkness grew, Lin Tian fought beasts, progressing quickly. Fresh battle talents and vigor flowed into him. What formerly was a minor monster was currently a strategic soldier. Conflict with the spirits was no longer a topic of if, but when. After studying the future fight, Lin Tian triggered the monster soul emulation network. A dream occurred, his troops broken, trapped by spirits, and he himself seized and killed as a lesson. The emulation flopped, netting not. Discerning someone else was controlling the result, he reconsidered the context. The soul deduction was plain, their every motion had been observed. The spirits were one pace beyond. Resolved not to replicate that destiny, Lin Tian counted on the monster's improved instincts. He dispatched trackers to find mystical signs around the wood's boundary. Quite truly, traces of locating charms were spotted, proving monitoring. That evening, as Kasana and her prime group entered the monster fortress, Lin Tian was poised. The spirits misjudged his mental maturity. As the snare was tripped, Kasana's crew dispersed. She strove to withdraw but was struck mid-flight and pushed into the woods beneath. Fighting to rise, her frame started to collapse, marks of toxins. Encircled by monsters, she sought to endure, but Lin Tian emerged, cool and ready. He admitted her seizure proved simpler than predicted. With no pity displayed, he commanded all seized spirits to be moved breathing. This period, the monsters were not food, they were the bait.
Kasana was splashed using chilly liquid and pushed awake via the monsters. Confused and debilitated, she saw she became taken and bound. Lin Tian drew near quietly as his followers shared her status. He remarked how monster liquids caused numbness in Fey biology, a benefit they had started to use. Though her plight, Kasana boldly told him that she was royalty, shouting that her parents' pity had kept monsters breathing until today. Unmoved, Lin Tian grinned. He doubted the so-called pity, pointing out the conflict between her speech and the Fey's former deeds. He felt Kasana's assertions didn't equal the torture his people had suffered. While he spoke, the monster clan started splitting the loot from their triumph, eating dead rivals to gain their talents. As Kasana peered in dread, Lin Tian stated his plan to reveal the fact behind the Fey's conduct. He bade his units to swallow the leftover bodies to become tougher, changing through each clash. Kasana was following in turn, her future doubtful. Abruptly, the device screen reappeared. Lin Tian got a message. He had hit his present grade limit, earning boosted Fey talents like Dark Sight. As Kasana quietly pleaded for her parent, far in rival ground, her desire for help started to wane. While the elven tribe parent debated Kasana's task, worry rose regarding her late arrival. A fighter proposed moving backups, not merely for her protection, but also to grade up their units. The tribe parent concurred, sending troops toward the monster lands. But before they might move, a strange sound rang through their rooms, stating that Kasana would not be coming that evening. Terror broke. The sound came from Lin Tian, who entered the elven castle with his monsters. Softly, he showed Kasana was already in his hold, shortly to carry his baby. Angered, the tribe parent struck, but her strike was quickly blocked. Lin Tian stated the Fey trapped, proposing giving up as their lone spark for endurance. Despite her vigor, the matron's frame failed mid-battle, proof of toxin moving through her frame. Lin Tian stated that taken monsters had shown the Fey's old record of torture. Currently, it was their moment to feel frailty. As the tribe parent dropped, she saw the monsters had shifted, changed, braced, and horribly tactical. Outdoors mayhem broke as monsters raided the Fey town. Lin Tian, clutching the weak tribe parent in his hold, suggested a fresh deal. Partnership. Her large eyes showed both shock and the onset of a moving vigor scale. The elven castle scorched beneath the monster's raid. Mayhem moved through the town as Lin Tian's units crushed the guards. The tribe parent, bound and livid, asked for truths for the ruin of her clan. Lin Tian, still and precise, stated that it was no longer about payback, it was about parity. He had watched the trend of power long enough. The monsters, once game, were now altering the laws. With a stony sparkle in his gaze, he offered a knife to her neck. She read the signal plainly: assist or be killed. Lin Tian stressed that all he performed was to bolster his breed and grant their endurance. For the Fey, yielding had become the lone track to safety. Falling in loss, the tribe parent begged for her folks' protection. She vowed to comply, so long as her babies stayed safe. Her ego broken, she admitted her desire to stay by Lin Tian's part and carry his babies. It was a pick made from hopelessness,
but one that marked a shifting stage. From matron to prisoner, her rank had been taken. In the coals of her once mighty clan, a fresh truth rose, one where monsters no longer knelt. Today, the Fae would exist beneath their law.
Within the detention base, far in Orcish-governed lands, Kasana rejoined with her parent, the past elven leader. The prior grand ruler was now broken, hating herself for miscalculating the monster's power. Their people had been broken, and just females and youth stayed. With no way to restore the lineage separately, the mother spoke the shocking. They must need to breed with orcs to grant the spirits life. Lin Tian, now known as the Supreme Power, set firm laws. The elves were to stay inside the clan, fulfill their breeding tasks, and not fight. Kasana sought freedom to tend for the small folks, which Lin Tian granted, moved by her trait of endless motherly care. A different elf, crushed by nursing roles, sought for aid, and Lin Tian allowed help. Seeing the value of breeding the following age, he scanned his gains and saw his vigor had grown greatly due to breeding with the folk elder. With his rise speeding, Lin Tian started planning for far-term control. Half a week later, many infants crowded the base. The elves, dead in soul, stared as their souls were shifted. When sought for tallies, Lin Tian was informed they had already made nearly 30 babies, and it was just starting, during a harsh birth. One of the caught Fae females wailed in shock, failing to bear labor solo. Kasana flew to her part, pleading for aid. Lin Tian stepped, making the Goblin clan helped in birth, naming the infants as their kin too. While some Fae fought, the group's life now relied on these acts. As the babe was born, Lin Tian won forced thanks. Yet even flashes of ease were brief-lived. Orcs still moved without mercy, forcing themselves on weak females. When one Fae was held down, Lin Tian moved in, killing the goons quickly. He ordered peace and choice, swearing ruin to those who failed. From that point, all Fae would gain extra food, a sign of small care. Kasana noted Lin Tian's rare style, unlike from other orcs. He stated that as long as Fae yielded, they'd be used justly. Meanwhile, the gaming tool followed his walk. The girl Fae were seated, their kids rising fast, but fresh paths waited. Loader, a man of the mortal side, had shown in a close vision. Lin Tian was shown with paths: strike Loader now, start a gory kill, or stay. As fires waved past him, Lin Tian reclined softly, thinking his group's later way. Lin Tian thought the choice to kill Loader. His present orbs gave him the top hand, until Loader's boss, the blade goddess of the mortal clan, stepped. The vision moved out his loss. His sneaky move closed, with him dead. Loader fleeing under the lady's guard. The scene closed with a dark note: he shall move more safely. Roused by the lost fact, Lin Tian knew he had small space. If Loader's pack fled the spot, it would be quite tough to find them. Once bold, he moved for a task into mortal lands, giving lead of the Orc clan to Yue in his void. Kasana, scared about the soul, faced him. Mortals would slay him on look. Yet, Lin Tian was firm. He had not lost his hate. Kasana gave away. She would weave a hide charm to aid him skip sight. Her fear, though masked, showed she didn't wish him gone, mostly for the path of her kids and the other slaves. With gear finished, Lin Tian put a robe and moved out under the wood's beam. Kasana and Yue saw him leave. As he melted into the oaks, he swore he'd come back fast. Well, and one move near to spite. Muguk reached in Sunny City below a veil, watching the expanded guards with care. The town's shields had become tough, surely from to rumors of the Blade Goddess's landing, masked as nomad. Muguk walked the roads, thinking on the data he had gained. His task stayed firm: find leads linked to the prime fighter groups and proceed his trail of vengeance. Walking past the crowded plaza, he saw a thing strange. The mood felt stiff even with the group's motion. He halted by a spring, seeing warriors cluster by a status wall, showing the best star squads. The Razor Star squad held the top, with Boshi and Saphir squads near behind. Muguk saw that if he didn't move fast, his goals might be ruined by the rising shadow of these high-ranked stars. Suddenly, a known sound grabbed his focus. He swung fast. Loader, a leader from his days, was nearby. Muguk smiled, amazed by the luck. Within a pub, Loader and his peers bragged of their win over a four-limbed beast, hailing their unity. Yet anger grew when folks of the Boshi squad teased their words, sparking to a fight. Buried in the dark, Muguk looked, staying for the best time to hit. Inside the pub, a host told the warriors that drakes from Drake Isle had started hitting cattle and also folks. The news shocked Muguk. Word of Drake fury meant ruin was nearing, and the ideal chance to move might be close. As the other warriors argued the risk, some ignored the peril, leaning on the coming landing of the Blade Goddess to fix all. Loder, proud and loud, stated that his group would help the goddess in killing the drakes. He showed she was his boss, and that help from the throne would be pointless. This sparked joy among the warriors, many hailing Loder's old wins and wishing he would grow as the star of Sunny City. Getting to his legs, Loder held a drink to honor the goddess's return and the coming win. Meanwhile, Muguk stayed alert. If the drakes struck, he wanted to use the chaos to do his own goals. When Loder asked him to share the party, Muguk refused and crept out. He felt wise enough to show himself early. Outside, yells broke as Sunny City hailed the Blade Goddess. Inside a kirk, Loder told her that the drake had moved near, and a strike was certain. The Blade Goddess, now shown in her bright steel, asked Loder on the works. He said that 10 drake-killing bows had been built and placed around Sunny City. She told him to make sure all was rightly set, saying that loss would earn guilt. Crowds loved her power and charm, but even Loder felt not act past work. As she sent the gathered folks, a loud yell broke the wind. From the blue, a scout drake fell onto the town, making fear. Folks ran, troops moved to their spots, and the Blade Goddess quickly pulled her blade, keen to stop the risk. Meanwhile, past the town, a troll scout ran to a masked hill site where trolls had grouped. He yelled that the drake had shown and troops stood the walls. Muguk, now hemmed by a rising troll army, stood atop a stone, veiled and still. He knew the state softly, picking not to move yet. Instead, he told his troops to stay calm and look. With the drakes landing and ruin breaking inside the town, Muguk's true goal was ready to start. He would let the people and drakes thin each other, and hit only when the time was prime. The air above Neon City blackened as several drakes plummeted in a ruinous flock. Their cries jolted the masonry as they ignited carnage from aloft. One giant lizard steered the strike, hitting the berg with a shaft of heat. The Blade Warrior and Loder could just stare in alarm as the sparks gutted the shields. From the piers, troops bolted to their posts. Below the Blade Warrior's decree, they held the lizard-killing ballistas rooted atop terraces. The gears were fast primed and keyed at the invading brutes. On her side, the guards started heat, hurling glowing shafts at the gliding horrors. Instead, a ghastly shift moved across the war zone. The air turned violet, snapping with brutal force. A bigger, more mighty worm appeared, shrouded in thunder and rage. It was the Mother Queen. Her crushing spirit threw dread among the crews. Blasts shook the stones as another shaft burned the berg gate, causing a wreck and fright among locals. Below the wreck, the Blade Warrior moved forward, bright with azure glow. Bearing her steel, she used expert blade methods. With hard decree, she urged soldiers to guard the berg while she fought the Mother Queen front-on. Solo her steel shone, fixed for the final combat. Muguk watched the wreck from away, moved by Alice Mia's vigor as she kept off the Mother Queen. Yet, he felt this was his break. While the Blade Warrior fought with the sturdy brute, Neon City's troops were truly busy. Muguk told his Orkoid clan to ready. The second to hit had arrived. The Mother Queen's stats proved his doubts. Though being a sturdy grade 79 horror, Alice Mia, a grade 80 Blade Saint, was her equal. Their harsh combat moved the airs, power shafts hitting as both parts moved their bounds. Muguk beamed if the Blade Warrior broke the lizard fast. It would just divert the berg for a small span, but that gap was plenty. Muguk ordered his troops to walk. Sparks burned terraces while lizard heat poured down. As Loder fought harshly, feeling the flow had shifted, alarm broke. Orcs had entered the glowing blocks. Shouts rang. As locals ran and knights rushed to reform, Loder, moved by the abrupt raid, moved his staying peers. Calling himself a lizard killer, he ran the drive to beat the orcs. Alice Mia met him, now loosed from the lizard peril, together. They shifted their focus to a fresh foe, the one hiding past the Orkoid clan, Muguk. Loder and Alice Mia moved their path past Orkoid-filled blocks. but orcs lived rising from the pipes, trapping them from under. Despite their acts, they were soon crushed and pushed senseless. The orcs took them fast, pulling their frames away as sparks grew across Neon City. Muguk stood within the glowing wreck, seeing quietly. With the guards diverted and the Blade Warrior moved from the combat, his goal moved without push. He told his crews to flee with the slaves past the pipes while the staying orcs caused ruin above. He would grill Alice Mia himself. His prize had lastly dropped into his palms. Away, more drakes came suddenly, starting a planned dual tide of raids. Alice's lack from the war zone was fast seen. Troops moved to keep their spots but failed without her decree. Low beneath, Muguk told his orcs to guide Loder and Alice to peace. He had no goal in slaying them now. They were gear for something grander. Later the Blade Warrior stayed bound, just as a fresh foe came, a sturdy lady lizard in human shape. Alice's orbs closed. This was no just brute, it was the Mother Queen in her shifted mode, ready to end what the prior combat had begun. A hideous demon soldier rushed with anger, intending to slay the shielded maiden lingering in his path. She stayed steady, sword in grip, asking if he might keep pace as power flowed around her. Releasing her method, she hit with iron wind. Razors ripped through him, bringing a yell of harm. A blast shook the nearby house, tossing guards flying as sparks devoured the event. Wary, the maiden scanned the mist. The fight hadn't closed, peril still lurked. A demon shape appeared and struck. Dark force swiped toward her, making her to dodge. She barely fled, vanishing from his view as he damned her flight. Touching down, she thought on the dead worm and her lost peers. She found Berg where demons had raided, and locals pooled. Townfolk told 2 fighters taken by demons. Alarmed, she knew these demons weren't basic. They were as tough as Grand Fighter's defense had fallen. She swore to ruin every demon clan in the woods. A lady begged for her to stay, dreading next raid. Beset by frantic sounds, the maiden stood quietly, unsure. The maiden confirmed her task to shield the locals, picking their peace above saving the seized fighters. She blamed Loder's frailty for the defeat, deciding that seeking the noble blood for help was her sole choice. Today, in the demon base, joy moved as the boss came with 2 human snacks. Ifea felt in harm, her frame faded but yet awake as they were hauled into the base. The demons yelled orders, having them under sway among many seized Loder. Saw the tally of inmates and feared the look of a boss-rank demon among them. He looked on Ifea's state, wishing she had healed enough to reply. She stated the Venom's force was dying due to her holy makeup. Elsewhere, a demon saw how fast she defied the Bane, knowing her toughness. Ifea appeared at the shape, asking facts on how he held her name. The guy grinned meanly, foul power rising as he moved toward her. She and Loder were grabbed again while he yelled in panic to halt them. A demon hit Loder, telling him not to bark at their head. Loder told of the results, showing them of Ifea's massive might. The demon boss ignored the risk, showing goals to mask their steps before she could fight. The demon leader gave tasks to grow their bands, aiming more freaks and boosting their muscle. He stressed the haste folks would fight, so their growth must be done fast. Meanwhile, Loder was grilled under risk, blamed of covertly hurting demons. He yelled in anger, hating the claims while seeking light. The demon didn't stay. He cut Loder's ear, scolding the weight. Ifea gazed weakly as Loder moved in harm, his yells ringing. Despite the pain, Loder backed his deeds as vital to shield people. The demon mocked, stating their goals were greedy rank hunting, not truth. He blamed them of shedding gore while stating virtue, doubting their ethics. Loder looked in shock, failing to grasp how the demon held so much. The demon named the talk done, stating he didn't wish to look kind. With beaming red orbs, he held his hand, stating his goal to show them a fact. Loder yelled in shock, asking them not to wound Ifea. She wept, saying his name as doom crushed her. Nearby demons held Loder down as locals asked for the cruelty to stop. Ifea was caught and mocked by the demon boss, who vowed extra harm before viewing Loder. Girt by red-eyed demons, Loder yelled out weakly as they moved in on Ifea. She was pulled down cruelly as Loder yelled her name, unable to halt what was starting. At a timber station, Imp Swap turns near a locked captive base, showing no haste but keeping power. Two imps peer over a seized mortal lady, tied and bowing. They're told to stay her breathing. The lady, Freya, sags from wires, cut and hardly awake, but yet breathing despite her agony. A cut male begs Freya to last, but a fiend fast mutes him with a risk. Close two fiend ladies see the captives. One asks Lin Tian's cold hate toward mortals. They admit their own ease and cite Lin Tian's oath of payback, proving their doubts. A vision rises. Lin Tian never misses slights and moves with drive unlike other imps. One fiend lady glows, showing rising wonder for Lin Tian's power and grit. Data comes. Second birth imps have come back soon from chasing. Great imps come with meat, shocking Lin Tian with their quick coming. One speaks up, his rank showing beastly rise and gifts from the lords. Lin Tian asks the sudden coming, worried about the chase's end. They state the zone is empty, making them to scout the western woods. Lin Tian hears they met angry imps during their patrol. They prove the raiders held the Bloodfang sign. Risky, elite rank foes. Lin Tian finds that the Bloodfang group lives purely of elite rank imps. His focus grows with chance. He plans taking their boss to build even tougher third birth imps vital for living against mortals. A slave taunts the plan, saying that even grand imps die before mortal lords. Lin Tian moves toward him coolly. Away, a pack of imps blocks a mortal slave. One ogre talks on a fresh mortal yet to be handled. The slave freaks, asking their goals, knowing he is following Enro for pain. Yelling in dread, he asks for pity, while Freya stares quietly, still tied and spent. Time slips. The male slave stays out. Near a blaze, imps huddle for a war talk. A fiend proves their soon mark, the Bloodfang group. Lin Tian vows they must grow the grandest. He calls their fresh sect the Tian Quang group, marking a fresh start under his law. Hyper soldiers yell at the word, hailing Lin Tian as their grand king. The base rings with cries of their group's name as imps unite with zeal. Despite fears about the foe's power, Lin Tian tells his peer that win is likely. Freya gains some vigor. Tied but sharp, she shows at a veiled plan she's yet to try. From a tall seat, Lin Tian views the zone, searching the war zone from away. He ready to judge the Bloodfang's skills deep inside the rising unholy woods. Lin Tian watches the Bloodfang base, seeing many elite rank imps shifting shakily in line. Stress rises as the imps feel to a grand aura hitting the zone. An elite king nears. The Bloodfang boss comes bulky, plated, and ranked as a star rank imp with crushing power and rank. The goblin chief watched the faraway mark, judging its battle power and knowing that seizing it living would demand precise intent. Under him, orcs encircled a vast beast. He saw that their common toxins would possess tiny impact owing to its girth and toughness. Recalling a binding charm once cast on him, he weighed locating Freya, so he might exert a related method. At the goblin base, the clan merged after finishing their mission and arrived with a drained mortal prisoner. They told the prisoner's state, and the chief thanked their task. Looking now at the following phase, he viewed the prisoner quietly as she fought for lungs, surely spent from her trial. When Freya woke, she moved with dread as she knew the goblin looming above her. Her horror grew as she tried to stir, her frame frail and shaky. Ache and chaos crushed her, making it tough to grasp his goals. He held her as she fell once, stopping her from slipping deeper. He told her that her torture would stop, leaving her unsure but frantic for aid. Yet, he mentioned she had to pick a side before he offered her liberty. He stated that the option included choosing what she would put her belief in from today on. One road meant ongoing defiance, the other called for taking his lead spent. She bent her face, and he noted her choice with favor. After proving power, the goblin named himself her sole lord. The girl, soul-crushed, spoke in homage, seeking to fulfill his hopes. He raised her easily, showing her across the grove toward a tiny well as she went without protest. He led her into the stream, and she acted with thanks, seeing the heat as love, blind to his hidden plans. As she soaked, she breathed oaths of fealty. He lauded her, then asked about a mighty gift she once held. Lost, she couldn't evoke the sacred glow cell, but sought to hunt her mind under his keen gaze. With his aid, she saw a file of the gift and started aiming to spark it through the mystic item. Power flowed across her frame. She pulsed the charm with doubt as flare pooled around her. A shining jail built in front of them, showing the charm's win. He bowed with pride. They went to the town. From a jail nearby, a frail male watched them nearby. The captive yelled, asking Ifreya slay the goblin and return his vigor with spells. The goblin softly noted him. She had truly picked a path. Her hush felt bigger than speech. The male, in shock, couldn't believe that anyone of her rank had bowed to a goblin's reign. Frantic, the male urged her to quit it, but Ifreya proved her faith, bowing near her fresh lord. His look shifted, from dread to fury. He vowed their deeds would end all orcs to death. Orbs mad. He wailed that their doom was set, that the grand sect would kill them all. Lintien was shocked to find Ifreya's veiled persona, knowing her origin held vital worth. Thankful for the data, he told his minions to stay the spy busy and under guard. He looked to Ifreya, set to go. Their aim was certain: destroy the Bloodfang clan. The Bloodfang clan's base, hidden in the peaks, pulsed with motion as night came. Goblins stood up, geared and set. Their boss told them to ready for fight. They roared, keen to loot southern clans and grab Fae as slaves. Quickly, a spy noted a goblin stranger wanting to see the boss. The guest came still, draped, and bold mid angry eyes. He picked the Bloodfang boss and stated his goal. Parley was not his plan. Encircling, Lintien was asked if he was a freak. He stated no unique gift, just brain past normal goblins. As Southern Clan boss, he made a plea: hand the chief's skull. Lintien gave one option: yield or perish on the mark. A minion knew him as the man who beat elf traders. Catching the boss, Lintien weighed his vigor and told him seized. The Bloodfang boss struck, seizing Lintien by the skull, but Lintien stayed still and steady. The boss teased his coming, trusting glory was in his reach with all goblins set to clash. Proud, he stated his goal: to chain Fae and men after killing Lintien and his mates. Lintien felt that parley was useless and readied for battle with no pause. A wave of force broke as he threw a lethal strike, hitting the boss off poise. Bloodfang fighters feared and cried for payback, but their boss had already sunk to the dirt. More goblins rushed onward to strike their boss, trapping Lintien from all ways. He turned a secret shining gift from his palm, calling something strange. Foes stuck as ghost powers shut in, knowing something was foul too still. The Bloodfang fighters lastly saw Lintien's masked army using sneaky ways. At order, his goblins started killing the whole Bloodfang clan with cruel rigor. The clash moved as Lintien showed the real power past his hush tactic. Bloodfang leftovers feared, knowing the parley was a ruse from a masked trap. The boss sought to bolt, trusting no soul could halt him. But Lintien stayed bold and yelled to Ifreya, set to end what he began. Ifreya cast a mighty charm, trapping the foe in bright poles of fire called the Holy Light Cage. The Bloodfang boss was seized off guard, stuck inside the wall before he could move. He knew the charm was light-based, something goblins shouldn't wield, bringing fear and doubt. Ifreya went to Lintien, who noted her gain and took her to take her prize. Her bond grew, calling out to him gladly, while the seized boss glared in fury. Lintien grinned icily, stating the beaten foe his next mating slave. On the brink of the fierce clan's base, stillness fell following combat. Booths rested below stony peaks, masking marks of cruelty. Within, a giant Titan grain sat tied in irons, mangled and ruined. His arrest signaled a vital shifting stage. Ogre Dusk, cool and vigilant, stated the danger vanished. Past rods, people inhaled in mistrust. Amidst steady fighters, Ogre Dusk issued tasks. He relied them to watch the victims without miss. A female paused as he told her to ready him. Her homage fast defeated fear. He robed with intent, claiming he should find a quite essential ally. Ogre Dusk weighed odds. Mortal backups stayed, and the Blade Goddess was ruin itself. At a remote coast, he stayed lure-leaking game to hook a lizard. The musk flowed away. A maroon ghost neared from the clouds. The drake dropped, grabbing the food. Ogre Dusk stayed below, veiled as they flew. They glided, goal achieved. The lizard parked in a black cave. Ogre Dusk came from the body, proving the spot. A large orb blinked. Something higher was looking. A titanic drake came from the glooms, its puff dense with malice. Ogre Dusk stayed hard below its look, despite its looming stance. The lizard ruler stopped, piqued by his brave coming. Ogre Dusk pitched teamwork, recalling her of their old pact. The lizard ruler, diverted, vowed to attend. She gave a dare his living relied on meeting her wants. Ogre Dusk advised a pact toward the blade goddess, citing their common foe. Hooked, she vowed to know more, wary about how he aimed to face such might. He asked her lizards strike Light City frequently to divert their troops. She doubted the troll's skills. Ogre Dusk answered with quiet poise. He said that a blunt strike wouldn't thrive. They required mental combat. He pitched hitting the blade goddess's heart to clinch success. The lizard ruler joked. Moved by his sharp scheme and slight control, she teased to shut the bond and hinted at granting him a unique prize. At the Tianquang clan, a seized male is hung within the heart of the orc settlement. Hurt and drained, he thinks why the guards haven't arrived and starts dropping belief, knowing flight is the sole choice. He notes the monster's tiny size and dreams of scaling. Abruptly, a drake shows in the air, its giant shape grabbing everyone's focus. Fearing. The captive yells, not for be toasted whole, as the drake drops. The beasts fly to blades, shouting for care while encircling the fighting prey. Orc soldiers brace for clash, dazed by the abrupt coming of the worm. A female among them sees someone guiding the worm and seeks to halt the rest. The drake dives into the town, throwing orcs as its pilot jumps low. The pilot, veiled and still, looms near the worm and declares his arrival. The beasts hail happily, naming him chief and cheering his might and aura. From the wood, the captive shakes, doubting if the gifted pilot is truly a beast. Far off, in Sunny Plaza, the guards start to stir in order. Their plate shines as they walk past the town roads toward a secret duty. One guard firmly holds a gory bolt, suggesting at haste and likely battle ahead. The Grand Guard army starts moving under the charge of a lady boss. Blade Scientess, Gantus, shunning rituals, she tells the mobs to move fast before hour ends for their duty. Her stern aura marks the start of a grave raid against the orc risk. The world starts a fresh trial, giving jobs and showing likely gain paths for orcs. It hails sneak wins and foretells coming ranks based on user paths for growth. The user decides to omit the boring part, risking dark results with forced growth, as force flows. The orc chief moves via a 4-week day skip in ticks. The trial stops with poor merit, giving small soul points, despite the 4-week leap. He stirs up Fuzzy, unsure of how it feels to dodge days so oddly. Thou now rank 50. He fears the gain, sensing that traits didn't grow much. A lady orc tells him that young orcs are passing away in big counts. Scared, he sees just a few frail orc infants alive, unsure of what went bad. Asking facts, he probes the Fae, who's just as lost by the bad birth facts. The seized man taunts them, grinning at the loss of orcs to make tough heirs. The orc chief stays quiet, his face dimming as fear and anger grow inside him. The captive mocks the orcs, showing high-status orcs fight to make living heirs, making birth slow. Grinning meanly, he vows orcs can never dominate via mating, naming them idiots. Calm, the orc chief gives him over to the madman, banning loss during questioning. The captive hates them, swearing payback even after ruin, but his talk is shunned. The chief says that raising new idols is now blocked, but idle orcs are fast wanted. Meeting the blade scientist needs tougher orcs, urging him to ask how they may grow. He looms near the fireworm, pained by the secret around her state. Her manner feels odd. He knows she could be feeling a rare shift. She is turning to a half-mortal, purifier, sparking a notion about her part. The worm shifts into a hot devil-like lady with crushing mystic force. The orc chief thinks this could be the rare Lomanenchi the worm parent kept on purpose. The lady leaps, starting a thing that makes the orc chief's frame to bloom with force. As the act stops, a world note signs a giant rank boost has happened. Lin Tian, now piece of the goblin kind, stands stiff before a mighty dragon, feeling the wave of power. He knows he has turned into a star rank after drinking worm juice. The drake who gave him this vigor shows daily, yelling with a bold smirk and hunting him. Later, fires grow as others take the dragon fluid, cheering their own star rank change. Lintian rests quietly before the dragon's pieces, thinking on their tribe's giant muscle jump. Sure, their present vigor is lacking. He starts to boost their skills with finer armor. Lintian enters the digital mart, knowing he should harden himself to guide the star rank tribe. He picks an arcane longbow and a sword-taking gift, seeking variety and escape. Points removed, he honors the trade, putting both gifted items to his stash. Toe check his fresh kits. Lintian aims a trapped person called Loader. Loader freaks as Lintian softly nears, labeling him as a steady trial target. Blade poised, Lintian readies for his start grand test with these fresh-gained gifts. Loader stays the first to feel Lintian's real vigor as a star-rank goblin. Away, a band of hunters walks the magic woods. Viewing goblins as soft food, misjudging the risk, they plan to kill goblins blind of Lintian's rising rule. As the squad moved further into the woods, one of the ladies felt motion in the haze. A giant violet insect appeared, its ghoulish shape throwing dread past the band of hunters. One of them broke and yelled, while another fast hit the beast with a rapid strike. Shaming the dread, a smug sniper waved the insect as a soft rank 3 bug. But the plated knight quickly stopped, feeling a more scary shadow nearing fast. From the glooms, a ghastly shape came, its beaming ruby orbs locked on them. A giant goblin with large tendons and black plate jumped onward, barking with force. Seeing the glow, the sniper knew it was a star-rank goblin, an ultra-thin change. Thrilled by their find, the crew braced for war, keen to kill the chief and find glory. The battle starts when plated knights fight with savage imps, sparking havoc throughout the war zone. Sure of his power, a smug fighter moves ahead, seeking to take the elite boss goblin's scalp. He brags about his old triumphs, keen to join a mighty elite rank kill to his tally. Cheered, the chief allows him to strike, trusting the combat will shortly be done. The soldier rushes with a twisting azure glow, throwing his potent lance talent with accuracy. With a shout, he points straight at the orc chief, awaiting a fast and fatal hit. The monster grabs the lance mid-sky, dazing the knight and turning the speed. Driven by foul power, the beast strikes, flinging the tool back with crushing vigor. The guard holds his buckler, nearly surviving the arriving blow as the beast jumps ahead. A junior team falters under stress, stunned at the beast's huge vigor and constant raids. They strive to wait, leaning on walls, while telling of a monster rogue close. The rogue shows behind a seer, showing the trap as extra beasts swarm the zone. Mayhem starts as Union units die. Gore leaks while the leader's frame stays still. Runners bolt in dread, yelps ring as the beasts grab the top hand. A maid asks for aid, but the beasts shout, glory over their trapped kill. One beast seeks to take a lady slave, but another tells him not to defy laws. Their chief yells him, saying the slaves belong to the whole clan, not souls. Despite yells, the boss claims vigor means not without duty, hating greedy habits. Fellows aid the gripe, saying their vigor proves taking prizes, not obeying clan laws. The small beasts urge their boss to defy command. Sure in his melee vigor, the boss waits but finally tells the slaves be moved back to fort soon. The beasts walk to home with slaves, their counts and glory move the clan. Amidst the fort, Lintian is probed by his peers on ruling the feral beasts. He halts a madman beast from eating a male, saying the slave keeps key facts. The beast wants the girls in return for the male, daring Lintian's command. Lintian tells him who is in rule, telling him not to bypass his rank. The beasts rise, saying Goblin Kwong is now their chief, tougher than Lintian. Lintian sees Kwong as the plotter and gives him a pact to yield. The beasts mock the deal, naming Kwong their fresh king, shunning Lintian's command. Their faith turns, hinting a risky split inside the monster rose. Goblin Kwong looks meanly, truly wanting to slay Lintian and grab rule of the clan. As Kwong leaps, Lintian stays still, showing focus while slaves look stiffly near. Away, true beasts reach Lin Tian, voicing their rising grasp after growing up. Kwang says he honors Lin Tian but loves vigor more than faith or talk. He thinks how Lin Tian once took command by beating the past king. Now Kwang truly dares him, showing his grand data and ghastly melee power. Lin Tian grins, amazed the small knight, tries to dare him at 1200 vigor. He says being glad of Kwang's gain, but tells it's yet not enough. Burning with glowing force, Lin Tian starts to brawl, daring Kwang to go along. Kwang waits before a jagged goblin group, their yells goading him to brawl and slay their boss. Cool and relaxed, the tall-haired hero, Great Goblin, welcomes the group, noting their split faiths. He evokes a glowing heat magic and tells the brave ones to step ahead or meet doom. A trapped mortal watches the event, amazed by the ruler's modest look despite his rank. Noting inner battle among the goblins, he feels a likely path to flee prison. The enemy goblin taunts the ruler's frail aide, shouting glory based on amassed peers. Kwang's opponent emits foul power, swearing his main goal is to seek total vigor. Their grand fight starts. Kwang deftly avoids each massive blow without taking hurt. Awed, the person victim sees the bout. Noting Kwang's strange speed and gift, Kwang strikes with a flame, Edge rushing ahead with fast, sharp steps. The rival goblin is seized off guard by the blade's pace and weird style. His orbs grow in fright as the sparks shut in sooner than he can move. Failing to move, the rival stays for touch, fibers stiff to take the coming strike. He snaps through the fire orb, rushing once with pure power and grit. Kwang neatly avoids, bored, and stops the battle with a grim, proud grin. A giant blast breaks between the scouts, dazing both guards and victims with its abrupt force. The shot keeps everyone in daze, wide-eyed as they grasp the huge power just shown. Even the bold Kwang is flung away, nearly stopping a blow and speaking in doubt. The real foe shows, taunting Kwang and starting a gifted move named Edge Thief. The talent builds a glowing blade suited of mimicking and firing a strike past 3 turns. A brutal hit drops, gore flows as quiet hits. The foe bows taking fate without fight. Viewing the ruined scout, Kwang sneers, seeing the goblin's pride and odd toughness. The nearby goblins drop to their shins, asking for pardon and begging for mercy. Kwang peers down on them, bored, dubbing them gutless filth as they weep at his toes. The pained Kwang is fixed and walks again, now fully true to Kwang's crown. In return for faith, Kwang saves him and tells him to kill the lying goblins. With no pausing, Kwang agrees, vowing his fresh pact as he heads toward the shaking snakes. The lasting goblins cry for their fates, but Kwang's order gives them no hope. Atat is told to smash the thugs in return for might and fame. From far, the folks watch, seeing Kwang's real heart, a beast suited of moving realms. Kwang mocks his victim, glad by how green the folks truly are in their views. Annoyed, the person blames their losses on the Blade Maiden for hiding instead of warring. Dropping poise, he sobs madly, calling everyone scum and showing marks of brain break. Despite loss, the human chief says that the Blade Maiden will soon start a pushback. Kwang softly shows the fact, drakes are not warring alone. The burg is already under charm, seeing they were tricked from the start. The captive takes his end, asking a fast kill. The guy begs for a pure end, picking doom over a life of shame like his mate. Kwang coldly takes the plea without doubt, giving fate in hush. Far off, the Blade Maiden is loudly told by her troops blind of the world's turn. Shaken by the news, the maiden gets from her cot, feeling a thing truly foul. A guard runs in, saying they've come from the wars with dark data. She asks facts, and is told the whole host has been killed off, just one ghost stays. Inside the temple, a mangled guard is moved within, nearly holding to breath past clash. The Blade Master, a stern golden lady, views him, and states mending charms won't help. She probes the depth of his gashes and the luck of the prior guards present. Fighting, the guard states they faced legend-grade orcs, and begs her to save their leader. A sister freaks nearby, shaken by the grim rank of their dead allies. With dying lungs, the guard tells her to stay wary, naming the rivals amazing. One guard claims a troll could bring such wreck, failing to admit the fact. Another ignores the peril, keen to crush what they think are frail pests. The Blade Master stops them, noting the growing worm risks and rival trap power. She tells squads to guard Light City while swearing to kill the orcs alone. A fighter fears the living of the Chrome Edge crew gone in clash. Others claim there is no gain in saving a crew already thought slain. Kasim Petrov, masked and bold, offers to manage the task solo. He sneers the Chrome Edge's ego and asks consent to purge the orcs. The Blade Master probes his choice, telling him a whole crew was killed. A proud guy says he once beat 4 giant fighters alone, ignoring the orc peril, totally teasing the state. He states even legend-grade orcs are no rival for his vigor. His pride shifts to worry as stress grows, but his ego stays seen on his skin. Away, a logic guest softly tells the board to run the local tribe model. The model shows the tribe's gain via battle but hints of vast later deaths. The planner finds that despite old wins, a lone prime hitter could ruin them. Met with 3 clever paths, he finds that hitting Kasimov early lowers peril. Still unsure, he elects to find Kasimov's history before giving to deed. Fast Kasimov comes, cheering out, stating his state before dazed orcs and folks. Kasimov's peer talks of his old wins, stating they've soon won. He tells giant fighters are cruel souls able of hitting pests with naked palms. Wild with pride, he cheers loudly, sure the orc tribe's loss is coming. The orc boss stays cool, telling Kasimov could be more lethal than thought. Anxious, he elects to male person to check Kasimov's skills. Low in the woods, Kasimov marks the weird lack of any alive things. Kasimov comes at a bloody field, filled with ruined tools and dead chrome edge skins. He jeers the dead as trash, charmed by the cruelty that hit the prime team. Scenting the iron smell of gore, he smiles evilly, moved by the death before him. Fast, weird yells ring through the woods, faking a frantic call for aid. The noises wax louder, saying calls for anyone to keep them from hidden peril. Irons clank as steed dashes across the woods, hauling a captive tied in shackles. The sleeping captive, Freya, rests marred and leaking, hauled across the earth at fast pace, as the driver stops. Freya stirs, dazed and frail, fighting to grasp her scenery. Noting the driver, Freya wails for rescue, knowing him as Kasimov and begging for help jarred. Kasimov knows Freya is yet living and seeks to learn what befell to Loder. Freya claims she fled the monster clan and proves Loder has been slain. Kasimov hunts for the clan's spot, and Freya dimly leads him toward it, hinting of peril. She asks for safety, but Kasimov denies, stating he has his own goal to finish. He sparks his lone guard power, aiming to fight the clan solo and earn a combat gain. Quick snare, snaps, tossing Kasimov from his steed before he can move. Getting from the earth, he fears a trap and probes Freya's being nearby. Freya stays mutely, her manner giving doubt as stress grows. Sans any notice, Freya flings a pure charm, firing a sharp glow blow at Kasimov. Kasimov, pained and dazed, seeks to know why she hit him so quickly. Firmly, Freya tells the fact, her lord bade Kasimov's death. Freya flings a ruinous pure glow, boom, bathing the zone in bright ruin. Kasimov shows pained, but strikes back with a ghost slasher gift, venting scary dark force. He meets Freya, blaming her of treason, while she coolly readies for a grave bout. Kasimov admits Freya's vigor, knowing he must scrap without staying back. She jeers him, poised in her lord's vigor, and keen to spill his gore. Kasimov grants her kits and rank are pesky, but views this as a chance to gain himself. Their fierce scrap is stopped when a tall-haired blade guy quickly grabs Kasimov's blade. The guest jeers Freya's bond, naming her a good-taught slave of trolls. Sad in Kasimov's lack, the blade guy jeers the flawed death try. Even while being robbed, Kasimov swears to toss the rival to doom using true craft. He dives wildly toward the crowd, blind of what stays behind the logs. Team of mighty trolls stands ready, he's totally outmanned. The blade guy grins, hailing the task, and venting a giant hot strike. Goblins lunge with savage power, hitting in chorus. The war zone bursts in heat as Kasimov is buried by the synced raid. In the restful Tianquang group, the imps ready for the arrival of their hunting squad. Thrilled shouts grow as their chief comes winning, pulling a frail mortal as caught game. Within a tent, the captive softly wakes awareness, shocked and dazed by his theater. A coal-locked imp probes the mortal, teasing his status as the hated dark ghost. He damns the Blade Monk's ruined tactic, fearing treason and blaming her daring choices. Outdoors, imps toast over beaten rivals, while the master bids the harvest of odd bodies. Amid the mob, the picked imp Gobshan is favored to eat the new mortal meat. The others kindly take the bits, knowing their leader's cold, yet giving choice method. Gobshan is viewed as having the most talent, making him best for trying rare growths. The chief muses while dining, noting that breaking Kasimov will break the Blade Monk. Sure in rhythm, he readies to block the rival's action with a figured coming step. Starting a mimic method, he seeks to guess and handle results before they break. Within the mimicry, he views dreams, teased by the monk's fight to regain power. He thinks he has lately won, naming himself the real lord of the bout. Bidding Gobsling, he tasks plans for a great mission meant to break the coming day. Driven by fury and spite, a mighty fighter swears to truly crush the goblin risk. Inside the fort, guards state the finding of Kasimov's dead frame beyond the gates. The Blade Monk probes the bones in quiet, dazed by how fast the rival hit. Amid fires and mess, the Blade Monk probes their steady losses against imps and drakes. She thinks it is a planned lure. Bright townsfolks are tools in a bigger plot. Fixed, she bids her prime team to race for the palace and seek backup. The team races onward, but one guard alerts the round trek will last 4 days. Fears rise about leaving the town weak, but another hints dividing up to guard both. Their tactic vows that if trapped, at least one rider can find the palace safely. Talk shows that the healer won't leave the home, fearing a sudden rival strike. The goal is to guard both sides, Bright Town and the backup team. With insight gained, the guards stir fast, now truly bound to their vital jobs. Abruptly, the head guard stops, seeing marks of risk ahead on the path. They find the span has been ruined, a plain act of figured damage, with no life to lose. The boss bids a turn, ready to meet the enemy's lure. A guard warns against taking a turn, fearing it's a lure meant to pull them in. He swears this path is safest, and bids the crew to remake the span by twilight, toiling as one. The guards end the short span just as the star starts to dip. The guards start their walk across the remade span, blind of the peril drawing in. Quickly, a giant ghost glides above, stopping the group in shock. To their dread, a drake dives down from the air, ready to strike with power. The guards act in fear as the drake, led by a veiled rival, starts its strike. One guard lunges at the rival. Seeing the trap was a figured, multi-tiered strike. Heat covers the zone as the drake's lung ruins the span and burns the soil. Fires eat the timber frame, cutting off the road and forcing the guards to flee. Viewing the ruin, the guard shuts his palms, mad by the goblin's cruel tactic. A grim shadow alerts the guards of an oncoming wyvern parent and an host of orcs. A giant wyvern swoops from the clouds, pushing the troops into a guarded shape below. Beset by orcs, dread grows as one guard probes the role of lizard backups. The leader bids Bane to burst through and speak back, while others stay to keep the wall. Bane rushes through the war zone, hitting rivals, but knows the fiends aimed their trap. He moves on, vowing payback once the maiden comes to flip the flow of war. A lady guard feels something foul as orcs oddly let Bane to flee sans chase. She knows it's a lure. The rival wants Bane to flee to sow fake news. Over them, a veiled shape proves the orc's true goal is lately in play. The plotter shows there's no wyvern parent, only a ruse to coax the maiden away. He hints Light City is the real goal once its guards are pulled into war. A guard yells in dread, finally knowing the ruinous lure set by the orcs. As the war grows, troops aim on killing the wyvern pilot to stall the rival. Blasts break as both sides hit, with mighty blows rocking the war zone. A guard knows with fear that the rival's power pairs his own, crushing their troops. The The war boils below as Kasimov's team battles against heavy orc counts and cruel teamwork. The Dark Fae chief looks coolly, poking Kasimov's power with a wicked smirk. He alerts his scouts that hour is brief, marking the next step of their charge. The Fae jumps into war atop a wyvern, aiming to end the guards before backups show, worn and dwarfed. The guards keep their spot while the rival rings them with heat. A guard starts wind quelling, barely staying alive, yet knows the orcs are way harder than thought. Hurt and trapped, the guard is hit once, left frail on the war zone. The Fae bids orcs to eat the bones fast before the maiden shows. The orcs act gladly, eating fallen rivals to win power and grow more. The maiden nears with her crew, seeing strewn bones and signs of ruin. Jarred, she knows they might lately be too late to help the front. A lone living soul hates the rival and vows spite for the dead friends. Viewing the zone, the maiden finds that even the forms have gone. Her guys think that wyverns and orcs are acting together again under a mighty chief. One troop proves seeing a orc ruling a wyvern, jarring the maiden into hush. A orc chief atop a wyvern bids fires to wreck the span and hide proof. Noting the ruin, troops beg the maiden to kill the orcs for their cold deeds. Probing the bits, the maiden knows the bones are mainly orc, not mortal, making fears. She turns wary about the lack of wyvern axe and knows a grand plan might be moving scared. She finds it's all role of a ruse and yells as truth sinks in. Back at the faked war zone, troops start to fade and the ghost of real war snaps. Halting abruptly, she notes something at her toes, proving the worst has lately happened. A small lad yells out in misery beside his dead parent, the war zone yet burning. The blade hero nears to comfort him, but the kid shakes in terror and holds to the body. He strikes out, blaming her of acting to shield them while his parent perished weakly. The boy's rage persists as he damns her for leaving them during the orcish raid. Visions of irate peasants haunt the blade hero, tongues shaming her errors and seeking truths. Crushed, she spews gore, falling below the mental agony and shame rotting in her soul. Townsfolk rudely scoff her futility as she rests beaten, robbed of her past pride. Mighty beast female gazes gripped, awed by Lin Tian's tactic of mental combat. She lauds Lin Tian's talent to wreck his rivals inwardly, without even meeting them straight. Dusk hits on the Tianquan clan as monsters return with captives and riches of fight. Their boss, Lin Tian, softly checks the gains, making sure all went well. Seized mortals involving pixies are shut away, some yielding freely to help others. Monsters claim bringing coins and guiding Karia's kin out of peril, as told. Lin Tian thanks them and tells Gobdi and Gobshan to eat mystic beasts soon. Thankful to Karia, the sole soul who once trusted in him, he swears payback and proves Blade Hero's loss. Beasts fly over the air, marking the result of a lucky hit, helped by the beast parent. Within a dim lair, Lin Tian joins the beast female to talk the Blade Hero's crash. She affirms the holy girl has sunk into gloom, but begs Lin Tian to keep force cleverly. Lin Tian hears calmly as she moans the weary task of moving monsters constantly to break people. Mocking, she turns the point and loudly asks Lin Tian what prize he wants for her aid. Lin Tian denies passion, but she talks of using power if he stays to fight her wish. Grinning, Lin Tian parries her goal by mocking his value matched to a beast parent. Hooked, she says he is no basic monster. She finds a monster king's power in him. Moved by urges, she tells her wish to make tough babies by breeding with grand souls. Taking her pact, Lin Tian nods, ending in a private bond that opens grand device prizes. His marks grow greatly, but he swears to shun being used lately by her sort. He softly admits the call for care, even while earning vigor through hidden ways. The beast parent leaves, her shape vanishing into the air as Lin Tian gazes. He thinks on her vigor, knowing the risk of ever being taken by her lately. From away, she grins wisely, trusting Lin Tian might one day guide the monsters into a fresh realm. The kin respond with alarm as the monster chief abruptly declares their freedom from bondage. He clarifies that mortal slaves will now be utilized for breeding, rendering the kin pointless. Kasana and peers are offered the choice to depart, though some pause at the verdict. Known elf bows before the monster chief, voicing desire in remaining and obeying his command. She claims he is no typical goblin and could be helpful to the elf clan. Noting her brilliance, the chief vows to keep the extra elves unhurt if she stays. The elf trusts staying will assist her folks, viewing him as a handy prize. Moved other elves swear fealty to her and the monster chief without pausing. Glad by their verdict, the chief calmly admits the result was as he foresaw. He guarantees their refuge, seeing them as followers, rather than captives currently. With no outside risks, he states it is time to create tougher grand types. Nearby, a giant goblin grumbles that his linked mortal slave is too tiny. Kasana proposes forced mating as a more sturdy fix to such errors. Abruptly, a goblin bolts in, wildly claiming that Gobshan is rioting madly. The chief wants truths, only to learn that Gobshan fiercely snapped loose and hit Piers. Gobshan's frame jerks fiercely, his sinews swelling and fangs grinding as a grim change starts. With warped grinning, he looms as a beastly shape, chilling the watching goblins. Now revived and altered, Gobshan is reborn as a maniac, gifted by the game's grim might. The chief knows he only outlived Gobshan's riot due to buffs from the gilded worm parent. Gobshan, now tougher and keener, voices his homage and vigor to aid the clan, praising his rising. The chief tells Gobshan to aim on teaching the soon age. 3 moons tick, and Soul in Sunnyburg looks tranquil from the skin. In a bar, guests jest about the Blade Maiden and the rising goblin risk. A bold soldier claims that only prime stars like the Bloodstorm group can manage them. The crystal-ranked scout, Buzzard, brags about killing off beasts without needing help. Truly, goblins labor capably in covert, growing stocks and setting up their host. Their chief gauges risks and readies his prime crew to rule the war zone when set. Home at the goblin camp, gaps occur. Goblins want meat, steel, and tools for practice. The chief decides that they shall travel to a more wealthful and guarded spot. With resolve, he peaks and mandates rapid moving for the whole clan. Kasana is amazed by the moving decree, but quickly vows to arrange the plans. The goblins start the trek toward a fresh goal, trekking trails through wooded lands. Past a cascade, they find a vast cavern web, picked as the clan's next home. Beams fire the dim paths as the chief leads the elves and goblins within warily. He bids Gukang and Gobulo to guard the zone and arrange room for clans. Acting without pausing, they start purging the outskirts to build a viable colony below. Lin Tian, now in mask, sips calmly while planning his following step after fixing the orc group. He thinks about scouting Sunny City and the warriors cited by the logic before moving his goals. At the bar, King Caesar gets a glass as a server asks his goal to hunt monsters. Caesar says he stepped in personally to protect his bloodloader from a monster raid, grasping the state. The server nods and tells Caesar manage the risk if he's currently present. Close warriors watch the meeting talking about Caesar's arrival and his fame. The aged wizard says he'll grab the monster-killing task alone to keep the gold. User mocks the fallen blade hero, but they're told of Lucelina, a mighty warrior now active. Lucelina tells folks not to doubt her, telling them of her rank and goals. Bar crowds talk about Lucelina's cruel heart, fearing her greed for coins and gore. A rookie puns about chasing drakes instead of orcs, wanting grand warrior rank. He smiles boldly, wishing a drake death would boost his level far past normal prizes. One warrior warns not to doubt monsters, mainly those with better changes. The aged wizard brags of his skill, saying to have met more orcs than girls. Ignoring the risk, they feel the prize, makes killing orcs worth the steady pain. Caesar admits even the blade hero and troop ranks took hits, demanding a wary method. He asks joining up with the aged wizard, giving him the total prize as reward. Smiling, the old guy warmly nods, taking the prince's deal without doubt. Inside, Caesar intends to let the old guy meet risk while he saves vigor. He views a chart hinting raw power to purge the woods if asked. The wizard warns of hidden risks and suggests wary work before rushing in blindly. A quiet man walks by, grabbing the team's notice with his tough, grand look. The wizard knows him as Orc Killer and asks him to chat. Caesar is amazed, seeing the noted Orc Killer is truly here in the place. Caesar regrets for not knowing him, but Orc Killer likes to stay secret. The wizard talks of Orc Killer's old acts, like killing a monster cook and legions more. Caesar is dazed, shaken by the level of ruin linked to this lone fighter. Orc Killer hates to join their team, saying they could only hold him back. The wizard baits Caesar, telling him not to beg for aid when caught. With nerves high, the old guy begs fast work. Before Orc Killer gets all the fame, beyond the town. Lin Tian views the land, seeing likely paths and risks from a tall peak. Using his logic skill keen sight, he peers in to scan goals from away. Viewing Orc Killer, he's dazed to find shaky point scale and a scary profile. Upset, Lin Tian doubts the logic's truth, fearing a glitch due to the huge point gap. The logic proves its info is true, showing Orc Killer's oddly risky force. While yet scanning, Lin Tian sees Shift at the town door, needing fast notice to rising facts. Lin Tian turns gaze, scanning his likely rivals, starting with Caesar, whose force hits 1300. Then is Gru, a gifted wizard with a force of 1000 and great magic range. Despite their might, Lin Tian feels both aren't truly bright and shouldn't be a major risk. A leader demands closer monitoring on the Goblin Slayer, fearing hidden dangers behind his actions. Their scouting brings them to the ancient, wild debris of the Sky Fury clan. The aged wizard shows shock that such a vast goblin colony stayed buried for so long. A scout yells for the wizard after finding something strange hidden near the jungle ground. The wizard nears as the scout gives him a tiny thing bound in yarn. He slowly smells the gift, closing his orbs as memory kicks in. The wizard names it as Phaelox, giving doubts about Fey pacts with monsters. He claims the Fae aided the monsters migrate and hide their being fully. Using a pot, the wizard snags insects, beings famed to chase the musk of Fae. He intends following the insects to find the monster's fresh home. They free the insects and track as they glide across the terrain. But the path stops at a shore, the musk mostly gone. A guard hints, staying for Goblin Slayer, but the wizard ignores the plan. He motions past the creek, telling them of motion in the ghosts. A shape shows, shielded and low. The alarm grows. It's monsters. The guards hunt monsters across the shore blind. They're entering a finely set snare. Veiled nearby, a dark-haired guy grins as he proves the lure was grabbed well. He waits near a ruby beast, viewing the act happen with easy, poised belief. As the foe walks, the planner sees the shielded Goblin Slayer coming faster than thought. He's shocked to see her nearing bravely, mocking peril with a proud look. Dread fills his skin as he sees a sunny girl quickly leap from the lake. He knows with shock that the known Goblin Slayer is really a girl. Distrust rises. She doesn't look quite mortal, and her gifts feel oddly eerie, despite the stress. She walks easily, nearly calling notice as if baiting him in. The guy thinks hitting others soon, soaring off above the ruby worm. Home at the brook, the girl looks coolly as rivals flee. Her type stays murky, but her power and poise shake even veteran scouts. A goblin nearby gives out a weird noise, pulling focus. The aged wizard tells humans to stay sharp. The clan should be near. Minutes later, a volley of heat bolts falls down, making a frantic escape. A giant heat wave rips across the zone, hitting the guards away during their march. The senior wizard and his peers barely move, knowing too late they've hit an attack. One guard hails the wizard's fast reflex, but the point is sliced thin by a further incoming hit. A giant goblin with a heavy tool rushes into sight, yelling and breaking the soil below him. The goblin druid throws a fireball charm, making a giant blast toward the rival group. Bold in his might, the goblin grins as the blaze swallows the zone with ruinous power. To the rival's fear, the goblin clears the spark safe, leaving the senior mage dazed. A bulky goblin guides a rush as the people see their rivals outlive the ruinous charm. The captain sees they're trapped. Noble goblins in steel plate moving fast. Grasping the crisis, the senior tells Cecil to guard the spot as the rival nears in. Cecil uses Spring of Age, reviving energy to cut warriors inside a shining mystic ring. She goes on with Frostbarb, hitting rivals to dull their drive. Charms pour down, muddy ground and Rain of Fate break and chide the goblins' move. Away from the clash, The goblins mass at a ridge as backups start their drop. A captain tells Gobuti to clear a way for their hero. Gobuno, glowing with vigor, rushes solo at ghastly pace toward the lead rows. He jumps tall, hitting the senior mage while the peers wait for crash. Falling down, Gobuno beats the senior, pushing him to the dirt. The goblins push onward. Gobuno guides the carnage as people die in mess. The guard pulls his peers, telling plate owners to keep shape against the coming goblin rush. Despite their deeds, Gobuno breaks through the lead row, tossing the human teams. Asking for godly help, the guard pulls pure power to meet the beastly raid. He sparks Holy Glow Blessing, a bright blast meant to purge the war zone. As the grit drops, locals reform while mages plan mending for the hurt. Sight filled with rage, the guard vows to slay every final goblin in payback. A secret male watches from away, moved by the humans' massive vigor and teamwork. Yet, he notes that they've picked the bad war zone, hinting peril soon. Fast, a massive freak goblin jumps forward, making dread among the people. A lady washing near smiles, teased by the mess, hailing goblins as cool souls. In the peaks, cries ring as one senior mage spits gore, badly hurt. The clash grows as the freak goblin spree turns vastly cruel and wild. The freak goblin rushes twice, biting all in its way with beastly pace. The guard stalls as the brute peaks above, stopping any way of flight. Crushed and wary, he hates the state, failing to stop the freak's move. A hurt troop yells for aid as goblins near in, sliding towards Cecil in misery. Cecil pauses, stuck by dread, and failing to stir as her peer asks for his soul. Filled by dread, she runs, saying the goblins be devils in masks. The freak goblin climbs the senior, ready to end him off. Sans pity. The sobs for Cecil turn noisy, ringing with gloom across the war zone. Ripped by shame and dread, Cecil hits out, hating her failure to move. She hates herself for not seeing harder risks were kept among the goblin bands. Stumbling back, she's fast hit by a veiled shape coming from the trees. It's the goblin slayer, quiet and grand, as Cecil wildly asks for mercy.
The rose-haired wanderer quivers in dread, frantically sobbing while the conflict with the creatures concludes. Corpses of monsters rest spread through the jungle turf, killed in protection of the fugitive. Burdened with thanks, she holds to the plated warrior, promising to return the soul-guarding deed. The warrior darkly denies recompense, telling her to remain far from peril, naming her a naive youth. Frantic, she begs for him not to leave, claiming this monster clan is ruled by an emperor. He treads away unmoved, claiming that trust makes rivals more pleasant to break as he leaves. Inside the monster fortress, a giant creature moves forward, smirking crazily and meeting the nearing warrior. Abruptly, the monster's head turns in bewilderment as gravity drops onto him from high. The creature stays senseless while noble troops gaze on, dazed by the unforeseen defeat. A masked scout stares from high, mutely following the mayhem moving below. He probes the abrupt monster mania, hooked by the break in their grouping. More monsters appear, moved into brutality, as the conflict grows near the peak route. The warrior meets a monster soldier, taunting his power and defying his command. The creature tells his peers to strike, thinking the warrior is simple food. Steals hit while the warrior rushes without dread, hitting quick and crushing the monster rank. Besieged by monsters, the plated warrior cuts through the crowd without pausing or mystic support. Peering from away, the veiled person wonders how the warrior battles so capably without clear talents. A mighty monster begins a wild strife change, his frame shifting with ruby power and thorns. The changed monster rushes with 4 hooked arms, throwing a sharp glow of rage and ruin. The warrior coolly meets the brute, grinning as though bored by the sloppy malice. When the rival jumps, the warrior ready to hit, aiming the sprinting beast's bare frame. A sudden hit drops both warriors midair, murky power flowing from the warrior's keen riposte. The monster yells in rage, hitting blindly and calling the warrior's ruin. Dirt bursts from the earth, catching the warrior's frame and halting his motion. Trapped. The warrior yells as muck sticks firmly, pulling him low. The veiled leader finds chance, aiming to drain the warrior via weariness plans. He tells his bands to encircle and pelt the warrior from afar, using stones and hexes. Yet caged, the warrior utters shock that monsters might break and use a worm in strife. Giant stones fall from the air, more taxing his spot and harming his shield. Against the fate, The warrior snaps loose and strikes with a mighty power cut, wiping foes. The warrior hits his blade into the soil, making pulses as the strife goes on. Panting hard, he balances himself, showing marks of tire after facing harsh strikes. From a gap, the masked leader watches coolly, seeing the warrior has moved for past an hour. Held down by tire and muck, the warrior pulls his mask, at last showing his skin. The mask falls to the soil as he sinks, failing to keep his vigor more. Quickly, a golden lady in black steel comes draped by beaming ruby force and poise.
Muguk narrows his orbs as the odd female suddenly nears without dread, something jarring in her soul. With no alert, she sinks her palm into a fighter's torso, shocking him with her pure cruelty. She tugs out the organ and eats it, stating it the prime type of fuel, grasping too late. Muguk freaks, admitting to himself he misjudged her ghastly skills. As she beats down warriors Midski, her strikes spark a grim song, forbidden, echoing through the field. Gory yet steady, she looks ahead with intent, showing this was just the start. A beastly shape rushes toward her, yelling risks, but she doesn't blink. She throws a mighty charm with beaming palms, her tone ordering the force to flow. The rival is soaked in a fierce burst, his frame ripped away in the boom. Muguk knows she has orc-eating skills, something not felt in folks. He bids a prompt flight, calling Ifreya to his side as the drake wants to leave, watching her might. Ifreya states the female, the most skilled orc she's felt in eras. Ifreya gives truce, vowing to cure the injured if they permit her to near. Muguk doubts her honesty, fearing trickery and failing to believe her plea. She acts bafflement, while slyly grabbing for something veiled under her steel. Ifreya quickly tosses her steel, bearing herself fully in a rash show of openness and belief. She stays boldly, asking if her motion is sign enough to be trusted. Muguk pauses, wary of her abrupt halt, asking what she might likely be plotting. Despite his fears, Muguk offers a real chat, curious about her goals. Ifreya flouts his past, amazed that a weak-rank orc could drive such a state. She tells him of his vow to cure the maimed, stating he keep his oaths. With a charming grin, she agrees to hold her vow, but wants pleasure now. Muguk stays wary, but her spell slowly melts him as she exalts his brain. As she bows in closer, he knows her manner isn't merely playful, it's cunning and crafty. Muguk moves away, angry at himself for tripping for her trap so simply. He looks around to see his peers oddly shifted away, blind of what's occurring. Ifreya looks calmly, her grin proving she's earned the better side without raising a tool. Her sway grows. Warriors stay still, dazed under her charm and blind of her deeds. She softly binds Muguk, vowing she won't hurt him and even gives friendship. As she sighs, "Let me look," she shoves him down, fully flipping the state. Ifreya scales over Muguk, talking darkly about his later growth and what he might turn. His doubt shifts to bafflement as he asks if she's really firm about her goals. Far, a rose-haired watcher looks on them, dazed and pink by what he's seeing. The rose-haired man sighs, awed to find that the feared orc killer is truly a lady. He fights to grasp how a lady of such fame could link herself with a beast. Ailed by heart, he jumps from the shrubs with tight hands and heat in his orbs. He cries out in doubt, failing to take the odd bond growing past him. Since the orc team starts their walk, bored in the scene playing out behind them. Muguk asks her might, and how she might rule even him, wanting a reason. Ifreya gives him a fact in return for leave to track and help him. Wary, Muguk yields. But just if her reply carries load and senstilly, she avers her blood joins back to the Grand Orc Lord himself. Muguk is startled to find the plated female is bloodline of the Monster Lord. She simply details her look as mortal since her parent was, despite her ogre birth sired by cruelty. She shows herself as the Monster Lord's kid, a lone yet hardy victim. A period passed, she slew the Monster Lord who once aimed to rule her. Upon eating him, she took the Lord's essence, winning command over ogres. With supreme vigor, she ruined the whole vault, wiping the ogre troops there. She gloats about putting her fluid on blades, making wounds into life ends for ogres. Her scorn for ogres feeds her mania, ending them after using their might. Muguk feels her as risky but handy, then asks her to enter his side. She flouts Muguk's care, but he ends the topic, moving intent to spying in Light City. She offers to go and collect data, hooked by the civil state there. She claims herself his property now, vowing to guard him past all else. Home at the camp, Muguk wakes to logic gains and scans his modern math. He muses on his fresh vigor as others prove his life with ease. Despite their glee, he's mocked and teased by those blind of his rising force. An ogre grabs the rose-haired kid, bringing dread as the other mortal begs for his breath. Frantic, he yields ladies in swap, wanting to buy his path to life. Suddenly he asks to meet the chief, wishing bartering may save them. The guy prays to swap anything for the kid's care, giving fealty with no pause. Upon his joints, he shames himself, dubbing Muguk ruler to prove surrender. He intends harming the kid to lure the blade hero, wanting to bait tougher rivals. His head burns with scorn, yelling revenge against anybody who hurt him. Muguk views his truth and grants the warped goal with no pause. While told the goal might show their spot, Muguk tells his troops to believe him. Back in Light City, word of Sissel's arrival flows, jolting the warriors. Sissel's fall and flight cause dread, marking a total wreck. Doubts grow over the luck of his peers, as folk meet in chaos. A veiled guy proves the ash mice and frost souls were all killed off. Only Sissel outlived the slaughter, the others died in the task. The mood grows dark as plated shapes feel the deep load of their loss. In City, a guard keenly asks the ogre hunter, probing if he clashed in the modern war. He proves his part with no pause, meaning he was mindful for the result. With glory, he vows to have killed dozens of ogres, including warped types, all by himself. Within a pub, Goblin Slayer gains honor and free brews, hailed for his brave feats. As locals talk his axe, a low thudding breaks the second, pulling sight skyward. Abruptly, brutal winged beasts crash through the roof, sowing dread and throwing gloom over the folk. The pale souls land, their ruby beams shining, halting everyone below in fear and shock. Goblin Slayer knows the risk at once. These aren't basic fiends, but prime warped imps. Lone Beast speaks him plainly, showing data of his deeds and hinting at a veiled den. The beasts wait above the tap, calmly proving their grip as the guests stay dazed. Goblin Slayer readies to fight, trusting friends to help while he aims on finding the den. One fiend gives a deal, to act jointly in purging the root of the plague. Outdoors, Goblin Slayer views as the beasts take wing, bound to find the imp home. They glide through the dark air, nearing on a shady zone thick with imp musk. The chief proves the path. Gore marks prove the imps lately moved through this woods. Over a AMP clan, the beasts fly mutely as dazed sentries view them for mild bats. Within the hole, only a tiny pack of imps can be viewed. Some lately warped. Shady of the tiny counts, the flying beasts doubt if this is truly the chief den. Over the imp home, the bat-like ghouls prove the site of big breed imps, just as planned. By their leader, the ghouls start their pooled drop, ready to trap the napping imps. With a sharp yell to strike, they start the raid, aiming to suck the rival dry. The ghouls hit first, venting booming force as heat and nails fall upon shocked imps. As mess grows, one ghoul marks a odd thing. Mortal steps in the heart of the home. A grim imp looks skyward, dazed by the sight of a mortal lass, deep within their home. The secret dame, still and poised, sparks mystic rings as heat bursts within the hole. The imps shriek, caught in the heat as exit ways are shut by fire. Beset and scared, they beg for lead, waiting for tasks from their dazed chief. A dark-haired knight moves forward, daring the ghouls openly amid the blaze encircling them. Cool, the imp leader starts a counterattack, his power ripping through heat and gore. Below, aides come as both sides ready for a wide-range war in the falling vault. A mighty ghoul called Wei joins the war zone, her ranks shone with crushing power. Knowing her power, a rival knight views warily, seeing the risk she holds. Wei glides into war with whirling steels, daring the rival with sure, fatal skill. The imp chief gives a bright glow, calling sacred force that dazes friends and rivals alike. Ghouls are tossed back by the quick flash as they battle against the bright raid. Wei shuts her eyes in shock, failing to grasp how a mere imp holds sacred charms. With the glow waning, the imp leader moves forward, beset by shining troops, giving terms of calm. He offers talk over war, stating no side will gain from long war. Wei, still wary, hears alertly while keeping her palm ready, unsure if this is a lure. Wei thinks they're both for the prize, shocked by the imp's cool mood and clever plans. He asks her gain in cash, egging her to show ghouls now deal for gore. Fairly, she says they act to buy gore under monks' back deals, dodging open war with humans. The succubus chief, hurt and frail, hears as the imp suggests an odd deal, shared help. He plans giving them with gore, a thing key to their life and tough for them to find. In turn, imps spark their hearts, beaming force as they ready to back this talk. The demons huddle behind their chief, wary but upbeat about the imp's shocking plan of gore help. The imp says their gore isn't ample long-term, but books show the organ keeps key power. He shows SJ can swap human gore for some beasts, leaving the demons stumped and hooked. He wheezes before telling old myth about demons who once lived by taking SJ instead of gore. This way, let them live without murder, gaining food through pulling alone. The thought of those times comes to a demon as her frame thrums with foul power. The imp claims they miss many things, but not SJ. A pact could grant vast stock. Some demons mock his word, while others trust it might ease them from risky raids. One demon wavers, fearful the Lord isn't there to okay this rising pact. The chief minds their long past of loss, hungry for a better way to live. Moved by the pact, she vows to move, despite the Lord's lack. As they stir, a keen thought glints in her sight. This choice may shift everything. The demon proves the imp's way works. Her look brings a tide of thrill among peers. Keen and hungry, the demons bolt forward, ready to feel the same gain. The imp and his friend watch the storm, noting the ghoul's vast greed and thirst. The demon chief vows to help, asking what their part in this bond will be. The imp grants them home within the den, where gloom fits their sort ideally. He asks only that they guard the den from any foes daring their shared land. With a sure choice, the demon takes the pact, marking a formal bond with the imps. As she walks the den, others follow, fully pledged to the safety of their new home. Meanwhile, the scouts in city falsely think the imp risk has once more been killed. Pub. Scouts laugh about missed imp raids, blind of fresh axe deep in the woods. Suddenly the blade hero returns, pulling focus from everyone with her sudden entry. Shocked, the folk warmly greet her back, trusting her presence shifts everything. Seconds later, she joins a talk, and chiefs ask her to aid in killing imps. Urged by others, she vows to help, brushing off the job as doable. A legend rank hero, Ellison, also vows his aid, ready to hit at the imp camp. The blade hero hands the imp death job to Ellison, giving it with sure trust. Ellison warmly takes, moved by the chance to follow her and win fame. Greed glows in his sight. This task might lastly lift him to grand rank hero level. Deep within an odd woods, coiled stems guard a hidden grotto where a drake seed sits unstirred. Hurt, female holds the seed, her frame burned and still, shielding it with her last vigor. Rain falls outside the hole as weak shakes mark nearing peril. Yet she doesn't wake. Quickly, her sight snaps wide. Sharp wails ring as she grips the seed closer in panic. Past the whole mouth, she sees a rival appear on Wyvernback, far faster than she thought. She pets the seed softly, minding the youth's dad and murmuring last words of caution. Dark force leaks around her. She stands with rage, bound to guard the youth within. Her soul grows loudly as she yells a threat, swearing to stop all in one blow. Over soil, the rival drops with spite, while she readies for a final stand. Fair gifts hit, gloom against glow, ripping through the terrain in a bolt of ruin. A guard calmly moves out through the mess, calling out the Drake lady's name. Amethyst Dragon Mother stares boldly, loath to yield back despite heavy odds. The guard vows doom, firing bright blade force as she readies to hit. The Drake vents, Wu blaze, hitting head-on with holy glow in a ruinous blast. The war zone flares as both gifts burst, jarring the world under them. A veiled male shakes as the amethyst dragon peeks above, its vast bulk scary to see. Holding his blade, he wavers, seeing he is fully bested in both force and look from below. The Drake Mother rushes onward, steel out, aiming right at the beast's heart. She yells for the male to flee, as the Drake vents a loud cry above them. Mouth open, the Drake's force grows, its strike breaks the zone with popping violet power. The female fights fast with blade cuts, breaking the coming balls and turning the hit. The male begs for grace, but his yell is lost by the hitting gifts. He's pushed back as a new storm of charms and bolts fall down from above. The Drake Mother hits again, venting steel cyclone and ripping through the wind with rage. Far away, a ruined drake seed drops and breaks open on a bare ledge. A young drake comes, by nature opening its wings and tripping onto firm soil. It lets out a wail, blind of the hard fight fought far above its home. Gore leaks from a far hit as the fighter views her hurt prey below. She thins her eyes, probing her close fail, while the mother grips her wound. Quickly, the youth drake shows, yelling loudly to guard his hurt mother from more pain. A black drake lands, guarding the hurt parent as a plated fighter nears with fatal focus. The parent begs her girl to bolt, tossing a charm while the rival primes for combat. Seizing the kid, she jumps away, yelling for her to go back to the spot of dreams. The parent is hit aloft, her frame struck harshly as the kid yells in misery. The drake flees, while the plated lady readies another strike, aiming to stop any flight. To guard the kid, the drake vents mystic globes, forcing the rivals into shield. As fires drift, two guards yell in anger, failing to halt the drake's move. One slurs the lost luck while the other claims they aim on aiding Light City. They flee. Blind, the drake bears the hurt kid deeper into risky lands. The gashed drake falls, its frame circled by hexed fires, tainting its charm. It holds the kid, vowing to lead her to the drake's home for rebirth. Despite hurt, it vows to guard her, hauling its frame onward through mist and hurt. The kid stays calm as the drake drops beside her, both messy and frail. He pleads, knowing he lacks the vigor to aid her now, but won't quit. With stout intent, he jumps upward alone, bound to get power and return. The dragon's home looms past fiery flows and sharp peaks, beating with old lizard force. A broken dark drake drops at its foot, sails shaking as it hunts for aid. Moved by panic, he moves onward, bound to aid the one he bore. Suddenly, scouts block him mid-road, hitting him to the dirt with crushing power. Many drakes hold him, fearing a risk as he fights arrest with all his vigor. A kid's wail rings as scouts state they've found a shady visitor within the home. The burning drake parent shows, sight closing upon noting a known cut head. As the drake lord, she drops, asking the brand of the odd drake under. Wary of his roots, she asks who he is and what led him here. He begs for his parents' rebirth, stating the head was of her, slain by pure force. The drakes prove the gashes suit the strike of a mighty lady, mourning Philbus's death. The drake parent asks his genes, doubting him due to his foul state. The drake claims he never saw his father, but his parent said he was a goblin. Drakes around him act in shock, jarred by the plan of a goblin-born drake kid. Before they can move, a mighty goblin dives in, vowing himself the boy's father. The small drake muses on his genes, half goblin, yet heir to the fine glass drake blood. The burning drake parent states that curing his parent needs beating the drake beside her. Suddenly, a cruel voice jeers the trial, happy and keen to watch the brawl start. A giant monster drinks foul force, its frame bulging with might, while sparks blaze across its arms. Three drakes watch the shifting cautiously, seeing that something bizarre is stirring near them. One lizard's orbs grow in fright, feeling the growing risk from the altered monster's spirit. The changed brute throws a hot strike, its spark glowing as it leaps fiercely into the air. In pain, the main beast coils on the dirt, eaten from inside by the entering power. A dark worm coldly tells the Lord's decree, life must arise from the host's own vigor. Static force jumps out as the monster snaps loose, its frame building into a fresh type. The nearby drakes admit his life, one honors triumph and wants to help his parent. The Ruby Drake soldier calls him Nidras, now viewed as a real worm in their group. The Ruby Worm vows rebirth, making a rite involving a path across spatial cracks. A holy ghost starts the gate, giving luck to touch the hidden land past ruin. Down mages pray as old charm wakes the dead lady's frame in hiding. Elsewhere, imps dine on meats, sparking fast growth through cruel eating rites. Fresh noble types arise, greedy imps, mallet imps, each winning crushing fresh war skills. Ebony imps build a skilled team, showing imps must eat to live and wax tougher. AA hurt male says imps must eat to grow, unlike men who gain through plain war. He notes the mark may be any breed, showing the harsh skill of imp growth. The demon hails his brain, moved by the joy of eating on mortal gore once, to help him. She says she's finding the Blade Monk's place using her web. She tells that the Blade Monk ran Sunnyberg after finding the warrior's ends. She hints that a strong killer team, the monk's past peers, might soon be called. Instead of fear, the imp chief feels glad to stir openly now that she's left. The demon is shocked by his ease, but their talk is broken by fast facts. Aspy tells a close pack of imps is nearing their hole with vague goals. Wary of the place's void. The imp boss thinks if they're hitting a deeper risk, imps climb the peaks as a hidden male, looks from high, set for fight. The secret pack views the soil, making their line as nerves grow. A mighty imp crossbreeds them, rank 50, with wild marks and a huge gift pool. Moved the scout sees this odd kind keeps power equal to noble knights. The cross claims rule of a raid team from a bigger clan, set for war. The wild-type imp chief feels gore past the stream, though his slaves stay blind. Happy, he thinks meat is lurking within the den and readies for a nice kill. Fast steals cut through the wind, taking the boss off base with a sharp raid. A grim male hits from the mists, fighting the pack with fatal skill and superb pace. Chaos breaks as one imp names the killer as a freak, sparking total panic and flight. Scared by the crushing heat, the imps bolt while their boss knows he's been led into a cage. A solo imp runs across the woods, gasping in dread after seeing the sudden kill. Before he may flee, a fatal bolt cuts across the sky, hitting him with deadly aim. Lin Tian meets a pack of savage orcs, steady by their scary presence in the woods. Their boss turns angry, moved by the frailty of his dead minions, calling them trash. One toxic monster falls past Lin Tian, who still looks scares the staying pests. Another feral orc seeks to bully Lin Tian, yelling and swinging his blades wildly. He loudly vows to chew Lin Tian for wanting to talk so bravely as a tiny life. Lin Tian reacts with disgust, poised to give penalty as the orc scoffed his pride. 10 periods later, the orc is ruined and gory, asking Lin Tian for grace and truths. Lin Tian now, red-stained, is happy and softly plans to pull the sought data. He wants facts about their clan, its boss, and their goal in the land. The orc says he's from the Savage Lord clan, going back via vows to find stuff. Lin Tian asks more about their boss's vigor and present rank. The orc shows their king is a demon duke near to growing into an archduke. He says the king hunts a relic left away, buried deep in the past zone. Lin Tian feels curious, seeking for facts about the object's place. The orc asks for escape, saying he's told Lin Tian all he feels. Lin Tian vows to free the orc, but his wicked look shows at another goal. Seizing the orc's face, he plans to pull something lower than skin, hitting the beast's ghost. He softly says his rule: the frame may be saved, but the ghost stays with him. A tainted bone beams darkly, moving to Lin Tian's right as lime force starts to flock. Links clang, while ghost force is roughly drawn from the orc, lighting the lair with ghostly glow. The orc yells in panic, seeing too slow what Lin Tian truly meant. Ghost force wildly flows out, spinning near Lin Tian as the orc moans in pain. The rite finishes, the orc drops, and Lin Tian drinks the turning lime spark. A message shows: his whole power grows by 200, making him vastly tougher. Lin Tian sees the clan's vigor matches mortal lands, thinking how to employ this to his gain. A lady guard comes, knowing the trapped orc's blood from the mighty Savage Lord clan. She tells Lin Tian not to upset them, since their power goes far and long. The orc, yet awake, shows even the Braveheart land fears his clan's aid. The Grand Grave, the guard is dazed, seeing they might have slain a man linked to something much larger. She tells the Grand Grave owns the sunset-cursed woods and keeps a rank 12 beast. Hearing of the rank 12 thing, Lin Tian briefly shakes, knowing the size of the risk. After a short rest his look grows. He's quickly hit with a fresh plan. He begs the guard to help in ruling the orc using gore as a tool. Lime force flows as Lin Tian starts binding the orc's frame with a ruling charm. He says the ghost can stay whole if kept by thick lineage power. The guard thinks that just old royal clans may do this form of command. Inside the vast Lionheart capital, worry grows as lords flock in the regal room. A small hero, bowing in regret, is blamed by Duke Pheromone for causing dirt to the house. Frantic, the guard shields himself, showing their prime team was crushed and Loader stays awake. Duke Pheromone stands in rage, throwing a mighty glow that burdens all in the vault. Hitting his palm down, he yells the mistake, teasing their loss by basic imps. He yells about state shame, noting the lords have turned a joke throughout the realm. The guard falls down shaking, cursed by dread and blame, as viewers mutter in scorn. A ghastly sight of a demon peeks in his head, marking the shock he faced. Howling, he states the demons might crush them. Panic yet holds him fully. Duke Pheromone bursts in fury, naming his boy a shame and telling him to quit. A fresh lord walks softly, pausing the mess and hailing Duke Pheromone simply. He offers a pact to fix their house's pride past the local ruin. Duke Pheromone asks for detail, doubtful of the abrupt gift and its clock. The lord states the ruler has called the Blade Monk, thinning their answer. Grinning, he notes that if the Blade Monk drops, their houses will look truly useless. The lord tells Duke Pheromone to tell the demon risk to the ruler via his boy. He vows that once the lords move their troops, even an emperor can be broken. Folks mutely watch the talk, worry rising as Duke Pheromone slowly weighs the plan. Next, the boy is made to bow before the chair, asked with telling the event. Suns go, and far inside the woods, a stream veils the demon's masked land. A caught man shakes at the look of demons nearing, naming them devils in dread. Away, a girl grabs to a demon, asking him to show her living ways. Fast spies fly in, telling a big count of armed folks grouping at Light City. Extra demons show, noting folks from the Wild Lord clan are nearing from one edge. The demon chief grins, feeling mess, and thinks the fight is about to start. A demon captain sits hurt, noting that a secret brute has soon ripped through their crew. A savage ghost rises, yelling as demons plan for a war much rougher than feared demons group together, calling for pay and the finding of a taken charm band. Latter, human units take guarded spots above fort walls, fearing the foe's reach. At the fort doors, extras group, set for war as dark covers the arena. The top boss of Light City hails Duke Pheromone and Duke Stannon as they show. Duke Stannon asks for the Blade Monk, surely bored in talking with any soul. The boss notes that the Blade Monk quit Sun's past, leaving him to greet moving lords. Stannon laughs the boss, noting that without the Blade Monk, he finds no use in talk. Steady, the boss names himself as a student of the Blade Monk and guard of Light City. Stannon beams mockingly, saying they moved only to kill demons, but a weird hum breaks in. A lord yells in fury, telling his guys to hunt past the imps with total power troops, bolt into the paths, blades lifted, crushing imps in a planned counter-strike. The skirmish grows as imps and troops fight, but a secret wizard casts foul force nearby. Above the moonlit berg, havoc grows as the clouds dim with spinning bats. A thin-haired imp views the starting act, stunned by the scale of defense. Sure, the peer kills imps, simply teasing them as frail and puny foes. He sees the current fight, certain of win with imps being trapped and beaten down. He states the clash shall finish inside the block if they keep speed. Abruptly, gore-hued force breaks as a fresh ghastly risk rises fiercely from the war zone. The dark-haired imp feels peril as the beast lord imp wakes low within the debris. A bulky brute breaks with grisly aura, shaming all nearby in blunt might. Its traits show it as a ghastly foe, tough, cruel, and foully jinxed. Dazed, the imp asks how such a thing might live, ignoring its vile shape. People dread and flee, crushed by its aura and lethal power. Appear pauses, wary what it is, as a fresh shape comes hailing him dad. Lucelina guides the school team, aiming to battle the Beast Lord Imp with total power. Their leader tells a planned strike, while Lucelina is told with finding and shielding Sire Loader. She bolts ahead, throwing her pike and hitting the Beast Lord with a hot blast. Despite the blow, the brute moans loudly, untouched by the strike's first touch. Lucelina and the team seek to keep spot, steering the Beast Lord far from the town bricks. Viewing from high, Lin Tian knows the humans are waiting to dodge city ruin. Lucelina calls herself the school's glory, honing her intent to stop the risk herself. In the war zone, the harms stay calm while the Beast Lord rules the middle. Arms swing around as the brute shows no hint of failing. A knight spells his blade with azure force, swearing to build a path for Lucelina. She flies onward, steady to end the scrap and show herself. Battling Midsky, she pushes her path past the imp pack with steady intent. Lucelina starts her higher method, foul-breaking Saint Pike, hitting straight at the Beast Lord. The brute yells in harm as the bright force stabs its ribs. Lin Tian views oddly, moved by her might and the people's strange unity. Mad after being hurt, the Beast Lord Imp yells in fury, hexing Lucelina for her strike. His frame beams with foul violet force as his cords bulk, and his orbs beam ruby close. A mauve-haired knight feels the coming might and moves with clear panic. The dirt shakes as the Beast Lord drops a loud yell, calling huge tides of force. Titled, Beast Lord's Yell. The strike warps the wind, bending all inside its growing scope. A flying monster glided over the war zone, emitting shaking pulses that ripped across the sky. Its yell rang with lethal power. A fighter floated mid-sky, clenching his jaws against the fierce noise. The power flowing from under aimed to crush him. The orc emitted another gust. Blasts flowed outward, hitting troops senseless and tossing rubble over the area. A lass fainted among the fallen, her frame quivering. She fought to grasp the crushing vigor ahead her. Failing to stir, she looked at her palms, knowing this rival was way past what she might manage. As the earth blackened, a giant ghost neared. She glanced up, stuck in dread. Sobs flowed past her skin. The monster stayed near, its ruby orbs fixed on her. From away, beams of spark flew past the blue. Allies spotted the chaos. Troops on the earth aimed toward the clouds, where ruin had lately started. The orc seized the lass and moved back. Its frame beat with cruel vigor. Her parents saw her, shouting in misery as the brute ran. Shunning his group's alerts, he dashed ahead, packed with fury. The orc showed its teeth and rushed. It hit with harsh vigor, tossing debris. Lifting its hand, it planned to smash all in its road. The grand leader fainted, beaten in a lone blow. Gore leaked as the orc's strike hit home. Blades sped toward the brute, but it parried them with luck. The troop's deeds hardly halted its motion. The orc moved doggedly. Scared troops held their plates, waiting for a hit past their vigor. A veiled seer banked power. Fires coiled about his palms as he planned to strike with total vigor. He threw peak-grade spells. A dense powerball burned past the wind toward the mark. The blast fired the blue. Grit and blasts blew over the war zone as orcs ran in dread. The seer smiled in fatigue. He thought the orc had failed. Before him, the monster moved. Its giant shape stayed steady, cackling wildly. The seer took life for glory, blind of the threat yet nearby. From the glooms, the orc stirred. Its orbs flamed with fury. It dived, mouth open, set to eat. Troops stayed stuck in shock. Its fangs shut in. A leader knew too late that the terror had merely now started. A weird sound rang across the woods as Lin Tian watched from a gap. The wind quivered. Something was moving near fast via the haze and oaks. His keen orb saw the change, a demon in half-mutation, its frame bloating, cords bursting, skin ripped away, as pure power flowed from inside its heart. The beast finished its growth, turning a grade 80 fierce demon. Dark orbs burned with rage as it loomed past its kin, leaking lethal zeal. The fierce demon rushed ahead, ripping past guards. Gore stained the dirt as it ate all in view, unrivaled in power and pace. Lin Tian gazed darkly. Skill points moved toward the beast. It waxed tougher with each body, a relentless power if kept ignored. Smaller demons wailed, but might not run. Lin Tian knew it was hour to rule this mess and reap the cruelty for self. The fierce demon howled, making the pack to rush. Weaklings were harmed quickly by its limbs, giving no space for flight. People surged to build a shield. Blades hit, but their rows snapped under total demon counts and dread. The mortal leader called a flight. Townsfolk and crews fled for the town doors as alarm grew. The demons flocked ahead. The fierce demon broke all in its road. No one might halt the charge. Lin Tian and his ruby-plated partner waited on tall earth, seeing the mortals fade within the bricks. He grinned. The whole troop had reached one spot. The moment was ideal for ruin. Springing past the air, Lin Tian dropped toward the war zone. His coat flowed like a ghost, under demons' robbed forms. The scent of gore leaked. Oaks moved, feeling risk. Gleams of spark flared from the edge. Lin Tian's face hardened. A mighty spirit was coming. Lin Tian flew past the war zone, giving the call to flee. His red sword bird tore through the black air as demons rushed to heed. The demons mirrored his word. They ran fast through the murky roads, ducking into the ghosts under the veil of mess. Actually, a mortal chief waited bold, yelling into the gloom. The fierce demon came, looming past him, eyes beaming with cruel might. The mortal spat scorn, failing to talk. The fierce demon didn't pause, hitting with harsh grit, breaking the dirt under them. Gore leaked as the demon poked him. Hurt bent the guy's face, but he kept his spot, quaking under the demon's look. The demon asked him about a lost thing. The guy's hush merely fed the beast's fury, as stress rose between them. Fast, bright swords of spark fell from high. The fierce demon just missed the lead hit, barking as the strike grew. A shining prize fell from the air. The demon's orbs grew as the tool fixed itself into the war zone. Might flared. The dirt broke, and the demon fell back, asking to feel who had risked acting. A holy tool shone in the haze. The fierce demon moved, wary of the godly glow around it. From past the fog, a fighter came and took the tool with no pause, showing himself as a fresh risk. A rush of azure force flared ahead, hitting the demon back. The slayer had come with crushing power. A fresh shape met the fight, holding dual steels. His name Marshall rang as he moved ahead with fatal nuance. Soon, two more met him. The plated giant, Austin, and the smart seer, Emma, waited near him. The mortal leader smiled with rest. The prime souls of the Blade sect and Slayer sect had come. In mourning, the air stayed still above Radiant Glow City, while worry stirred under the calm. From a tall roof, a draped imp observed the berg, his orbs keen and his nails buried inside his gown. He felt the berg's troops gathering. A cruel imp had lately started ripping across the plaza, making guards to react since he had to. The giant imp bellowed and rushed, waking his born malice using the gift, Primal Spirit. With burning ruby orbs, the brute ate a peer mid-scrap, taking its power in a cruel fever. His changing finished. Now massive and inked with pink cords, his power to mend fast after eating was truly ignited. The draped imp closed his orbs, shocked with the beast's fixing talents. While mighty, he saw the gashes were yet vast. Healing would need span, giving him an unplanned benefit. Smiling quietly, he enjoyed the halt. Also, the guard pair under asked the beast's toughness after stabbing him. The warped imp fell down with ghastly power, nails shone and soul shaky. Acting guiltless, he begged to flee the scrap, vowing no wish to fight and pledging flight. The golden fighter moved onward. Her doubt rose at the remark of the grand vault. Stress climbed as the imp vowed he hadn't taken anything, swearing with a royal name. The guard leader felt flaws. The imp's actions and vows didn't suit the nearby ways. One friend proved the doubt the imp was no common raider. If he truly came from the remote grand vault, his being here marked larger risks. The gray-haired lass joined together the plan, seeing the imp may have coaxed them on purpose from the grand vault to ruin both ends. Her friend feared such clever logic could stem from a small imp doubting its brain. A mad senior yelled from the mob, stating that the imp was guilty for two big losses, the Lord and a roving star, and called for prompt, killing. A mighty fencer moved onward, his look still but fatal, claiming to truly manage the impas. his being dimmed. The cruel imp felt the turn in might and froze. In the near moment, a huge gust cyclone broke, tearing across the combat and throwing junk around the plaza. The imp was seized in the gale, his frame flung fiercely as he vowed to fight the power. He was sent via the sky, fighting to heal as the cyclone moved on. From a gap, the Golden Guard blocked her orbs, awed with the total power shown in the strike. A soaring bird dropped in the mess as another person rode it, planning for chase. The draped imp stayed masked, thinking and grinning at how the crude imp was blindly draining their troops. He gave a quiet order to his bird, Xiaoqian, to find and kill the imp once he was ruined. The guard flew after the flying imp, vowing she would not let him to bolt. Turning across the blue, she flung her steels toward the mark, aiming for a docking blow. Viewing the strange path begin, she held her gum, shocked how a small imp was yet staying on. The guard threw high-power flying blow, her steel caged in turning force. The winding bend tore via the sky, coming in soon on the fleeing bird and its boss. The draped imp yelled too soon. The blow crashed, forcing Xiaoqian to duck at the past pulse. Soaring away, the imp praised his fate, barely dodging dead harm by moving status aloft. The guard stood under, orbs fixed on the leaving shadow, hating to pull away. From a gap, the draped imp weighed her power and mania, knowing she'd hunt them fiercely.
A volley of rays drops from the air, ruining the hush of the woods as reality crashes. With vast power toward the pond, under the strike shakes the encircling soil. The monster kicks onward, his paws ripping through turf and flint as he dashes through the woods. His motion is swift, purposeful, and intense. Grounding by a stone base, he grips his hands. He needs vanish fast. His rivals shall soon show, and his path is yet warm. Scenting the breeze, he feels another monster close. The smell is fresh and fused with something mystic. He evokes a person yelling about a looted band, cursing monsters for the raid. The vision stings in his soul. The smell shows the gear was never grabbed. Fury grows, he was fooled. With a howl, he breaks a brick base, calling for those within to step out. 3 girl monsters quiver in the black grotto, shaky what to act. Dread blooms. One wonders if he'll burst in. Another claims they strike back, but the laws bid to keep veiled. A quiet fighter shows, believing Lin Tian to guard them. The monster barks, feeling someone high. A holy shape drops in a shaft of glow. A killer gazes. The monster won't flee. A giant sword demon strikes from high, dropping bolts of fire. The air glows as it rushes with lethal power. A burning sunball hits toward the earth, throwing liquid pulses across the crust. The monster leaps forward through the coals, orbs beaming red as he rushes onward toward the rival. Shunning heated ruins, the monster zips upward, feelers lashing through the air as he hunts the flying demon. He shuts the gap soon, hitting his hooks into the monster's sails, stopping its drive. A ghostly shape shows through the fog, its aura locking the monster mid-strike. Jade force pulses as the shape lifts its palm. A dark band beams darkly on its limb. The monster's orbs expand. That was the gone magic band, the one looted during the hunt. His zeal bursts, blaming the shape of loot. He begs the band back, but the shape grins. Coolly, he asks what might occur if he merely failed to yield it. The monster growls and rushes onward, unable to limit his zeal anymore. With pace and vigor, he dives with a rich power charge, hook set to hit. The monster hits down, but the shape stays calm, steady through the grit. The rival mocks him. With this aframe, how might the monster want to gain? In one beam, the shape blocks. Hitting down from high with fatal rigor, sand and ruins burst as the monster hits into the dirt, starting a logic signal stating a rising gift. Fueled by zeal, the monster vents his rich vigor, howling as force fills his frame. His rival softly moves a palm, using a gift in turn, calling a wave of masking light. The monster is hit into the mud, his arms jerking as he drops. Bold strides near as the winning guy walks over the crushed monster's frame. With a proud look, the guy talks on taking the fresh gift by just luck, showing no guilt.
That savage orc, severely harmed, lunged forward with gore leaking from his belly. His stance exhibited no pausing, despite the clear trauma. He soared into the sky, whirling mid-strike. The power of that jump ripped across the gale, pinning his victim into place. Touching roughly, The orc beat the earth and went on with a chain of fast, thick hits. The ground split beneath his paws. He smashed with the foe at short space. The clash produced a ripple, ruby light beating outward in all paths. A menu box showed the beast's power, 2700. Though hurt, his peril rank stayed intensely high. His rival stayed still. Judging the orc's state, the beast's vigor gave hints of waning. The orc felt motion aloft. His reflex was too dull. A sharp blow poked his torso, pushing him to the soil. His power fell instantly. He sank, failed to rise. The scrap ceased without battle. The winner saw the ruined orc. No extra strike was done. The orc stayed awake, but frozen. His state was vital. His frame was hauled to a nearby stream and left past. A scout came quickly then. He checked the orc's form. The pale elf stated that their goal had been leaked via meddling. A fresh peril was told an enemy suited of seeking them below. The dead orc was known as a peer of the big grave. Seeing this, the elf weighed using the orc's origin to spark war among groups. Despite the odds, he vowed to milk the link. His goal involved pushing the orc home to tell the big grave, using him as lure for revenge. Seizing the orc by the ribs, he told the scout to give a plea to the grave, using the band as sign of what had passed. The scout took the goal without protest. His steps were sharp as he readied a foul right. He took force from the band and started moving light via his palm. Might built firmly. Beaming lime ink grew aloft as the charm took hold. The rising stage had begun. The savage orc, though slain bits ago, started to peek past the power of light. His body flared with lime sparks. His scars faded. Now moving, he rose once bigger and steadier than lately. The scout gave him a task: return to the grave and tell folks. The reborn orc moved and started his duty. Within a lair, orcs reclined past a blaze. The revived orc came and stood quietly amid them. A tool alert showed. The lord had gained 340 soul marks. The ghost passed the tool, watched closely. One path came calling a rank 6 wolf, but might shown wasn't enough to stop modern perils. The elf dropped the hope of calling the wolf. Instead, he weighed boosting his traits via perk levels. 2 traits came. Warped Blend, let him take bits of rivals for point gains. Gore of Fall was another path. This perk sapped rival perks and boosted harm. He viewed both paths slowly. He eyed the blend perk, seeing that though it looked soft alone, it might be boosted via his cell-eating trait. Seeing a blend drake, he weighed taking its fins to earn soar powers via eating certain traits. He also dreamed mixing with Medusa's orbs to get her stone force, growing his smart paths. Despite the perks of blend, he felt that fallen gore was the sole sure way to fight the pure tool. He took his path and turned the tool, starting the swap stage with no pausing. The deal worked, and the tool gave his soul marks, shocking him with a spare gift. The next perk, Warped Blend, was also turned. It fixed the cell-eating caps kept in his breed. This twin gain kept him happy. He truly hailed the tool's speed and mercy. One of his pawns spoke to him, breaking his views with a pained look. A lady orc walked shakily, her skin red and her palms held near her ribs. She moved closer, her look wary but firm in goal. Softening her tone, she gave herself, hinting a thing quiet but known.
3 impish maids felt panicked while Lin Tian, drained and annoyed, faced with endless distractions. He inwardly groaned over the recurring mess, his frame hitting its peak from the steady intrusions. An officer came, stating that a mortal made havoc once and had robbed 2 blades. Lin Tian told to be moved there. A mortal male fled across the brick tunnel, panting, dropping to his joints. He wailed in shame, cursing himself for hurting his real parent and sibling. Lin Tian and the impish maids came when the male yelled his name constantly, hopeless and ruined. The male prayed to find if his kinfolk was yet breathing. Lin Tian told icily the parent was eaten and the sibling ruined. The male sank in daze, quiet at once, then joked in insanity. He sobbed louder, mourning his deeds. Lin Tian noted that it was lucky he was yet breathing. Once the male rushed ahead, Lin Tian hit, pinning him. The captive stayed still by the wall. The goblin teased his frailty following long shared torture.
Lin Tian held a blade, saying the spite had died, the edge was now grace. Gore leaked along the soil as a pointed pole dropped. A fresh place moved into sight, the risky Grand Crypt Woods. Far inside the woods, a giant monster spoke itself as the boss of the brute clan. Its tone rang from a lair. Quickly, a hellish brute, with many spikes through onward, its vast mouth parting wide in a yell. A goblin bowed before the giant brute, looking at its burning ruby shape. He asked to see what the monster was. The brute told it didn't recall what mortals had done, just that they ruined its whole kin. Keeping up a burning jade charm, the goblin showed the power of a dead lord spirit ghoul, vowing to aid the brute talk. The burning charm hit the brute's skull, starting unholy power. With the power to talk, the brute sought for aid, its tone bold and shaking. Orbs held in hate, it begged vengeance against those guilty. The brute told the goblin of the bond not to step into mortal zones, but the goblin vowed to ask the king for consent, hinting they swap for mortal slaves. The hulking monster weighed the deal, wrath stinging past its orbs. The brute bowed, driven by famine and carnage since years of control. Days went, a brief span later. The peak stayed calm under a bright air. In a hole, Lin Tian stayed solo, holding a shining azure relic as a fresh step of his task opened. Lin Tian studied his revised info board, seeing his gained rank and lately honed talents. He judged his growth over the gone days, knowing that he had mainly learned the work of cursed gore and boosted his total vigor. Seeing that the practice area's hardship had grown, he readied himself deeply for the trials ahead. A lady friend moved, telling Lin Tian that distant guests had come and were staying for him at the lair mouth. Lin Tian thanked her, stepping ahead without pausing, lately knowing their coming. She rushed near him, asking if he wanted help for his future trip to Shiny Glow City. Lin Tian stated he might manage the task solo, and just wanted aid if sudden issues arose. He told her that the walk was normal, and she nodded, noting his belief. She saw him quit the lair road, intent to aid if he ever needed cover. A solo shape moved softly past the lake, his spirit relaxed by the flowing tides. Each pace moved him nearer to a battle-worn imp standing near a dead brute. Without notice, the figure lunged, giving a fierce blow that sent a mighty beast falling into the lake, gore leaking into the sky. The imp stood frozen as a shade grew behind him. A bulky ruby-skinned shape showed, eyes shining, mocking the imp's base rank with a cold tone. The red shape was shown as Nayudali, an Ox Oni savage, a 7th rank beast with grand power and demon growth traits. The watcher stayed still, shocked by the beast's rank. He had feared a lesser foe, but now met thing far more deadly. Nayudali led a group of tough scouts. Among them was another imp bold and mighty, whose power nearly equaled his own. The imp leader waved dull talk. He told the march onward with keen power. Ahead sat a walled berg, blind of the rising risk. Nayudali told the berg grew tough scouts ideal food. He rubbed his lips, craving for mighty grub. Within the berg, scouts feared as the soil shook wildly. From the shades, packs of Ox Oni moved onward with heavy power. People yelled as beasts fell from the air. The imp calmly asked if these beasts were truly horrid. He vowed smart imps were scarier, and soon this berg would be his. An Ox Oni broke through the berg, holding a weak man in its bulky fist. Its eyes flamed with greed as it vowed its desire for new food. Opening its jaw wide, the beast sought to eat the yelling man. The sharp teeth rose, throwing a shade of doom over its food. Before it could snap down, a bright yellow blow fell from aloft. The crash broke the soil and threw the beast backward. More Ox Oni sped in, scaring people. One man fell backward, his look twisted in dread. A group of plated scouts came. At the heart stood a dame clad in iron, the Blade Saint, ready to meet the foes. Their leader asked truths, his worry growing. The count of Ox Oni far past hopes. Truth hit on him. The imp from the cave, the one they saved, was surely behind this. A brutal hook held a green-haired imp, moving him among wrecks. The leaders gazed in daze. They felt their prior path. Letting the imp stay had lured this ruin. The Blade Saint took her shining blade. Sorrow filled her eyes as she swore to fix her error. With haste and vigor, she threw herself into the sky, her steel filled with magic. She sank into the war zone like a thunderblow, hitting purely with the Ox Oni packs. In the mess, She hit with focus, slicing through one of the brutes. Turning mid-air, she threw another rain of hits, falling softly behind her dazed foe. The Ox Oni gazed in shock. This mortal was far tougher than feared. The berg flamed as mess broke below. On a far roof, a veiled imp looked softly, seeing the ruin with cold logic. He gauged the scale of vigor. Though the Ox Oni were a bit lesser than the Blade Saint, their bout kept her busy, stopping meddling. He smiled with poise. As long as the Blade Saint was busy, he could stir freely and do his goal without blocks. On the soil, a guard showed from a grit mist, seeking to meet a tall imp scout in near fray. He ready to hit using soil-based tricks, blind that he was being closely eyed from aloft. The black-haired imp knew the move fast. It was the point he had been seeking for a gap to hit. The imp dove from aloft, ringed by bits of soil magic, boosting his fall. A grand blast ripped through the road, eating all in its fire zone. The guard sat ruined, his plates broken, his look fixed in shock and dread. A bulky, emerald-plated monster lunged forward, its nails shining with toxin. The object of its fury was Marshall, seized off guard and failing to react in time. With a fierce crack of its mouth, the beast caught Marshall midair. His frame stayed weak as teeth locked around him. The impact both cruel and abrupt. A nearby peer, eyes vast in dread, shouted his name. Her digits pulled back the cord of a beaming bow, firing holy light as she loosed a burning shaft. The yellow shaft whirled through the sky like a cyclone, stabbing across the war zone, its holy vigor ripped through gale and air. As the sniper braced herself, she asked what just occurred, eyes roving the ruin left by the shaft's path. A veiled scout peered from the vapor, unhurt, with keen senses and weird poise. He saw her as an elf and spoke with equal focus. Elsewhere, the veiled goblin leader gave tasks, giving one of his scouts to track other rivals nearby. The scout, a heavy bull-like beast, nodded with a moan and turned to face a unique peril. The goblin leader saw the fallen rival before him and grinned, saying on how useful the Goblin King's lead skill truly was. Another shape, draped in red and beaming with evil vigor, sparked a hungry gift as his eyes shone with greed. Marshall's peer held her heart in dread as she felt the force of the gift. She cried out, but it was too late. The dark beast threw Marshall aside harshly. His friend, fuming, ran forward, hating the beast as her soul flared. The fiend lifted its limb, fires leaking out as it sparked a high-rank combat gift, aiming a lethal top strike. The veiled goblin softly sparked his own vigor, a secret blade method called as no sword pull. As the beast's hit fell, Marshall's friend stirred too late. Her look bent in fear, knowing the coming strike could not be halted in time. The draped goblin's eyes shone red as he sparked a new gift. His voice stayed still as he spoke the name of a grand magic gift. A stout blue tide flowed through the air. Shrieking yell burst forth, bending the air around it as the rival tried to react. The sniper stayed. Her eyes grew as the crushing force of the charm fell upon the war zone, and she could only hold herself. Gore flowed down a lone hero's flank as he stood in the distance. His shape was barely seen behind the blur of magic. The female sniper yelled in shock, knowing her mighty peer had just been eaten. She shook, speaking how someone as stout as Austin could be eaten. Above, the goblin's rank rose, his vigor moving fast. He probed the game notes, and said that he hadn't thought this scrap to be so useful. Meanwhile, the elven sniper made another hit, calling a bright shaft of holy vigor. The strike hit the goblin firmly in the wing, forcing a frown from him as glows flew. He barely moved a coming storm. Many shafts fell down from above, forcing him to flee by gut. A rain of yellow darts stuck themselves where he once stayed. He peered up with keen eyes, knowing the peril. From the roofs, she saw quietly. The goblin ran under the gale of shafts, seeking hide behind a broken house. Nearby, another goblin told a scout to ruin the bell spire that served as the elf's eagle spot. With a yell of duty, a heavy beast dashed toward the mark. The sniper held her breath as the spire moved under her. Below, the beast hit into its foot, starting its fall. The elf sniper held herself atop the falling roof, her frame tight and pained from the attack below. The goblin hero made a burning ball of vigor in his hand, aiming for a last strike. He flew into the air with heat, fires moving behind him as he started a mighty low strike toward his mark. The elf feels peril mid-brawl, her face hardening as she sees a fast yellow beam nearing from aloft. Her frame pulls, acting naturally. She jumps and turns with mastery, dodging the broad sweep blow as it slices through the war zone, breaking rock and wind. Her speed beats belief. The imp watching from the murky grins, shocked yet hooked. He knows her craft must be on reset now, making him bide before striking. With small energy, the Fae strikes out again, firing yellow strikes in all paths to mask her flight. Her goal is keen, but her gasps deep. The imp barely avoids and strikes, slamming into the dirt to shut space, making a tremor that stops her drive. She drops hard, clearly jarred. Her palms shake as she rests. Spent, the truth sinks in her energy is mostly void. Despite her fatigue, she grips her hands and mumbles a hopeless hymn, forcing herself to last just a tiny while. From a gap, an immense imp starts to show, venting power. Its giant shape haunts the road, masking the others. Its mouth rips wide, teeth shown. The brute yells as it readies to join the kill, marking a fresh peril hitting the view. Another imp stops the bigger one, naming the Fae as his mark. He won't let anyone else meddle with his gain. He looks at her prone shape, joked. Her power moved him, and he claims it would be a loss to eat her totally. The imp moves onward with focus. The Fae stays asleep, blind of the peril rising nearer. A short hush drifts. The Fae's lids snap wide, lost by the glow and ache moving through her frame. Her sight clears to show the imp fighter looming above her. She stalls as her legs fail to stir. Hopeless, she feels out madly for a blade, anything to guard herself. Her digits reach onward with dying power. Emma, frail and lost, knows her frame feels odd. Her yell rings, hopeless to grasp what the imp has made to her. The imp says darkly, his risk isn't said in full, only vowed. Suddenly he sheds her, letting her fall downward with harsh power. Out of void, a rip of bright power cuts through a new imp beast, tearing through his frame with a fierce tremor. The pained fiend drops, beaten by the yellow-haired knight who calmly moves onward, bored in grace. With fast move, she readies to hit again, eyes fixed on the prone imps. Her pose is steady. Emma, hurt and barely awake, stays calm as the guard yells her name in despair, and bolts toward her. The war zone fades under the load of pain. Gore leaks beneath Emma, and the guard's pulse jumps with fear. Alice, the guard, nears her dying friend. Her voice breaks as she calls out to her, failing to halt the leaking. Holding Emma firmly, Alice asks her to live, hating to let go, even as the girl's gasping wanes. Emma talks weakly, naming her dead friends Alice, Marshall, Austin lately gone. Her voice is packed with sorrow. She admits she doesn't want to carry a goblin's kid, and with last power, asks Lady Alice to slay them all. Her palm falls from Alice's hold. Her last word sent, her frame starts to drop. Still a bulky imp rushes, seeking more gore. The fire in Alice's soul bursts, her brain no longer still. She pulls her steel, yellow power beaming. Her pose turns into one of steady force. With eyes shining red with rage, she vows her goal, every single one of them shall fall. A yellow-haired fighter bows in misery as gloomy spirit flares below her. The earth snaps under the weight, marking a flow of unguided power. Nearby troops stay frozen, their sight wide with dread. The root of their alarm isn't the nearing fiends, but the force flowing from their own friend. Two horned devils show from the shades, sight beaming red. Just then, a vivid yellow glow falls from the air, locking the dame in a bright column. Bathed in pure flares, the dame, now shown as Blade Saint Yoma, gives a firm order for all troops to depart at once. She alerts them that staying behind means total doom. Her soul grows, bending the wind with holy heat. Shaken, the troops bolt. One notes that her spirit is more fearful than the fiends themselves. From a space, a dark veiled shape peers with daze. The air turns sharply, jarring him. A quick glow shows Yoma changed wings, burning with holy spirit, her look grim and fixed. Seeing the risk, the veiled man tries to depart as bright spirit flows across the war zone, watching orcs waver, feeling risk. Some bolt, others yell boldly, unaware of what's coming. A thunderclap comes as rays of glow stab the air. The fiends are hit mid-lunge, frozen in daze. Above them, Yoma floats, her form robed in holy fire. She lifts her blade to vent the holy method. Her look tightens. She speaks the name of her last strike, pure doom. A tide of holy ruin rolls across the land, killing everything in its track. The war zone turns a burnt hole among the dead rivals. Yoma walks ahead quietly. Her yellow soul blinks as dust lands around her feet. Beset by the bodies of dead fiends, Blade Saint Yoma stood alone, her holy soul still beaming weakly from the result of her strike. Her yellow eyes closed as her battle vigor was shown in grand 5,000. But the work had surely spent her far off. The veiled orc watched from a masked spot, dazed. He asked if risking one's life was the sole way to wax harder. A lord hailed Yoma's crushing vigor, noting she had even bested the once unbeaten Holy Blade sentry. The troops eased, yelled her name in joy, naming her as a star of peerless vigor. But Yoma shook, falling from burnout. Her battle vigor truly fell to 2,500 as her legs gave out below her. A dark shape eyed her trip, grinning with mirth. The bout wasn't over, not for him. Yoma, striving to stay upright, stated that the real rival was still at large. Grasping a flask, she vented another burning blow, her form loath to yield, despite her fatigue. The result shook the spot, tossing debris. The orc rival jumped onto a roof to shun the mess. A scout found him, and yelled, seeing the veiled shape as the true risk lurking behind the fiend raid. Blade in hand, the scout told Yoma to focus on healing, while he took task of facing the orc. With eyes beaming red, the orc spoke rudely, his voice grim and poised. As the scout rushed at him, yelling slurs, the orc aimed to strike with lightning haste. In a pulse, the orc fell, hitting his rival into the soil with harsh vigor, ending the bout before it began. The orc grinned, poking the lords for seeking parley even after knowing his name. Vexed by the loss of their chief, the troops rushed ahead, yelling for revenge with blades drawn. With keen moves, the orc fired a fatal counter, slicing through the group without pause. A chief cried for the lords to keep their spot and gain time for Yoma's healing. The troops, filled with despair, fought blindly, hitting at the orc with all they had. Cool. The orc shunned the last attack, and vowed grimly that he would take the chief's head next. A surge of blade force ripped across the fray as the shadowy shape lunged, hitting his foe off base. The power rent the wind and threw the rival back. The veiled fighter hit with accuracy, his edge stabbing the Golden Knight's mail. The keen crash left a large mark, making her stagger. Her sight grew as she barely missed a mortal hit. With a quick retreat, she made space, rejudging the risk she met. She fell into a deep pose, limbs tensed, then moved forward with peak force. Her feet broke the rock under her. He stayed the hit, limbs folded as force met. Sparks leaped from the touch spot as he stood fast. Leaping away, he judged her, despite her vigor loss. She stayed very risky, azure charm pulsed around him. He sparked his divine hex. Wailing cries flared, venting power that broke the dirt. She kept her pose but fought to shove against the surge. She aimed her soul, lighting holy power in her edge, cutting away. She vented a yellow curve of pure might. He flinched. Her pure power broke his devil guard. He judged darkly she could best him. She readied her last rush, aiming to stop it. Yet he grinned, icy, failing to flee from loss. The golden fighter yelled as she dived forward, edge held tall. Her holy force pulsed in a yellow curve as she hit down with godly zeal. Her edge crashed into the dirt, tossing up junk. But the veiled rival fled just in time. He stayed mute, viewing her fury show. Sight thinning, she urged her peers to hit. The nearby guards moved without pause, circling the veiled shape. With one fast shift, he grabbed a scout's mask and broke it easily. Gore sprayed as the guard was cast away like a scrap doll. The golden guard jumped back, viewing as her friends were cast through the sky, frames beaten by beastly vigor. Grim force flared upward in ruby-black coils, eating the dead guards as more were drawn into a swirling surge of mess. She rushed again, crying in dismay. Her edge fell often, but he slid between frames and missed each hit. He moved through the mess, using dead guards as shield. His haste beat her blade, giving him a brief lead. Despite her chase, he grinned icy in haste. He had bested the Blade Saint enough to stay ahead. He judged his next shift. If he stayed until her trust slipped, he could vent his final hex ruined gore. 1 hour later, the war zone sat in junk. Survivors begged for grace, bowing, ruined and beaten. Among the ruins, he stood cool, edge held to a captive's ribs. "This scrap ends with your awful loss," he vowed. She yelled from across the spot, refusing to let him flee. Her fury seared, blade shining as she dived again. Her hit barely failed. He faded between frames once more, eyes pulsing with mean joy. A smile grew across his face. It worked, he felt. Her soul was fraying soon, she would snap fully. The guards lunged forward, blades pulsing with azure force. Their shared strike aimed to crush the veiled shape. He slipped between them, sliding past the planned strike without a mark. The mess only fed his smile, teasing her. He hailed her skill in slaying mortals. His words hit deeper than any steel, chilling the Blade Saint in daze. She stood still among the shells of her peers, sight wide in dread. The load of her deeds fell in her look fell to her red hands. The war zone rang with fault and grief. Murmurs filled her mind. She had killed those she swore to guard. Her vigor began to slip. The veiled rival rushed in. Her daze gave him the gap he sought. He reached with his knife, aiming for a final hit. The edge stabbed her flank. Her frame shook from the power as gore leaked midair. The hurt Vestal fell to her joints, her rags ripped and frame frail from clash. Storm fell wildly onto the rock floor, drenching her as she aimed to stay awake. Amber blazes hemmed her frame, but they gave no heat, only the dying hint of shed force. Frantic and shaking, she peered upward, begging with the stars through hazy sight and hurt. Her throat broke, doubting her lord's hush, cursing herself for failing to guard her tribe. With no reply from aloft, she fell lonely, as storm swept over her shaking shape. Owl-shape neared, sails fanned grimly. Claiming her sacred force had been soiled by hexed gore, he bowed beside her, jeering her force while showing her sad flaw. Another guy, ruby-eyed and still, offered in bond, coaxing her to join the goblin host's revolt. Storms tore the air as the Vestal cleared her sight. Feeling a mighty ghost nearby, Lintian showed. Nude-topped and wild sight set on the mess breaking before him. Rain bathed the ruined burg as hush stayed before the future fight. Strides rang through the debris. The temple's guards were nearing fast. Fear flowed among the pests, causing flight at the view of the pure scouts. Lintian thinned his sight, shocked by the advent. The temple's prime lords paced through the mist, their advent moving the war zone's weight suddenly, and whole line followed past the leader, plated and ready to kill anything in their way. The Vestal lay dormant as dark sails stayed near her prone frame, unshielded and weak. The leader's blade fell beside the devil's meat, the lord's massing before the slumped dame. He looked at her still frame and sighed, jarred she'd sunk so low. With soft rage, he linked her loss on nothing more than a lone pest. The leader hailed the devil, a spoiler of calm, bidding his troops to wreck him at once. He judged the pest as usual scum, and foe to lord and people alike. The leader yelled his last call, "Wreck the devil in the name of pure doom." The fight broke as pure guards moved a linked strike, fast despite their thick mail. Lintian eyed their steps, jarred by their haste and force under such heavy suit. Their crushing force was proven, each troop's power truly placed above 3,000. Lintian braced himself, harmed but gritty, unwilling to flee despite the risk. Granting their force, he still vowed to stay and used his dark power. Yelling in fury, he sparked ruined gore, red force pouring fiercely through his changed frame. A lord wailed in pain as his pure force was harshly taken from his frame. The temple troops were tossed back, scared and lost by the crushing decay. As Lintian faded, one lord named him what he truly was, a devil masked as pest. Lintian flew through the wreck, leaving a line of soiled charm in his path. He sensed even prime troops couldn't hurt him now. He had bested them totally. Meanwhile, a lord bore the dormant Vestal, knowing her dying state and the need to flee. Lintian softly cleaned himself off as he viewed the fallen burg from aloft. Below him sat the war zone's scraps, giant skins, torn paths, and hush after ruin. He noted something left past. The meat of a mighty bull brute stayed unhit. Near up of Lin Tian's bent grin showed his real goal, eating and force above all. Lin Tian hit rank 80, his force rising past hopes after a winning fight. His peers met at the peak foot, awed by the heavy glow now flowing from him. Still posed, Lin Tian claimed the Blade Sage was lately under his sway. The crew was dazed that he not only beat her but also held a joint spot. Lin Tian proved it surely, but noted the holy cult took her away too fast. One peer hit him madly, irate about his manner and lax reveal. The Fey Guard held to him, seeking a part of his force at once. Lin Tian fought, saying it was hour to move their home to shun man's revenge. He showed their next goal, a zone even the holy cult feared to nearby. They came at a fresh camp, where huts and trolls were lately set in lines. Goods were found as trolls and seized girls made tools and plans. Lin Tian stood surely, watching the tasks as their fresh haven took form. Charts showed later growth goals. Lin Tian aimed at groups of tiny hamlets and burgs. Air spies were sent to hand out tasks and watch goals for clever takes. With steady poise, Lin Tian aimed to seize over 1,000 folks without fight. Lin Tian saw a berg ahead and waved his air squads to ready for a fast hit. A ruby drake flew above, eyeing the plan while troll troops moved below in lines. He ordered tasks to be fast, telling his troops to go without pause after taking it. The berg of Kosalard was active, blind of the risk nearing from the peaks. Folks mocked the troll risk, thinking it just another pack of thugs from the Alps. Their ego swelled, despite tales of trolls being oddly big and linked. Kosalard's scouts, led by Chief Frank, were moved at the berg door in hope. Abruptly, a scout yelled. Trolls were seen near the walls, moving in set rows. The berg's walls were fast manned as stress rose throughout the town. The prime hero Ace took lead, offering a race to kill the most trolls. Sure in his force, he sent the others and vowed he would fix it alone. Calm his peers agreed, and moved back while Ace readied to scrap, sans any sign. A drake fell into the war zone, starting mess with a giant blastlin. Tian sat on the beast, landing with fatal aim among the guards. The foe troops stayed, dazed. No one thought Drake to be linked with trolls. Mess broke as folks fled in dread, knowing the raiding trolls were far past usual. Lone guard stayed behind, eager to flee, blind that he had lately been picked. Lin Tian watched still, amused that so many had seen the raid and moved soon. The once sure hero Ace lay beaten, held by a troll's huge palm. Fighting in shock, he asked how such beasts could live and best him so easily. Dread ate him as he knew these weren't basic trolls. They were something fully grown. The paths rang with wails as the scary trolls moved without pause. Ace, hurt and weak, could only look in panic as the trolls stood over him. The citadel gate had crumbled, and fiends of many types dashed onward from the nearby woods. Huge brutes and bugs soaked the fields, pulled by a hidden ghost starting inside the mortal base. A bird-like fiend showed, alerting that the musk of mortals would draw killers from afar. The Fae, still and steady, told how mortal musk showed their being, even hid by goblin musk. He saw now why mortals feared the grand grave. Knowing the risk of display was true, the Fae told the wolfman to thank King Nidali, hinting at a gift traded between them. The bird yelled in fury upon seeing swarms of mortal slaves filling the walled base, blaming the Fae of breaking a holy bond. She probed the goal of the mortals grouped. The Fae, cool, told her not to track losses so loosely within the grand grave. Softly, the Facey told her those mortals were lately gone, slaves from past kills. The bird calmed, noting that she would tell the facts to high kings. Beaming, the Facey hailed her back always, hiding his fraud under kind welcome. Inside the base, orcs rested, sure they could now build their goals without meddling. Moon, a troll, proved over 3,000 slaves were ready for testing. Alas, none of the warped or king-grade beings had lived, capping their mating power more. The Fey Chief vowed to turn aim, taking beast fiends soon to grow more trolls fast. He aimed well, knowing plain work was dull and turned rather to dream-based control. In peace, he sparked the life dream setup, hoping to speed their ghastly output. The setup mimicked days of fiend taking, showing smart paths and land gains through the woods. Brutes were taken and worked while elite trolls moved out and bolstered walls around the wood. Output grew, but just as growth peaked, a mortal spy strike sparked a gory fight. Mortals trapped the troll clan, forcing a choice between strike, guard, or talk. The picked answer was dull, rivals hemmed them. After a harsh bout, only a few fled. The dream closed in loss, telling him to move fast if he aimed to live life. Bound the Fae paced through base and asked Savage where the local king was placed. Savage pointed to the Peak Wood spot, naming it as the Lionheart Empire's land. Grinning icily, the Fae vowed to kill this lasting risk and thin the church's power. A month later, the bird came, alerting that the church had moved its troops nearby. Knowing they were after him, the Fae knew the bond was torn and payback close. Despite the risk, the bird vowed aid, swearing not to meddle with his coming clash. The bird flew into the air, swearing to tell back before helping the Fae once more. Posing below, the Fae gave short thanks, aware time was moving low before war broke. Far away, a ruby-haired leader moved troops, telling them to kill the trolls in the grave. A goblin flew a ruby wyvern across the air, shocking the plated mortal leader below. Dazed, the ruby-haired leader knew it from news, the goblin chief who ruined mortal camps. Aiming skyward, he sought to learn if this was the foe who ruined scores of burgs. An elf beside the goblin told of the divine bond between the faith and the large crypt. The leader brushed the alert, calling them rebels and stating their bond hollow. Stirring his ranks, he vowed to break their ribs in payback for his dead clan. The elf teased him, citing a prior meeting with the Blade Saint that gave marks. Mad, the leader yelled, refusing to hear more, his fury rising at the slight. A knight warned that spies entering the large crypt had lately gone quiet, hinting at peril. The elf mocked, showing the spies were lately taken, no longer a risk. 10 pulses before, goblins had struck them outside a veiled woods camp. The beaten spies knew too late the goblins had bested both fiends and mortals alike. The taken spies quaked, knowing the goblins' plan and counts were crushing. Brutes and foul beings flowed from the peaks, readying for final war. The leader shrieked, telling all ranks to lung and destroy the goblins without pity. The leader mocked the rivals' pause, but the elf vowed payback for gating the lion. Gloom moved. A giant sword beast showed, venting spooky violet force from its nails. Seeing the risk, the leader warned his ranks. It was a soul-eating bird. The bird spoke the faith plainly, asking if they'd ruined the bond once more. A knight brushed him, stating the bird unfit to parley under the Pope's laws. The bird vowed payback once the Pope fell, pledging to smash their skulls himself. The ruby-haired leader told his groups onward, marking total combat. The bird's force blazed. He dared their claim to use the large crypt as a war zone. From the pits, freakish beings showed, ready to guard their divine earth. A knight proved the crypt was hiding the goblins. The bird nodded without denial. Fear grew. Ranks wavered as the Lord stayed for tasks to go. The leader stated flight wasn't fear, just training for a much bigger war ahead. As combat closed, one peer vowed this war made grief for him too. A dark brute stated Lin Tian must wax tougher to gain real access into the crypt. He must turn the goblin lord, only then would he be known by the crypt's heart. The elf's look honed as he heard tell of the true large crypt. Inside the city's large temple, a mad group blamed the blade hero for helping a beast. Anger grew as lords and peasants both called for penalty, calling her faith as treason. Plated boots rang as the ruler neared, told about the riot, and made to move. The monarch burst into ruined hall, stunned to see Alice with the beast youth. Fury masked his skin as he noted her steady care despite social outcry. Cursing the beast's power, he mourned sparing it when he held the moment once. Alice guarded the beast as the ruler moved, telling him to step away. The youth shook in dread as the ruler's steel swung fast without pause. Alice stopped the blow, asking the ruler's goals while gore sprayed near her. stating his work to the nation. The ruler defended his deeds as moral. He held his blade firmly, getting to roughly push Alice from his road. Alice stayed to fight, posing boldly between the ruler and the scared beast. The monarch yelled in shock, struck by her defiance and her talk. Alice asked if even the ruler might turn toward her so harshly. Calling bright force, she cast a divine wall, hitting him away to guard the youth. The high priest came, locking Alice in godly glow, using a grand divine master gift. The ruler paused, stating he wouldn't bring himself to blame her despite social call. Alice wailed out, taking the penalty, saying she had failed her godly rank. The monk grimly said that Lord hadn't left her, she had left him. He told the beast to be given, moving near with a holy item in palm. The beast shook in panic, as Alice wailed and vowed to not yield. Mobs nearby cheered the ruler's choice, thinking the demon task was over. They yelled for Alice's ruin too, blind of the fact behind locked gates. The ruler spoke the mob, giving the story they had sought. He hushed the mob with a sharp threat to never mock the blade hero again. The coming dawn, a page ran into the manor with vital word. The ruler was moved to hear that Alice had vanished with no sign. Today, in a far wood, a beast cast lethal azure fire via fresh charm, aunts called Jebujong. He had turned into a thin savage-type beast monk. As folks asked to get tougher, he told them life hung only on faith to him. Lin Tian cursed the beasts who slowed down, telling them life wasn't earned via laziness. The rest fast begged and vowed to go out to kill and get tougher. Annoyed, Lin Tian told them not to lean on him while still acting like bums. Feeling a thing, Lin Tian peered up as a mighty soul neared his spot. The soul-eating Hawk King came and asked to show one lord to him. Lin Tian nodded, finding gain in seeing fresh peers and tossing bad ones if sought. The Hawk King showed the guest was now here, posing calmly past Lin Tian. A giant drake thing roared, known as the South King Yellow Hair Drake. Lin Tian read its data, bored by its war power despite its scary look. Oddly, Lin Tian took the Drake King toward a jail deep of mortal souls. A flying beast and a jade worm debated people as possible, food judging how to split them. The worm blamed the flying beast for overreaching, while the winged being claimed it could manage its part. Both fought about lands, ruling that some zones were off bounds, yet envy stayed in the worm's orbs. A coal-haired guy showed engulfed in blazing force, his aura demanding instant notice from the beasts. The worm doubted the guy's nerve, shocked by his abrupt might and pride. Both flying and plated beasts readied for battle, strain growing as mist hit around them. The flying beast warned people below its guard, asking the orcs' defeat to ensure a pact. The worm pushed on slaying first, aiming to use the battle for private profit. The people and beasts fought, violet force snapping as strikes were thrown, flinging both rivals and food. The worm fumed about the meddling. Seeing the orc and flying beast outplayed it, the people and flying being moved away, letting the worm annoyed and rethinking its plan. The flying man weighed future results of taking command over the Southlands, balancing might versus liberty. He thought that ruling folks would curb his talent to slay beasts, by choice. Deciding not to work as a king, he stayed focused to move openly. The shot closed above a land of bones, a dark sign of the cruelty he had seen. A burly orc stayed atop a pile of bones, drinking might from the dead frames. Inky force coiled around him as he vowed to change, his frame getting larger and tougher. He lashed wildly, ruining oaks and tossing ruins, basking in his rising vigor. The orc felt his gifts growing, urging him to gain even higher peaks. Close, tiny beasts and food watched his change, feeling both dread and wonder. The woods and nearby zone trembled under his rising power, marking an endless aura. A tiny orc found a fresh food, noting its odd bulk and sugary scent. The beasts killed as one, eating on the person body and racing for the top slices. Their orbs beamed ruby as they readied for extra kills, showing feral greed and teamwork. Parent told her youth about beasts, fearing for their life in the town. The youth probed the zone warily, acting to shun harm while following a mark. The shifting orc appeared, daunting the people and claiming rule over the woods' beasts. The orc king neared a slave, gauging both food and likely peers. The tiny beasts watched, poised to obey tasks or enter the kill. A person fought as the orc readied to strike, showing the cruel order and cold power of the beasts. Beasts from the orc clan raided the town, their counts crushing the people and nearby zone. A huge, scary orc king grabbed a person's slave, claiming rule over tiny beasts nearby. Townsfolk feared, arguing if to shield themselves or run, while the orc troops sowed ruin fast. A pack of angry lizardmen rushed ahead, thinking their clan met ruin from the raiding orcs. Their chief moved to the start, his orbs flaming with rage as he saw tainted foes. Past they could hit, a wave of azure force broke below them, tossing troops quickly. The boom threw forms over the war zone, leaving just vapor and grit in its path. Living stood to get up, stunned to find their dead allies masked by buzzing power coils. Zone bold lizardman tried to sneak, but a hot wave killed him past touch. As the war zone faded, the lizardman chief came to his ruined town in daze. Viewing the havoc, he stopped, fearing worst since knowing known smells had vanished. He saw the debris of his clan and felt panic grow as he looked for living. A hurt soldier ran toward him, yelling that his mate and girl were taken by orcs, scared. He traced the path, knowing the orcs purposely hid their steps with blended musks. Set to take back his kin, he ran past the fields with wild panic. His fury grew as he swore to kill each orc guilty for the theft. He fast found a goblin camp, where loud sounds told the return of their boss. Lintian came from the group, softly saying that his units had gladly shifted. Lintian judged the taken lizardmen, while his staff told the grand rise of their fresh skills. The goblin boss heard softly, seeing their gain but eyeing the two scared prisoners led past him. As he sat low, he asked their roots, thinking they belonged to a peer within the lizard clans. A spy proved the duo were the kin of the southern king taken during a hunt. The lizard woman kept bragging about her spouse's rank, thinking it might scare Lintian. Truly, Lintian saw the word as the same king who before vowed to ruin his clan. The lizard woman shook knowing her error while her girl quivered near her. Lintian gave fast doom, throwing a sharp blow that left the prisoners trapped. His orcs yelled, happy for the prize he gave them after beating the prisoners. Going to base, Lintian asked how his troops ran the hunt on the lizard clan. They told to killing nearly the whole town, leaving just a tiny group as lure. Lintian's fear shifted to mirth as they asked mercy, fearing his mood. He hailed Goblin King, thanking the useful but mean outcomes of the hunt. Alone, Lintian thought how the Southern King would feel once he found the ruin. Once he ended the idea, a mighty power hit nearby, marking the King's fast entry. The Southern King came at ruined town, yelling as he saw goblin paths all over. He asked the fast return of his lost mate and girl, sure they were yet okay nearby. His wrath turned to awe when he found orcs circling two still forms resting on the dirt. He ran ahead and bowed near them, shaking as he found the dead shapes of his kin. Pain turned into rage once Lintian showed, softly saying the king had come way too slow. Lintian dashed onward, emitting a burst of azure force that submerged the rushing Saurian. The shock shoved both warriors away, hitting the Saurian to find footing while the dirt cracked under him. Waking swiftly, Lintian shut the gap once, hitting with exact motions that held his rival stressed. The Saurian swayed upward, dazed by the prior crash, and telling his minions to stay ready. Lintian studied his rival's response, knowing the beast's might was growing instead of dying. The Saurian triggered his warped shape, sinews swelling, as emerald sparks flared fiercely around his frame. Closed beasts became rigid as the changed Saurian cried, showing vigor way past his prior mode. Lintian watched intently, aiming to bind him with stone craft before hitting his fragile heart. Before he might end his study, the Saurian struck once, landing a thick hit on Lintian. The Saurian readied another blow, but a quick flash of glow surfaced behind him. Alice, the Blade Master, surfaced from the gloom, her presence grabbing all by surprise. She aimed at Lintian, at once, happy to have lastly found him after the past chase. The nearby imps feared, knowing Alice's entry as a risk to their whole clan. Some tried to interfere, but Alice moved onward quietly, her frail frame shaking from fatigue. Seconds later, she dropped to the dirt, letting the clan dazed by her abrupt trip. The imps circled Alice's sleeping frame, happy that fatigue had lastly halted her chase. Manny argued slaying her at once, trusting she stayed a risk even in her frail mode. Before they might move, their chief stepped onward and told all to step back. The chief looked her near, seeing how deeply pained she was after the past fight. He told his minions that slaying her now gave no gain since she kept Moreworth awake. Choosing fast, he told them to bind her safely and set a safe holding spot. Horrors moved, and dawn came as Alice stayed bound and kept in the imp village. A nosy imp lass prodded at her, charmed by the mortal lady's texture and weird look. Alice slowly found sense, her hazy sight aiming on strange souls nearby. Lintian walked the space, softly noting Alice's waking with a steady look. Knowing him at once, Alice fought upward, yelling his name in agony and hope. Her quick motion shook the imps, urging Lintian to tell her about her frail mode. Alice kept shouting his name many times, making muddle and anger within the imps. Lintian told his minions to bind her before she pained herself or made extra mess. The imps moved in, but Alice fought naturally, forcing Lintian to step in himself. The golden cleric bowed before Lintian, her stance proving helplessness rather than malice. Lintian eyed her nearly, baffled by her abrupt arrival and strange conduct. She neared him shakily, swearing she arrived not to scrap but to ask something vital. The cleric begged Lintian for a second youth, exposing her past relation with him. Local fighters were shocked while they watched her bowing, crying as if needing mercy. She pushed to stop old grudge but asked another youth, stating she had dropped the start. Lintian doubted her word, forcing her to show she had missed to guard the youth. She fell down, sure the lords faulted her and asking for a second turn. Lintian saw the ichor of doom swayed her soul, forcing her to omit her true deeds. He told her of the Lord's wrath, but gave pardon through total loyalty. She took gladly, sensing surrender would please holy verdict. Lintian viewed her as a tactical tool and moved to employ her duty to his gain. He told everyone else to exit, trapping her in the dark room. The cleric dropped onto the wood, asking softly for his aid. Lintian moved onward, consenting to her plea now that she wholly obeyed. Lintian finished his bargain with the cleric, making her feeble and failing to rise later. Her drained form differed greatly with her prior poise, proving how much trial taxed her. Nearby, a ghost lass grumbled to her friend, failing to take talk she had known about the Blade Saint. The ghost lass's doubt rose when shown the sleeping saint resting solo on the hay cot. Her friend warned that if this fact moved, it would bring huge chaos across the realm. Later, Lintian stayed with his servant, thinking what to make with the caught Blade Saint then. He chose to hold her below power, and told that she be bathed and duly ready. As his servant went, Lintian wanted extra souls touched by plague for an unnamed goal. He then thought on the results of King Krupp's loss and moved to find the Raptor clan. On entry, the Raptor clan's boss faced him crossly for slaying the global king. Lintian moved to give one of his home folk as substitute for empty spot. The boss warned that such a step held peril due to a rival group wanting the same task. He said that the terror ghost wanted the spot and would truly move fast. The boss noted Lintian's vigor, but feared the skill of any servant he could ship. Lintian asked the type of the terror ghost, ready for any battle came. The Raptor clan soldier noted that the terror ghost was a rank B beast fit of shifting goals. Lintian saw it ruled prey by sowing tricks, though it missed power in raw war. Grasping its power, Lintian thought about using goal sway to bolster the Blade Saint's shifted brain. Eld across the woods, Lintian found a spot bent by foul force, masking a tainted den. The Raptor soldier paused at the hole, proving this was where the terror ghost lived. Lintian and his animal ally walked to a murky hole as a sleep wraith broke from the gloom. The monster's spiraling shape grew, showing ruby orbs watched them with rising wonder. Its mist grew around the space, causing Lintian to judge the risk before starting talk. The sleep wraith's stats showed quickly, bearing its great rank and mighty horror-based powers. Noting the peril, Lintian moved onward, offering packs instead of a battle. The ghost poked the deal, noting old wars in the south where extra clans had lost. Lin Tian softly refused, wanting power, saying he chased a man instead of another jungle king. His peers doubted the goal, telling him of the yellow-haired Dragon King's calling talents. Lin Tian thought, making a fresh plot that needed the Sleep Wraith's help. The ghost stayed past them while Lin Tian spoke of using weird melding to win help. He stated that normal trolls missed the power to join with ghost souls. Proudly, he called himself an outlier fit of taking the path. Lin Tian moved the ghost, asking facts about its sleep control. The ghost told its power to catch souls unless rivals felt the trick. Lin Tian grinned softly, already planning how to use that flaw. Lin Tian met the sleep wraith as it threw a dark-like strike that warped the area. His animal peer told him not to see the ghost's look as the horror force grew. Despite the risk, Lin Tian's orbs fixed upon the ghost's heart, starting the sleep trap. Lin Tian's soul was drawn into a searing world where falling earth moved him toward risk. The sleep wraith took glory, thinking Lin Tian unfit of outliving its fake strike. Rather, Lin Tian made himself alert inside the sleep, winning motion via pure grit. He stood by a giant crater, seeing the trick as a built cage meant to break guests, eager to burst out. He ran through dropping ruins while liquid fire rose below him. He found the mouth's rim, jumping to the fire's middle to meet the sleep, truly. The sleep wraith teased him. Sure, the dream world gave no flight from its rule. Lin Tian showed inside the ghost's realm, untouched by its brain force. He ready to blow, moving the force found within the trick. The black shape showed his sleep-rooted talent, making dread nets that forced prey to end in misery. Lin Tian fought the vision, circled by azure force that aimed to chain his mind. He called the strike early, snapping through the control with a wave of searing intent. Azure sparks throbbed fiercely as the sleep world aimed to break around Lin Tian's ghostly shape. The sleep fiend looked in daze, his ruby gaze jerking as his method was beaten. Lin Tian's vigor poked through the vision, breaking the chains with pure might. Angry, the sleep fiend started a blunt charge, draped in musks and black force. Lin Tian dodged the hit, sparks looping under his base as he moved mid-sky. He struck with a vast heat bow, hitting the rival away with booming might. The crash jarred the fiend, tossing him hitting into the soil with huge power. As Lin Tian neared, the fiend smiled, making one last ploy kept in the musks. Black vines flared, pulling Lin Tian skyward before he could move. A fresh craft woke, sleep control, giving Lin Tian power over brain myths. He sparked odd union, his frame mixing with sleep core and rival scrap. Nearby a mutant looked in dread as Lin Tian's change gained beastly tears. Xiao Tian stepped from the haze, limb warped by decay, but moving firmly from the dark. His partner neared fearfully. Fins flared, shocked that Xiao Tian fled the dream fiend's lure. Despite the worry, Xiao Tian brushed the risk and urged they step onward without halt. Now loose, the partner offered the Goblin Lord should take command of the tropic lands. He vowed to confer with the Great Vault, ensuring their way would meet no meddling. The woods moved calmly as their troops reformed in a secret shelter among the trunks. Meanwhile, a golden lady napped fitfully within a tent, blind of foul force waking nearby. Terrors haunted her soul, ghosts winding above her like mist, mixed with decay. Xiao Tian showed within the coil, viewing calmly as the sleep world flared before him. He dropped toward the city, masses yelling for his end and shaming the blade monk. She bowed, beset by fuming locals, labeling her a rat to the holy church. Xiao Tian grinned darkly, stating this mess was the very fruit he had sought. Abruptly, searing glow fell as a bright godly soul showed above the frantic throng. Folks fell to their shins, sensing the king had voiced their pleas through godly vision. All sight turned to the maiden, now tasked with the public's frantic wish for rescue. The fuming pack yelled for the blade monk's end, their spite ringing across the open court. Blame filled the wind as she bowed, cursed without judge and robbed of honor. Beset by verdict, her frame shook as cries of unforgivable crushed the throng's heart. She called out to the clouds, asking her king to grant grace and save her mind. A bright shape fell from the blue, hushing the folks with godly glow and fear. The spirit probed her guilt as she owned to slaying those she swore to guard. She begged that her treason rose from muddle, not revolt, hoping the godly might pardon. But the godly ruled all coldly, calling mortals greedy and small, unworthy of total guard. As wisdom woke, the throng's pride was bared, and the maiden stayed in dread. On her shins, she asked who she had truly been guarding all this span. A sound told her. Sans those fiends, her prized allies wouldn't have fell either. A violent group blamed the Golden Lady, calling her a spy for guarding a monster infant. Evil noises rang, naming her a shame and seeking bloody penance for her so-termed treason. The pack grew wild, jumping onward to rip her away as she quaked under their malice. Shouting, she sparked bright fires from her palms, moved by anger and the urge to endure. Her fury burned as she struck, blowing through the warriors who had turned savage beasts. Fiends wailed and died as her glow poked their shapes, her power bursting in wild shocks. Enclosed by killed fiends, she fainted, speaking about the Lord she once obeyed loyally. A yellow statue arrived, showing that those who broke her apart were the fiends themselves. Drops pooled in her sight as she grasped the sacred fact behind the deceit. The Lord gave his palm, granting her with decree and revenge toward those unholy spies. To reclaim her sacred force, she must kill the fiends until zero stay. Given an peer to help her, she bowed gravely as her task from higher started. The blonde lady rested dormant on the tiles, foul spirit staying above her calm body. Xiao Tian hung over her, amazed by how tiring the method had been. He stated that from this period, she would no longer be titled the Maiden of the Blade. Sunrise reached in the base as daytime moved through roofs and woods. A crate of food and buns was shoved before her to fetch health. Xiao Tian moved her to dine and finished the Lord's task, jarring her with his wisdom. He grinned, noting that sacred intent must not be shown. She minded visions of a foul shape leading her, slowly knowing the person linked Xiao Tian. He vowed to hand extra truths when the hour was fair, letting her in doubt. He probed her old force, saying she missed sacred vision unlike real slaves. Aiming ahead, he showed a fresh mark, the prior pure monk, Evelka. With force rank 960, Evelka stood as a beastly star guarding mortal lands. The lady pledged faith, taking her fresh road near Xiaotian. He proved their task, smashed defiance, and fetch Evelka's sacred light. Changed in look, she showed in fresh mail, awake for strife. Xiaotian asked if the newly mailed lady was ready for what sat ahead. She boldly spoke, saying the task was Lord sent, and she was truly bound. With fire in her sight, she vowed revenge on fiends who led her old pain. Soaring upon a ruby drake, Xiaotian reached a busy mortal town below. They noted a grand meeting rising in the court, pulling instant doubt. Xiaotian told the spy to probe, feeling that something vital was moving. In the court, lords and staff readied for the news of the fresh town boss. A minor lady titled Avril was shown as the newest girl boss in record. As masses hailed, Avril vowed to guard the folks and never echo the maiden's errors. Avril vowed to find the Maiden of the Blade, dubbing her a shame to the faith. The mass broke with help, fully aiding their fresh chief, veiled nearby. Xiaotian peered with shining eyes, lately mapping the clash. He grinned, fooled by how mortals had tuned their states and lies. Dubbing it ideal speed, he stated Avril would find him fast enough. Behind him, a host of beasts and fiends gathered, poised to hit. An Fei Lady asked for a state news as the rival town rose in the space. Another stated the town's troops were busy by a crowning, letting guards weak for now. From atop the drake, Xiaotian told the goblin fighter wing to crack through the door promptly. The beast host rushed across the flats, raiding the outer border of the mortal camp. A giant mailed brute led the rush, smashing onward with steady drive. Scouts atop the fence feared at the view, yelling that goblins were starting a full raid. A strange tube tumbled over the earth, venting vapor that drew the focus of geared orcs nearby. A Lady Fey leader issued tasks, telling how the people once used their race, worse than brutes. At her sign, goblin troops rushed through a tight hallway, their strike fast and full of rage. On the war zone, a goblin boss ordered the wrecking of grand tools before gathering at his place. Blasts shook the town as houses broke into flares, making daze and dread among locals. A girl in a violet cap peered toward the blaze, shocked by the abrupt attack. People wailed in horror as someone cried about a lizard nearing from aloft. The same girl fled to aspire, eyeing the state with rising worry. An aged guy yelled that all guards must go to the wall. Orcs were raiding. The violet-capped girl took a long gulp and gave still tasks despite the mess. She told guards to wipe the weak rank fiends fast and vowed booze later, saying it was yet her feast. She swore to give boons with the folks. Elsewhere, orcs and fiends raided through heat, making vast ruin. Foul beasts came from a lime gate, linking the messy fight. Heat soaked the zone as orcs fought with mortal guards in harsh war. The aged sage saw the lizard aloft, knowing the veiled orc had done the unlikely. He named the orc as the king of the south, guilty for the realm's fall. The goblin boss smiled, stating no care in throne, only in breaking human ego. The sage fired a shining stone, pulling huge mystic force into his frame. A giant charm shape built over the town, venting glow and might. The goblin thinned his eyes as the charm's lethal size grew clear from the air. Steady, the orc beamed, and told his lizard to climb with more haste. Locals below looked in dread as the winged risk neared the shining ball. They knew thing tragic was nearing past the lizard's shade. Fear broke as folks fled, the charm throwing a fatal soul across the town. The girl in the violet cap gazed up, knowing the town was in deep peril. Above, the goblin leader ready his next shift, unswayed by the risk. The ruby lizard yelled as a blazing knight came from the air. Dipped in heat, the knight fell toward the mystic ball with fatal focus. Fires coiled as he hit with the wall, seeking to break the mortal charm. The violet crone threw a mighty ultra-rank charm, calling cosmic power around her palms. As her hex sparked, it ripped open a portal rift, warping the wind with stellar heat. The victim faded at once, tossed away into the dark, leaving no mark inside the town. Inhaling softly, the crone gazed about, sensing her hex had ended the risk. Her peace died as she viewed the scenery. Annoyed the worm had fled, abruptly. The worm returned, facing the elder sage who was dazed at its life. A veiled imp noted from a gap, speaking on the crone's lethal power. A fearful scout asked Duke Clin to move before their ranks were broken. Clin reacted by mending the scarred, readying for war while keeping calm. A searing strike roared toward Clin, firing the sky with mystic power. He stopped the hit with skill, turning it as glows leapt about. Smirking, he dared the imp to scrap openly, refusing to permit games. The imp teased Clin's ethics, stating imps obeyed none. Knowing the risk, Clin told his bands to flee and reform. Mortal scouts fell back as imp bands pushed, taking speed. Scouts and folks dived into the tower, yelling tasks to stop the door before imps entered it. The thick door crashed shut, briefly guarding the castle against the moving rival bands. Within, scouts knew the rival was a prime band. Despite 3,000 deaths, imps had only lost a few hundred. A person wailed their plight, wanting the vestal of the blade were yet there to scrap. Avril chided the group, vowing to guard them and telling them of the castle's power. She and her peers readied on the edge, alert to guard the tower with linked mystic heat. Blasts jarred the earth as imps and brutes fought loudly with guarding bands. The imp leader told a short flight, claiming they'd lately killed 10 high-rank rivals. Avril and Clin teased the raiders, sure no imp could beat them face on daily. From the air, the Imp King knew Avril beat the Vestal, but thought he was better. Killen cheered, deeming this war a climbing rock to glory for his kin. Avril mocked at his pride, asking if he yet hoped for prize. Clin told his imps to wait as he aimed to stir with Fen. Avril waved worries, trusting the tower's expert rank mystic wall would keep them okay. But hidden toes lately walked inside, showing that the wall might have lately failed. The imp worm pilot told his bands to fall back, making a direct hit on the wall. Prime imps vented mighty weight charm, jarring the earth under the yellow guard roof. From the rims, Clin feared, yelling that the wall was almost broken. The wall broke harshly, tossing tremors through the tower as charm flowed wildly. Inside the tower, haunted folks wailed out, asking why Dame Avril had not come. Outside, Clin told his bands to move, fixed to pull out the guards by any path. Monsters raided the town roads, crushing troops and locals, as dread and mist choked the dark sky. A guy asked the aged king to unlock the doors and help the folks nearby. The king denied, stating flight meant doom and grieving the fence they made was broken so simply. Moved by despair, a guy yelled his desire to help his kin and sought for aid. Others linked, shoving aside a block to shove open the locked doors. A violet hag stepped, begging them to stay within, vowing safety from inside the bricks. Before she could halt them, the hag was hit and tossed aside by a mighty blow. She fell with others as the rebel work broke amid mess. A golden girl sighed in dread, crying out to her dead parent through tight grief. Fees held with guns, took lines, their looks grim and steady beside the monster host. A mage probed their pact and truth, failing to know the fraud. The Fey leader showed their scorn for men built from eras of chains and harm. Raising vast force, the mage used Gate of Heaven, a final hope mystic wall. He told Avril to tough the door, fearing it would not stay long under weight. But the way was shut, and he shook, dazed by the monster's new might. Beset by monsters, frantic locals wailed for aid, begging Avril to call anyone who could help them. Their dread turned to joy as someone showed atop a house in the gap. Roars broke upon, knowing the plated night. Sword scientist Alicenia, falling with bright power. The monster troops grouped below as Alicenia sparked her mighty super-rank charm. She threw Iron Gate, bathing the war zone in yellow lines of ruin. The surge struck aside foes and kin alike, jarring the whole manor edge. Alicenia hit alone, her steps robotic as viewers probed her odd ways. Worried, Avril and King Alan sensed something was off with her. Alan told everyone within the manor, fearing Alicenia's shaky state. As the gates shut behind the fleeing men, Alicenia stood atop a devil brute. The devil told that men were liars, coaxing her. They earned pain. Alice was moved to take revenge, minding their mean acts shown as truth. Moved by warped dreams, she walked toward the scared group that once loved her. The folks cried for grace, blind she now felt them as fiends. Sight grim, she held her steel, ready to make them pay for their acts. The clash was done. Alicenia stood still, her blade down, beset by the souls of the dead. Lintian mused on a common doom, how the earth ignores those who once aided it. A mighty lady fiend waited, once called a risk for spurning the world's insincere rules. Lintian was hit and tossed through a shop, leaving friends dazed by her crushing power. Scarred, a violet-haired dame blamed the rival's vigor and her own weakness in the view of loss. Swearing revenge, she paced past dead forms, vowing to repay every insult as a coming wizard. A spirit lad asked for pity, shaking as she wavered but opted to save his life. Soon, the same spirit trapped her, nipping her palm and blaming her pity. Gory and angry, she probed his treason in spite of her grace. Abruptly, dark flares beset her, and a warped tone hailed her little sister. Her sibling showed, teasing her ego as the cause for her ruin. Another spirit teased her despair, but she traded wisdom to save her life. She vowed to show the mystic tome spot in return for pity. The spirit told her the old scorn toward his kind and the Blade Maiden. She waved real spite, stating her terms were crafty myths for favor. He stared icily, fearing her quick shift, leaving her in dazed peace. The spirit seized her by the neck, hitting her down with raw vigor and anger. Teasing her folly, he spat the idea of her ever turning a mature manor boss. Drops fell as she asked to find what he aimed to do with her yet. A data screen showed a loft, marking a gain in stats that moved her into yelling. Lintian stood still, stating the prison's test wasn't even hard for someone like him. As a gate opened, the cyan-haired dame feared, asking for pity during the moving phase. Lintian sparked a ruinous mystic strike, beaming as he fired a harsh violet yell. The wave lunged fiercely, rocking the war zone with crushing power. Dropping softly, he watched the ruin, his sight searching for living rivals. A violent rival readied a mighty mystic globe, shouting vows to kill all spirits. Suddenly, a ruby bullet stopped his acting, forcing him to shift mid-charm. The bullet hit, breaking his charm and forcing him to guard toward extra attack. The chief turned skyward, seeing flying threat rushing at high pace. A knight dropped, blade in palm, aiming mostly for the monk with lethal focus. Tossing blades surged behind, marking help joining the last bout. Resting above the tower, the tainted blade maiden viewed the ruins with regal spirit. Near her, Lin Tian mused on her scary change and how fast rivals had died. She teased victims, braving any foes to move toward, but none met her vow. Far inside the manor, rocks held with books showed a room of lost mystic wisdom. Lin Tian noted the library's worth, hundreds of high-rank arts, including 3 grand and 1 world-level charm. Allowed to take them all, the loyal monk vowed to wax harder and help him better. Lin Tian took a gold slab from a bulky riches heap tucked inside an old room near him. Alice liked the gain, both shocked by the sudden wealth they had found. Though useless in mortal zones, Lin Tian deemed gold useful for barter among non-human tribes. News of Alice's deceit fumed the Lionheart Lord, who blamed her for joining with trolls. He sought the fact from his scared guards, vowing death for any sign of lying. One guard confessed they doubted the troll's power, showing that Clinforth had lately died. The guards detailed how trolls raided Clinforth, helped by the Blade Saint and the Sage Clin. She ruined the wall and slew troops and locals, ending the town's last stand. The Lord, mad and baffled, fought to trust Alice sold her folks for trolls. Yelling in fury, he vowed to strike and sought all elders group at once. Pacing through the rooms, he aimed to ask the aged Pope about the rising risk. In the hall, elders yelled for revenge, seeking war and the return of lost towns. The Pope knew the Lord's haste, sensing the load behind calling him in person. He alerted that a war on trolls meant war with the Grand Grave as well. The Lord swore the Grand Grave stood a steady risk and must never be missed. The church elders warned that the Grand Grave's risk beat even the troll's rising threat. Taking the dark fate, the Pope and Lord vowed to move all monks across the world. With bonds sworn, the hall rang in intent, vowing holy win for the Lionheart realm. A huge animal folk group walked through the woods, showing movement past human lands. From aloft, a winged shape saw the host and slid down to give tasks. The runner told Lin Tian's command. They were to move toward the Grand Grave's land. A ruby drake flew near the winged scout as they eyed the land from aloft. Below them stood a fort made by wolves, now under veiled rule of the church. The scout noted the wolves' defeat and told the zone's bond with the Grand Grave. Soaring ahead, they passed huge land and saw a marred zone under foul sway. One of them proved the dark frame ahead was the Grand Grave itself. Its doors stood under scarlet clouds, kept firmly as they began drop toward its foot. Within, 2 scouts stood upon a shining mark, aiming for a drop to the deep floor. The Fae looked down shyly, knowing the talk below was of great weight. Together, they dropped, ready to find the secret lord lurking deep within the Grand Grave. The Fae and his animal friend dropped lower, bathed by weird red glow from the grave's spell. The Fae looked around shyly, his gut telling him that things felt wrong about this spot. Hitting the base, he saw the odd design and sighed. This was not the true Grand Grave. They moved room packed with ghastly fiends, devils, brutes, and ghouls made weirdly. Wisdom hit. This spot was not a haven, but a brutal birthing zone. At the hall's end sat a seat, guarded by prime souls under one Dark Lord's rule. From the murk came the Bone King, a 10th-rank fiend and known boss of the Grand Grave. The Fae probed her rank, 100, and guessed her power to be near 10,000. He mused how the church ever thought it could beat such an vastly mighty soul. The scouts hailed the Bone King politely, though fear filled the air, but the Bone King's look soured, calling them cold food without delay. The animal scout recoiled, knowing they might have fatally failed their hello. Lin Tian replied to the odd voice of the Fiend King, amazed by its adult sound, faking modesty. He vowed his triumph was due to fate, though doubt stayed in the sky. The Fiend King admitted Lin Tian's guile and gave him entry to the large grave's wealth. Yet the demand was sure. Lin Tian must turn the Southern King and lead all beasts. Others in the royal hall were jarred by the choice, doubting the Fiend King's logic. Despite protests, the Fiend King believed Lin Tian's talent and stayed firm on his picking. Charges against trolls emerged, but the Fiend King hushed them with a test of valor. Lin Tian stayed still, thinking the ease of the troll's defeat and what it meant. Worry slid into his soul. Was taking the magical woods truly this soft? Lin Tian was formally called Southern King, bound with guarding the large grave with total power. He swore faith, taking duty while his helpers praised the glory he gained. Some were bitter, blind of the risky part now set upon their chief. Secretly, Lin Tian showed the Fiend King planned to use him versus the faith and realm. He knew the snare. After years of plotting, he had turned a tool himself. Still, he stayed poised, vowing only he would show as the last winner in this play. A faked future showed Lin Tian's defeat, his troll force broken by the faith in half years. Musing on the fall, Lin Tian knew even prime trolls couldn't beat the faith's force. He saw the twin risk of the faith and beasts within the large grave. Napping near Alice, Lin Tian mused if they could vastly grow their troops' vigor. She showed to his band, stating that relics like it could grant force. Growth moved. Lin Tian weighed the value of mystic tools in forming a grand force. Lin Tian saw trolls could only make thin mail, not cursed blades or charms. He asked Alice if getting vast sums of magic tools was doable for their plan. Alice nixed the plan quickly, though Lin Tian stayed bound to build a trump card. Alice noted smiths, once makers of mystic gear, had vanished ages ago, making tools thin. Lin Tian knew he must hide his focus in smiths to miss the Bone King's doubt. He then weighed other paths, like seeking the hidden violet gold wyvern parent, abruptly minding her. Lin Tian asked why his lands had no wyverns at all. He minded the wyvern parent stating a path to the old wyvern kin. Unsure of the span, he mused how long she had been away. Resting near his ruby wyvern, Lin Tian gazed toward the vista, noting the mark's far gap. After 5 suns of flight, they neared a craggy zone where fiery gusts surged across the blue. As they dropped, Lin Tian was jarred by the view of a giant, looming plant stayed within the lava ground. Lin Tian swiftly stopped the worm's strike, stating bond with the violet gilded drake parent. The imps moved with daze, knowing the term Phorbus, and linking Lin Tian to her blood. A giant beast showed, warily asking if Lin Tian was surely Despair's sire. The drake stated that Phorbus was the violet gilded drake parent and Despair her mixed kid. Lin Tian heard keenly, asking to be moved to see this secret girl, Despair. The big beast mutely weighed his plea, testing its truth and threat. He vowed and took Lin Tian onward, alerting small souls to keep past the crater. The imps shook behind, fearful of Despair's sire and hating ever teasing the imp lineage. They sighed that if Lin Tian was surely Despair's sire, no soul could halt his fury. The drake let Lin Tian enter alone, saying Despair was within and would know him. Lin Tian bowed and strolled deeper into the shining vault without pausing. He walked past old skulls, hemmed by liquid stone and searing hush. He spoke about lastly meeting the fact behind Despair's life and his part. Jade fog bunched as Lin Tian neared the giant napping shape of the beast. Despair slowly woke, eyes shining, feeling the ghost of her far-gone sire. Despair came from the murky, eyes sharp, wanting to know who risked entry her lands. Lin Tian stayed firm, steady, stating link to her and citing her parent. Phorbus vexed by the nomad's words, Despair yelled and dived forward in a jade-edged blow. Lin Tian barked for her to quit, lifting his tone to snap through her fury. His yell found her ears as she stopped mid-strike, nails bits from his frame. He calmly asked if her parent was Phorbus, wishing to spark memory. Despair grew wary, asking how this nomad knew her parent's term. With a grin, Lin Tian spoke firmly. He was her sire. He poked his arms, freely stating his nature without wavering. Despair denied his word, vowing her sire was a troll, not one like him. Lin Tian dared her, asking if she had ever viewed a troll before. Pausing, Despair stated the aroma he bore felt oddly known. Jade power wound around her as she took a mortal shape, aiming to prove the fact. She warned him, if he lied, she would slay him without pity. Lin Tian agreed softly, sure in his word, ready to meet her verdict. Lin Tian and Xiao He entered the hollow, drawn by its old force and worm presence. They moved without doubt, going into the huge buried hall masked under the crust. Under them sat the vast limbs of the world tree, reaching forever into the dirt. Xiao He felt an growing mystic glow, hinting they were near some grand and holy. Suddenly she yelled out as a voice named her mother, showing a masked viewer nearby. The amethyst dragon mother showed, awed to see Lintian once after so many eras. Lintian asked how the worm lived, finding she now stayed within the world tree. She told she had been killed by the maiden, clinging to life within the tree's heart. Lintian stated the maiden joined him, and now bore his babe, awing the worm. Shaken, the worm proved Lintian's rarity among imps and hailed his power. Xiaoxi spoke Xiaohei, saying her this was her sire and to show real honor, unsure but docile. Xiaohei moved forward shyly aiming to speak. The worm softly joked that her child Despair was timid despite her grim name. Shaken, Despair glowed deeply, unsure how to take the event moving before her. Gathered heart filled her voice as she softly named Lintian father for the first turn. Lintian softly felt Despair's head, hailing her words with heat and small shock. Quickly, a green mystic gust broke from her in a wild felt act. She fled off in shame, leaving Lintian alone in a cloud of dazed haze. The amethyst dragon mother joked, noting how fast their child had grown in less than a year. Lintian told it could be her mixed genes and raised a polite fact. He asked data on the gnome race, saying he lacked their help for an vital task. The worm told knowing few about gnomes, only hearing of their fresh shift ways. She urged meeting the Demon King, who might hold fresh data about the gnomes. Before napping again, she thanked Lintian and hinted at meeting the maiden in the future. Despair came back in her worm shape, asking Lintian if it was time to leave. Grinning, he proved their next goal, seeking a meeting with her Dragon King. They aimed to quit the Holy Hollow under the World Tree and move their path. Elsewhere, the Red Dragon King felt Lintian's coming near the fire-filled peak. He knew Lintian as Despair's sire. Odd imp could link with a worm. Observers spoke in doubt. Odd that a imp's genes matched even the power of worms. Lintian duly asked the Dragon King's help finding the gnome realm for a polite task. The white worm spoke grimly, saying the gnomes were killed off long ago by souls. Odd Lintian asked the path's point, but another worm gave a clue, under 2 rules. Lintian vowed to hear and gave help if the rules were fair. The first rule was that Despair must never hurt other worms again. Lintian vowed, asking only that Despair not be harmed in turn. The red worm stated the second rule would not be told but shown through a trial. Without notice, the worm took flight and flew across the fire zones. Lintian trailed, knowing a test stayed, the true rule masked in fight. The worm dove down fiercely, forcing Lintian to flee its vast teeth mid-strike, setting safely. Lintian stood calmly among nearby fires, asking to hear the last rule. Fire broke around him as he stayed a reply, unmoved by the heat or risk. A sigh left Lintian as a known, sly shape stepped through the fires. The horned lady showed boldly, eyes shining, her being marked the real start of the trial. Lintian thinned his orbs as the pale-haired female reached him with a steady look. She grinned slyly, truly masking a motive under her tempting manner, meeting her bravely. Lintian doubted the reason of their tryst within the worm's land. The female called a tougher worm, giving the miner's sight in exchange for his help. Lintian paused, doubtful why she thought a plain beast might perform such a work. She told him of anguish, sign that beast soul might yield mighty mixed worms. Olden myths showed that just the toughest worm lineages swayed over the tribes. Lintian knew she sought to bolster her family and keep her power. He weighed the benefit, seeing both anguish and extra air might guard his reach. Lintian took the pact, noting he might meet her state as the Worm Lord. She hailed his choice, honoring his talent to recoil when called. Their bargain fixed. The female held him under the smoky heat of the lair, gasped. The female teased his roots, amazed a beast owned such power. Lintian called the miner's spots, telling her of their pact. Mutely she started to show the vowed data as he robed and readied. The white-haired female sighted a dwarven realm buried under the stony peaks, made a decade past. Still healing, she proved any living miners could surely be seen inside its buried castles. Lintian stayed calmly, thinning his orbs as he etched the term stony peaks to mind. Soaring over thick woods, Lintian eyed the ground in quest of the dwarven colony. He used the power sharp view, boosting his sight with mystic focus. His beaming orbs fixed onto the peak root, where a vast veiled crack took his notice. From a close crag, miners stood past the portal to the buried manor, blind of risk. Lintian proved the mark he had seen folks after time of hunting past the forest. One small miner tried to charm someone called Matey by picking a thin bloom. Quickly, a ruby worm showed, shocking the miners grouped past the shelf. The small miner yelled in fright after seeing Lintian atop the brute. Dropping his hold, the shaken kid slid off the rock side. Tipping swiftly, the miner turned mid-sky, frantic and dazed. He fell down toward the woods as crows flew from the crash spot, gasped on the dirt. He said May's term, begging to last just a bit further. Dennis reached the lively mountain city, moved by its busy soul and grand culture. Thrilled heroes crowded the paths, while traders and nomads acted with focus below bright clouds. He gazed at the shift from the dark dead cave, naming this fresh town a heaven. A sharp cry broke his brain as a dame teased his hope, bored by the place's lore. She met Dennis crossly, asking the petals she before told him to pluck. Calling him weak, she mocked him. While Dennis saw this was the dame his mushy peer loved, Dennis failed to fight, citing more vital tasks to manage and ignoring her mean ways. She cried in doubt, pained that he might speak back and mock her needs. Dennis took her limb, angry, and dared her pride, asking who she felt she was. Dazed by his nerve, she looked in doubt, failing to digest his quick grit. Dennis shoved her away, stating his way ahead and denying her power. Mad, she yelled slurs as he stepped away, closing their bond with truth. Swearing harm, the lady yelled risks, fixed to make Dennis moan, hating her, shunning her. Dennis moved a local pub packed with loud guests and soft talks. He aimed to find facts about the state in the dwarven land and keep his task. Dennis set gold on the ledge and bought 2 flasks of the bar's top drink. The mixer gave over the beer. As Dennis reached, a dame sat solo at the desk, grinning. Dennis gave her a mug, aiming to begin a basic chat over booze. She took but teased his bad flirt skill, moved by his clumsy style. Dennis grinned, admitting loss while filling mugs, both fast turning more calm and vocal. Though drolly hurt, Dennis stayed sipping, taking many flasks as the mood turned merry. The dame praised Dennis's heart, pitting him with dull heroes haunting the pub. She stated that once the troop broke, scouts turned heroes with small grit left. Dennis gave a firm plan, killing the beasts himself to fix peace and win grace. She smiled, stating folks who might do that would be seen as a mountain star. Dennis mutely weighed her terms, seeing a chance to grasp their smithing ways. With his aim fixed, he beamed, set to use the state to his gain. The next dawn, Dennis rose with a throb, slowly noting the dark before. Knowing he had stayed near the dame, daze and fear moved his look. She hailed him kindly while Dennis spoke, unsure what had truly gone last night. The short dame teased Dennis, asking if he missed all they did the dark before. Winking, she vowed he didn't act like a smith at all with his hot force. Though she felt a thing odd about him, Dennis mutely feared she'd find his real name. Dennis stated his aim, kill the ghouls, gain kingly love, and move near to his task. Seeing peers wouldn't trust his might. He vowed he lacked a sign from the club. Despite her fuss, he got clad fast, saying he had vital work to grasp. As Dennis dashed out, the dame yelled past him, hoping to learn who he was. He didn't quit, leaving her with blank doubts and calling him her fate guy. He fast got to the Zaman Club, ready to start the next part of his map. Dennis asked to enter the club, vowing to slay the beasts marking the area. The boss hailed him, noting his grit and dreams as odd among new heroes. He got his first task, and a strong tool fit for the fights to arrive. Dennis was given the linked hard big mallet, which gave whole skin metal plate guard. In the foggy burial, thick strides came as foul power stayed near the tombstones. 2 scouts thought about the odd lack of ghosts, blind of what stayed close. Fast, cruel ghosts came, sliding quickly via the smoke with murder in their orbs. From high, the crew walked warily past tombs, blind. They were being hemmed on every side. Ghosts moved softly past the woods, their counts rising with each moving pulse. The fair knight grinned, noting the ghost's sneaky move as a mark of great wit. Scores of hooked palms poked via the bushes, locking the snare near the crew. Wary now, the scouts braced as they saw the size of the coming raid. The ghosts rushed onward, quicker and more fierce than hoped, proving unity in their strike. One knight yelled in fear, dazed by the big count of foes circling them. Another shook, crushed by the plan of killing off so many grim beasts at once. Calm, the pale man pulled his steel boldly, set to meet the total pack head-on. He dashed into fight, slicing via the ghosts with glowing care and massive might. His steel cut via the pack, killing foes with each fast, planned blow. The rest looked in shock. He ran like a ghost, easily killing beasts tougher than lords. Dennis stayed winning, holding a cut ghost skull, hemmed by the scraps of the beaten pack. With cool poise he stated the fight over, proving no mark of fatigue. The gnomes passed him, dazed by his might, poorly lauded him while trying to grasp what they felt. They came at the noble gnomish king's hall, a beaming lamp under the clear sky. At the doors, scouts shut their way, noting the lord's fever and barring path. The gnome friends yelled loudly, telling them that they were the folk who killed the ghosts. From inside, a sound told the scouts to let the team come right. The gates swung to show gnomish Queen Adele, placed with still power and charm. She watched their move with wonder, surely drawn by the fact she had gotten. The gnomes asked their prize, saying Dennis had solely killed all the ghosts in the land. Dazed by the news, Queen Adele viewed Dennis tightly, feeling an elite aura. She asked if he was even human. His might felt weird, maybe matching a wolf. The lady vowed to pay them, but told Dennis to wait back for more talk. Glad the gnomes left, letting Dennis solo past the lady's chair. Instead of cash, Dennis softly asked to gain the old skill of smithing from her. Queen Adele hushed Dennis, saying she will think his prize due to his rare plea. She vowed no small male in years had proven such grit in the gnome land. Still she brushed the ghost kill as small, wanting a thing else in trade for the smithing facts. Dennis was dazed when she blamed him of lying with her kin the dusk prior. He remembered the fair lass and knew the lady's charge could surely be real. Tense, Dennis fought guilt, saying he was tipsy and the kin had used him instead. Queen Adele lifted an eye, drawn by his talk, and told his terms jokingly. The ruler gave petals to the golden visitor, her goals strangely blunt for a leader. He doubted her honesty, rattled by her proximity and sudden fondness. Unsure, he mused if her boldness was part of a power plot or true whim. The monarch grinned, joking if he'd resist her if she stated things plainly. Calling the lord's state ruined, she shared her goal to crown him as her fresh lord. Strolling off boldly, she teased the fading leader, happy with her brave pick. She stated mastery over him, sparking a status alert proving fresh control. As the panel changed, he was quickly shoved into a clumsy body stance with her. A senior guy entered, stunned by the sight and spooked by the lord's state. The scout yelled that the lord was fading and required fast care. The sovereign relaxed, dubbed it a time of twin gifts. As the guy aimed to depart, she halted him, bidding he remain. She ordered him to dwell at the court, now as her lord. He freaked, dazed by how he quickly turned into royalty. Instead, lords flocked as the king rolled painfully and caught, hardly holding to breath. The small guy eyed the dried body, feeling it looked a relic more than a king. Adele noted she hadn't ended him. He had been fading since their bound vow decade back. She passed over, passing liberty, bidding him to roam while she managed the crowning. She poked him to quit naming her monarch and begin naming her love. He nodded solely for the sake of the mystic charm he wanted. After periods of toil, he at last gained the pin to the treasure room. He recalled Adele's tips on opening the room and started the task warily, turning the lock as said. The gate moved with formal tunes and tricks. The bond hit, showing the room's deep space with a burning ruby heart. He paced into the far-ignored room, its glory hidden in hush and grit. Checking the void room, he found most of the charms had mostly been traded. He sighed, cursing the noble clan for wasting ages of mystic legacy. At once, a thing grabbed his eye, a dim spot with soft jade glow beating darkly. 3 old charms stayed, Soul Shield, Fade Edge, and the orb of the Shadowkin. He looked quietly, knowing each charm kept huge force and equally lethal results. He set his palm on the charm's heart, feeling heat and force unlike regular gear. Stunned, he mused if this was the smith's force, nearer to making soul than building tools. Bending, he saw the shield lived on its user's gore, pointing at a closer link. The charm moved to his bit of gore, starting with a fierce jade wave shield, flowed around his frame, making a ghastly form with scary force and hidden bounds. He came out altered, checking the bond while seeing he yet had 2 extra items. He probed the jewel, moved by its mystic glow and hidden span. Moving to the following charm, he neared the fate edge sitting within nets and grit. Holding the edge, he braced to trial its force and hidden venom. As force rose, he felt the tool's massive fury and locked it off for later. Saddened by the room's void, he weighed how long it'd last to build fresh charms. Breathing, he knew he'd be held here for a bit, bracing for Ruin's entry. Lately outside, vibrant flags draped the air as the town blindly neared its next king. During the crown march, Prince Dennis moved grandly across the yelling paths near the coming monarch. Townfolk loved him, talking about his unique allure and the ruler's hinted fixation with him. Even bitter trolls moaned, annoyed that Dennis bested them. Although having the identical bloodline, Dennis, certain of his noble rank, grinned as praise flowed in from every side. Abruptly, a heated lady showed, yelling his name and facing him mid-parade. His quiet reply to the ruler cooled the anger, labeling her as worthless. Shamed Xiao Mei was teased by viewers who doubted her misery and looks. She begged for light, asking to learn why Dennis now shunned her old heart. Dennis dared her to show herself by crying in view of everyone to gain mercy. Rattled, Xiao Mei paused, thinking if she could bear such overt shaming for a hope. She noted Dennis's glory and vigor, seeing his quest could not be hopeless lately. Gripping her hand, she took her choice to move, despite dread. Following the noble wagon, Xiao Mei yelled her cry, swearing to perform anything for mercy. Fury hid her misery, focused to show herself in spite of the throng's hate. Dennis, tickled, told the ruler he had no sorrow as they viewed her from high. Xiao Mei was held by scouts, screaming that Dennis had joked, despite her doing all he sought. Frantically, she gave herself back, trying to speak to his old care and bond. Dennis, frozen, harshly asked if anyone who behaves like that openly earned to stay with him. Dazed and shamed, Xiao Mei fought to take Dennis's shift and the malice in his talk. Xiao fell in shock as the noble wagon kept toward the great court. They cheered while Xiao Mei mused how Dennis had turned so far and heartless. Within the court, lords met as Dennis wowed peers with charm and poise. High-tiered ladies hailed Adele's pick in Dennis, moved by his air and fame. Adele gladly vowed Dennis could be a gift from the lords themselves. Dennis beamed civilly, but mostly viewed Adele's rule as frail and missing aid. He aimed to find peers quietly, in case revolt grew against Adele's shifts. With steady intent, he braced for the state hurdles to come. Soon that dusk, in the ruler's room, Dennis stayed solo in wealth. Noticing a noise, he rose up wary, asking who was at the gate. His orbs honed, poised for whoever dared step the ruler's secret area. Dennis woke to leader Jamila's abrupt break, her pushy manner, finding him totally off base. She told him not to fight, vowing to blame him of attack if he argued. Sitting him boldly, she showed grief over not seeing him before Adele took him. Dennis went near, joking about Adele finding them, his grin masking wary logic. In spite of her pushy style, Dennis mused if all troll ladies were this brave and blunt. He paused but weighed her power, seeing leader Jamila owned mighty mystic gear and wealth. Dennis sat nearby the ruler, each finding their heir following a private meeting in hiding. Giggles rang as strides drew near, making them to prep for an unplanned intrusion. A shout asked for the monarch, making Dennis to stall while holding to the fabric for safety. Shocked, Dennis concealed the lady under the quilts and hailed the guests with a still grin. Acting clueless, he vowed the ruler had yet to appear and questioned about their goal. 2 duchesses walked in, wary about Dennis's arrival and openly digging for veiled facts. Faking sadness, they spoke sorrow that the monarch wasn't ready for their call. Rather, they pushed on talking with Lord Dennis personally and reached him with focus. Shaken but beaming, Dennis felt himself caught between the pair, aiming to keep balance. Dennis asked their motives as they came near, giving slight bodily touch. They vowed they just had queries, but started pulling on his gown playfully right. Then anyone tapped and yelled out for the lady from past the frame. Jolted. Dennis slipped down as the girls seized him firmly, creating a messy blur. The monarch, woken from cot, rose up fast, puzzled by the noise nearby. A girl walked inside, seeing the lady's arrival, showing all at once. Jamila looked boldly, showing the lady's lack and teasing her kin's greed over Lord Dennis. Reaching grandly, she vowed Dennis shouldn't be held by one lady only. Jamila grinned, slyly, thinking her meddling would move power in her gain. Jamila walked grandly, oblivious that the local duchesses were watching her walk nearby. She stopped mid-corridor, knowing they were now all hunting Dennis for their specific goals. Peering calmly, Dennis noted their longing helped him from toil and battle. He centered, choosing it was hour to move with his civic goals regarding the ruler. That dusk, he met with the lady secretly under the beams, strengthening their human link. They held closely, meaning a firmer bond in both dream and lust. Dennis talked of his goal to reform the nation's mystic fate via her power. The ruler, though shaky, accepted the call for shift despite the perils and price. She confessed making mystic gear would be tough, mainly after eras of decay. Dennis told the size of work sought, fearing lords wouldn't back prompt effort, but for the simple men, he suggested bribing miners with cheap cider for help. His path showed a smart fix, utilizing habits as drive to spark state output. Dennis stated that juice alone might spark the miners' work, making output both light and swift. He told the ruler this method matched mercy for people and power over the land. With grit, he gave the task of ruling the lords fully to the lady stirred. The lady hailed Dennis for his vision and faith, shocked by his clever thinking. A divine furnace erupted with mystic flame as Dennis and allies started refining thin holy rocks. Crafting gear boosted by spirits and gifted by demons shaped the core of mighty arcane blades. Dennis coached diggers to gather metals with care, masking his real part among folks. At feast, the ruler lauded Dennis for showing a path, urging even lords to strive more. Dennis meekly took her talk, knowing his labors were vital for the realm's tomorrow. Secretly, the ruler aimed a scout to keep crews driven and make sure blade making endured. The lady feared about peril, but Dennis brushed the risk with belief in his lone vigor. He moved gaily, nodding to the folks and lifting spirit with hopeful vows. His shadow comforted crews, who felt braced by his direct-on participation and firm command. Diggers honored their task safety and liquor, thankful to Dennis for granting them intent. Dennis grinned, content his goal was acting, and ready to see the final pub on scout. He neared the hidden spot, wary about the still house's rare motion. Believing a beer would be soothing, Dennis nudged the lounge gate without pausing. Within, a bright girl hailed him kindly at Peggy's pub. She gave him a stiff booze, blinded of the path moving past his dark scout. Dennis joined the pub and quickly felt something was foul with the deeply hushed world. Barring the daily group, this bar was packed purely with ladies, which grew his doubt, anxious and damp. Dennis knew all the ladies looked strangely aimed on him. Dennis chilled as he found the bar gate had been shut, without him seeing. The ladies edged him, giving mugs and herbal tea with creepy grins. The maid urged him to taste it, vowing he would like the flavor. Bound to rest, Dennis shakily held the cup while the ladies drew in nearer. As he paused, something popped past him, tossing mess to the stiff second. Frantic. Dennis took the flask labeled Unique Brandy, Fey Fact, 92%, quickly hating it. The deep crash and daze felled many ladies senseless as Dennis peered about in fear. His sight dimmed, and he fought to stay awake while the area whirled wildly. He woke circled by fallen forms, shaken and crying, lost what had just occurred. Fretting, Dennis hit on the wood, angry at the state turning out of hand. He blamed his poor fate, knowing this task was much more lethal than thought. Home at the tower, the lady wept with guilt, hating herself for letting him flee. Resting in bunk, Dennis gripped his torso, hardly fit to talk as the lady kept him. His vigor died totally. And with a last gasp, his frame went cold in view of her. 4 nights later, Dennis rose up dully, lastly healed enough to quit his rug. Thinking on old fights, Dennis owned this was the nearest he had ever been to loss. He ran a mystic model to ready his later shift and flee the spirit realm. Right before starting the goal, he quickly recalled something vital he had almost missed. Dennis reached at the factory area, viewing the active mill from aloft as laborers worked beneath. He walked onto the terrace, his look centered as bolts and iron shone in the beam. Head crafting expert Bill hailed him kindly, moved by his spirit and focus to the task. Dennis desired a private mystic thing, showing faith in the team's growth and Master Bill's gift. Bill questioned the object's intent, noting the labor needed to build something distinct. Dennis showed his goal, to defy the land's mightiest, the ghastly and the temple. Bill realized the threat, granting few risk to meet such rivals head on. He settled with Dennis's dream, and vowed to build a bespoke blade potent enough for battle. Dennis bowed, relying the expert fully, and gave total duty over to him. Soon, Dennis joined a holy room, bracing for the coming stage of his quest. He claimed this the vital move, securing the scheme's triumph. He started the soul reality machine to chart likely results. The machine rose, modeling Dennis's trek via glory strife and inner castle hurdles. Options emerged, taxing him to scale peace, output, and pooled agony. Anxious, Dennis judged his routes, fearing each way held vast peril and effect. Dennis, crushed by choice, picked the open game path, taking the threat of randomness. Flung into havoc, he was hunted by crowds and met hourly dread in trial at dusk. He mixed elixirs to heal and planned for the next sun's endurance. 3 moons went. Dennis fled the trial, eased and tired but packed with tough-won gains. Coming via the gate, he moved back into truth with a firmer intent. Within the mill, dozens of forged mystic goods stayed review, tidy placed in lines. Glad by the kin's willing work, Dennis prized the state's fused output. Though no mythic goods were made, the yield of peak-grade kits topped hopes. Wary, he saw 2 odd bands put away alone from the others. One band throbbed with void charm. Dennis felt it was a gifted copy. He donned the band to check its might, keen to grasp its traits. A hot glow fired quickly, wrapping Dennis with coiling psychic vigor. Moved by the perfect result, Dennis grinned. His first extra path no longer required. He chose to see Master Bill and find what shock had been made now. At the shop, Bill hit the block with might, vowing something grand was nearing. As Dennis looked, potent spirit flowed from the shop, shocking nearby hands with heavy strain. The kin thrilled by the heat, readied for the last cooling using thin drake gore. Master Bill freed the finished tool, its spirit leaking into liquid glory on touch. Bolt tore the air, falling harshly across the town in echo to the blade's dawn. The shock hit the shop, fueling the good more, as the kin steered its spirit. Dennis stared, dazed, knowing the good kept might rivaling epic demi-crescent-grade relics. Expert Bill offered the mystic blade, javelin of Zeus, made uniquely for Duke Dennis's crusade. He told its force scale and tall soul price, useful just in gifted palms, like Dennis's. Dennis took the tool politely, but Bill pushed on, finishing one last task before exit. To start the tool, Dennis made a gore joining right with a nick on his digit. As his gore fell into the heart, occult spirit flowed through the sacred ring under. Bill acted with shock as heavy spirit flowed from Dennis, feeling a rare holy glow. Dennis asked if anything was off, but Bill masked his feeling and grinned kindly. He stated the tool now solely linked to Dennis, risky to anyone else who felt it. Together, they prayed it would aid Dennis crush his rivals and finish his goal. Dennis grinned boldly, fixed to wield the shaft against the faith and the large grave. Meanwhile, a lady caught his exit and feared, knowing Dennis had already gone. She ran to check, seeking truths from her servants. A girl gave her a note Dennis stayed past before leaving and hidden. She pulled it fast, her palms trembling with worry. In the note, Dennis swore to build a life topside and return Smith credit. Dennis dashed past the stony ground at dusk, his cape waving behind him as he fled. Moved by haste, he ran onward, his goal closing right past the ledge road. Sure, Dennis spoke to himself, trusting liberty was inside grasp. Suddenly, a shining tool stopped his road, making him stay mid-step. Staying before him was expert Bill in high steel. Look grave and firm. Bill faced Dennis, doubting his real name with distrust. Dennis faked blank, seeking truths, but Bill broke with a harsh claim. He showed that Dennis's gore had proved a mighty and dark glow. Knowing the fact, Bill named Dennis as a troll in mask. Bill spoke out the band, knowing it held the taken occult gear. Dennis started a raid, cutting with pace and making Bill into guard. Despite his steel, Bill fought under Dennis's crushing occult power. Dennis stood winning, stating he had no plan of slaying Bill. Another ghost told Dennis's path, to crush the faith and large grave using smith tools. Bill was dazed, knowing Dennis's might topped that of the whole state. Bill wept, admitting Dennis's might and large dream though, being fooled by his troll face. He told Dennis meant no pain, and wished his oath to aid the smiths was honest, resting hurt. Bill begged that Dennis keep his vow to guide the smiths back topside. Dennis now shone, rose high and took Bill's plea with shared grasp. He swore to greet the smiths into his rising realm once the hour arrived. In the heart of the large grave wood, a ruby drake watched the thick forestry beneath. Units gathered beneath Lin Tian's lead, planning to defy the primal powers buried in the vault. Chiefs from different tribes met, each given a distinct favor linked to their nature and vigor. Lin Tian offered a mighty sword to one of the fighters, giving him a vital duty. The sinister edge, globe great in level, throbbed with foul might and unholy force. Despite doubt, the soldier asked the holy motive behind taking such a tainted tool. Lin Tian clarified the steel's capacity to evoke beasts, insisting its task stay under command. With grit the hero gripped the tool, taking the weight put on him. Grim force flared out, starting a change as the might inside started to stir. A giant unholy being showed, crying loudly as it came from the stirred sword. Eaten by might, the soldier dropped command, his frame seized by the foul tool's grip. The change finished, naming him Butcher as ruin loomed to break. The group feared as the tainted soldier shifted his eyes toward Lin Tian. Steady, Lin Tian met him softly, ready to crush the being's immense power. The hero, filled by insanity, swore revolt, even bold to defy the lords themselves. The tainted fighter dived at Lin Tian, throwing a rabid blow soaked with cruel, foul force. Lin Tian's strike crushed the beast, breaking its shape and stopping its cries in mid-sky. Gasping deeply, the fighter bowed, honoring Lin Tian's vigor and proving faith to the task. Lin Tian set a palm on his friend's back, giving quiet consent and hope. Aides said that the Falcon King had stayed before, hurt and wanting Lin Tian's help. Stunned by the word, Lin Tian vowed to move alone and check the state. At the huge wood, Lin Tian dropped fast, scaring the fowl-like flying folk below. He told them of his name, seeing their hurt state and nervous looks, wanting facts. He asked where their chief stayed and how this event began. A flying lass sadly showed that the Falcon King had grown sick after a harsh raid. She led Lin Tian to his dying bed, showing the whole scope of the harm. His frame was ruined, surely a fruit of deceit from foe kings wanting rule. She told how the Arctic and Sunset Kings hit them often, shaming the Falcon King. His limb had been burnt and chewed, a mean sign mailed to all his folks. They moved out of hate mad that the Falcon King had backed Lin Tian's path. Lin Tian bent his brow, showing deep pity to the flying lady for all the agony borne. He repented for the bad luck that had struck their clan owing to his lack. Xiao Tian triggered elite-level mending magic, shaping a radiant glyph circle between her palms. Bright glow draped the harmed monsters as she hovered mid-sky, spreading healing dew over the field. Their gashes quickly faded, making the harpies stunned and thankful for her holy fixing gifts. With no stop, Xiao Tian pulled supreme magic, arranging a tougher charm to fix the dazed boss. She sent Redemption Star, pointing the potent beam straight at the downed bird, Captain's torso. Gilded marks showed, marking the return of soul fuel to his frail frame. The bird boss woke to his bride's glee, dazed but eased his scars had melted. He asked if he was dreaming, but Xiao Tian told him it was all fact. A different scout showed rage, unable to pardon the rivals always hurting their tribe. Xiao Tian gave aid, already aiming to help their strike with a goal in motion. He vowed to call beasts for backing and first gave a mighty mystic tool. The tool, Blade Wings, could start cutting gusts and boost soar pace by 20%. The bird paused, awed by the cost of the blade wings given so freely. Xiao Tian pushed him to take, vowing revenge needed sails more than anything else. Fixed, the bird bowed, ready to bear hurt as the old limb was taken. Bark walls fell as a mighty wind blew across the camp, tossing foes away in dread. A sharp cyclone rolled between the beams, cutting with steady focus and great pace. Yells rang as the raiders were swiftly crushed, unable to face the mystic gear's pure might. The bird scout tried the blade wings, grinning happily at their unmatched pace and grit. He flew across the sky, gripped by the joyful spark of gaining force through soar. Hopeful, he thanked Xiao Tian, who merely told him to ready for the killing soon. Keen for blood, the bird stated it the ideal luck to try his fresh gear. With fiery orbs, he took the coming war, moved by fury and hope. Meanwhile, still seas near a stony bank hid the lurking presence of veiled water risks. Quickly, a bug was grabbed by a huge beast, a fierce lake ghost from below. The brute rose from the pond, eyes wide and greedy, wanting food near the top. Close friends watched calmly, seeing the lethal habits linked to the spawn laying time. Lin Tian's troops met, making plans as he asked building water-fit orcs to fight ghosts. When asked how to coax the foes out, he smirked. Sure, more than ghosts lived deep. His look stayed on the pond, bent to find its full truths and veiled scouts. Xiao Tian started beast-calling right, pulling force to mentally rule pond-dwelling brutes. Giant brute moved under the top, reacting to the calling power. Riot broke as pond souls grew mean, biting their own kind and hunting even boss scouts. A dark shape felt something bad, knowing an outer force moved the pond beasts oddly. It was the pond ghost boss, Lemui, a high-rank soul with toxic grit and deep skills. Seeing meddling, he turned wary and mad, eyeing the war zone for the one acting. Lemui saw the raiders on a peak, knowing a foe he once shamed, mocking the birds and orcs deep. He missed their worth as thin and cheap. More troops showed onland, proving the meeting of many tribes ready to fight him. Lemmy told his bands to grab the two ladies, seeing them as toys. Brutes flew upward, steels out, aiming straight for the bird guards. Wan Bird threw a mighty boom, savage wail, stopping the foe's drive midair. Xiao Tian gave a mean task to slay the guys and keep the ladies safe. The orcs dashed, gears held, hitting with the moving brutes head-on. From high, the bird scout dropped down shafts, hitting foes with skill from the clouds. A mighty brute with beaming ruby orbs appeared, its soul emitting mess and eerie vigor. Encircled by shells, the monster stayed solo as rival troops asked if it was truly goblin. It yelled in fury, seeking to halt the battle, but its rage only spiked the strain. The brute moved onward, hitting into its rival's magic burst with daring resolve. A winged shape in the air teased him, vowing this would be a notable ruin. Old by fire, the brute yelled back and dashed with whole might, set to slay. Spark moved across his frame, marking the start of his core might under weight. Viewing from away, his tall-haired peer watched softly, sure in the brute's vigor. He spoke on storm habits, knowing mist could shift all if the ocean fiend tribe showed. The brute's palms throbbed with murky force, feeling a fresh power hitting the war zone. He yelled to sobbing mist fiend wanting her help since it was too far. She dropped from the air, bringing a sturdy weight that awed all there. Mist hit quickly, dimming the air and turning the fight's drive. The goblin leader told retreat, seeing the rival's realm had come. Too slow, the hawk-like fighter dived in, smirking as mess took the war zone. The goblin used a deadly method, chasm sound, jarring the war zone with shaking power flows. A giant blast popped outward, tearing into the dirt with crushing force. His rival came from the grit, teasing him and aiming to strike with raw might. The rival dashed, yelling perish. While his hand beamed with focused violet force, he hit down in burning blow, breaking the dirt where the goblin once stayed. Trusting win was his, the fiend joked, believing he'd hit his foe fully. To his shock, the stone moved and the goblin returned, still and safe. With a grin, The goblin hit back using a jade gift, Gore of Fall. His edge cut deep, starting a riposte that turned the drive fully. The fiend moaned as inner might began to break, failing from inside. Past he could move, the goblin flew higher, making his next blow. A bolt of ruin shot downward, pointed truly at the running fiend. The fiend shook, noting dread of the goblin's weird vigor. He dove into the pond, crying for aid and fearing sure doom. Meeting a beast sunken felt easier than facing this dogged goblin anymore. The bird-headed fighter gazed on in awe as the pond wraith lastly showed its real shape. With beaming fins and crushing aura, the pond wraith came from the pond to meet the risk. Knowing the risk, the bird fighter told his peer Alice to flee before the wraith struck. Alice started a strike, flaming with force and whole resolve to try the wraith's might. She hit face-on with the giant soul, causing a fierce blast that jarred the heavens. The bird fighter saw the crash, fearing if such might could hurt a wraithly soul. Sparking flowed near Lin Tian while he paced over the lake, blade in grip, beaming authority. He saw marks of flight and figured the rival was seeking flight via the stream's way. With no pausing, he hit the lake with power, throwing a giant burst of force. The wave surged over the top, breaking all motion and jarring the dirt past the sides. A dazed golden girl peeked, awed by the show of crushing mystic vigor. Dim, sturdy fighters came, acting to the mess with fear and vision of a higher risk. A mouth stated the vigor past any famed global levels ranking, gaining ghastly fresh peaks. Zone Beast sat by a flame, blind of the nearing risk, calm in mock peace. Quickly, it threw its lids open, feeling something ghastly had come. The Orc King yelled at his troops for cooking victims, fuming by their malice, knowing he escaped move he feared, stuck before the rival's rising soul. His dread grew as he viewed his troops staying rigid, too spooked to act. Lin Tian came, asking if they knew what might now lived past them. Despite risks and slurs, the Orc King was weak under holy force. A bird fighter told him of old malice, stating this doom was well gained. Relics from the Orc King's clan asked for grace, fearing the soul of the River Ghost tribe. Lin Tian told them that even his peers wouldn't spend vigor hitting such frauds. As one asked to save the rest, Lin Tian grimly denied the notion of mercy. The Orc King yelled in anger, swearing harsh payoff toward all who shamed him. Lin Tian paced off, steady, asking why the beast still thought life was certain. Stating his rank as a rural king, the beast warned Lin Tian of outcomes. A bird friend noted that ghost kings aren't allowed to clash locally without fearing full ruin. Lin Tian softly took the bound, aiming rather to break his rivals through gloom. His orbs closed as he shifted his focus up, aiming to sow doom even more. In the frozen land, troops moved via drifts, whining about the mystic gear's harsh chill. Their core of frost mystic gear shone darkly, its force warping the land and weather. A golden girl watched calmly, saying she had her own ways for finding their mark. Beasts started waking from below the frost as the calling spell turned. Peers cheered Lin Tian's might, knowing beasts would show anywhere he wished. A frost sprite came, vowing to lead them to the veiled ruby, locked ape. Lin Tian and his friend watched the frost sprite show a shining gem with crisp paths. She showed the ruby-locked ape spot near a lair and vowed to lead them surely. Smiling boldly, Lin Tian agreed, keen to meet the mark with no pause. They moved via the cold zone, the pack held in safe ruby spell wall. Wary, the girl asked how the sprite had found harms in such grim states. The sprite said they had long been bound by the ruby-locked ape deep near the lair. She showed their start, beasts made in mystic storms, able to make grand charm-soaked frost gems. These gems were thin and prized, which led to their constant use for years. Lin Tian, fuming, swore the binding ape would meet an even more harsh end. Sounds rang past the lair door, showing someone known was nearing. A mean mouth asked. Tinny might show itself, vowing another cruel harsh slap.